Hey, hello guys. Sorry I kept you waiting. Here we are. Welcome to stream. What happened with my music? Something happened? How are you guys doing? Yeah, I had to take care of some stuff. Sorry. Yeah, I'm good. It's a bit of a stressful day today. Now it's Epoch launching tomorrow, and it's like, oh man, I have like 1,000 things to finish and stuff like that, so lots of stuff going on here. Soon TM, yes. I probably started streaming a bit too early. Giving me in a job. Yeah, I definitely don't have I definitely don't have the complaint that there's not enough to do right now, I guess. There's definitely that. Last Epoch login. Actually, wait, are the servers down? Yeah, down very soon, right? I guess I should do like a offline run, if anything. So let's do that. They are down already. Alright. I guess that means we go offline. Exit. Yeah, and in like 1 hour and 15 minutes we're gonna have our podcast. Play full offline. Let's go. Looking forward to last Epoch, or is it just work? Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not really in a position where I kind of have to force myself, I guess. So, you know, yeah, I like Last Epoch, you know, it's a good game. It's not my main game, but, you know, new season starts, that's always fun. And yeah, I will have a sponsored stream, a few of them actually, you know, and that obviously motivates me a bit more. But it's a fun game, so. It's not just work. I just realized I actually leveled my Beastmaster to 100. I didn't realize that I leveled this guy to 100. Damn. Some random test characters. He's my shaman. Maybe I'm gonna continue this guy at some point. Level 80. He's like in a good position to keep going. But yeah, maybe I'll gotta make a fresh one at some point. I mean, with campaign skip, I guess you can get to monoliths really fast these days with your ults, right? Did not get invited from Blizzard, the Spirit Walker test. Spirit Walker is a Walker 3 unit. I guess you mean a Spirit Born, and they actually invited me for something even better. I'll be streaming it live from there on the 18th of July. Did the campaign playthrough in 7 hours? Yeah, my target would be around 3 hours. But that's kind of tough. So I do solo character found. Let's just not do hardcore, I guess, for a test run, it's fine. You and Karn. Yeah, Karn is definitely gonna be like the biggest competition, I think, outside of like the typical Last Epoch guys. I think Lizard wants to go hardcore. I'm not sure about Tarek. Both of them are gonna be later on the podcast though, so we can ask them. New season is tomorrow. In I think 25 hours. Basically. You excited to play this game this time? Didn't even get 100 last time. Yeah. Yeah, I leveled 2 characters to 100 and like a few others to like 80, 90, 90 something, and so on. So that was kinda nice. Alright. Oh my god, man. It's been a while. Where's the loot filter? We have filters, right? So we have... do we have a campaign Falconer filter? I could take the one for max roll. They have a one on max roll. I wonder what they look like, actually. I have not tried the max roll filters yet. I usually make my own. We have the early monolith filter, which might be... not good enough right now. Yeah, this is like, it doesn't show all the low stuff. So let's see the max roll filter, actually. Falconer leveling. That's this one. Download. What do? We just like copy paste this? Paste clipboard content. Falconer. Campaign. Okay. Okay, let's see what they show here. Experimental affixes. Every first area item. Okay. Show all exalted items. Show all set and uniques. Hide non-class. Recolor, high value. Early endgame. What do we got there? Cinder, shift, smoke, falconry, dive bomb. Okay. Hide unwanted weapons and offhand bases. From level 55 to 100. Okay. Show wanted items early game. 55 to 100. We call it class affixes for storage and shatter. Okay. High value affixes mid campaign. So the same skills basically. Well, I guess let's see. Hide users baseless early campaign from 0 to 19. Okay. Recolor idols with 2 great affixes. Recolor build idols. Hide all normal magic rare. Okay, let's try it out. Let's see. I think I can press X, right, to hide the little filter as well. Should put on life split. Sorry, they drag. I can close this thing here. I'm not gonna be like very precise with the timing of the thing because I also need to like check out which of the side quests I have to do exactly because I don't 100% remember all of the side quest thingies. I need to remember the layouts a little bit. I'm only gonna do one test run for the campaign. Maybe a bit tomorrow, I guess. Maybe tomorrow I'll start a bit early and do like another run through the campaign for the most part. So do like one now and one tomorrow, I guess. Here's a short bow. That's kinda cool. Although I'm not sure if that's actually a good idea. Until we get puncture. When did we get puncture? At 5. So maybe we should keep like Gladius. Because they have like no AoE now. If I look at this here. This helps us with a bit of like clear. I can't shotgun this guy. Okay. New skill unlocked. I need WSD movement here. The guy just could always stops the shop though. Yeah, I think there's like some like specific drops here that always appear. It's traveling staff. What is this game? Only PC? I think it's only PC, Alan, yes. I think they're working on a console version though. Sounds really nice. You know, you guys know what I'm drinking right now? Might have heard them. Wait, let me see if it shows properly. There are new sponsors, by the way. How fitting, isn't it? Rogue Energy. You guys know it? The branding is 10 out of 10. Starting today, I didn't actually fully set up everything yet. There will be a command and all that. But yeah, actually they have good stuff, so I've been trying this. They sent me like a box here, I have like an entire box with stuff. Here's more. And I really like it actually. Basically like lemonade. So nice, like, you know, supplements and energy. Been trying them for a few days. Woody flavor. Mm. I mean, if you do really well, guys, maybe they're gonna make a flavor just for us. Okay, I have one unspent point here. Did they talk about changing game engine? I'm not sure if they're gonna change the game engine. I think they said that they want to continuously always work on the engine and the graphics and, you know, try to implement new things and so on. But of course that's kind of like tough, I guess. Maybe at some point they're gonna do like a big, like, you know, 2.0 update in like a few cycles from now. Let's say, I don't know, in a year or 2 years or something. And this will probably be a time to like a big revamp of all those systems. You know, not that they actually have, you know, like this huge sale that they had in patch 1.0. And I guess there might be more people coming in as well, right? There's like new people that haven't played last time that will play now. And it does have like a relatively large audience. And they have funds now. So, you know, they can take the time, develop stuff. I mean, the game has come a long way. If you look at what it was like in, like, I don't know, 3-4 years ago. We watched some really old school footage from, like, you know, many years ago. And the game looked very shit back then. Points became worse since 2018. Uh-oh. Oof, I need to remember, what do we do? Do we do the flat damage? I think we have to do one here. Let's do the flat. So shut down for 24 hours. Yeah, it's doing like a long downtime here. But it's okay. Okay, let's see if we get some rings. There's always a time to shop for some rings. Or this, which is not terrible. There's no ring whatsoever, but there's a neck, which is not bad. Good thing is that items cost like basically nothing. But somehow I ran out of gold anyway. Unlucky. Lots of rest at least. No ring. Okay. Wait, where did the... I wanted to buy a weapon, I don't have anything, okay. In offline they can like use skills in town. The engine is too deeply rooted, might consider for another game, I see. Yeah, I mean, changing the engine is obviously hard. But it can improve it, I guess, either way, right? They can like try to update stuff. You know, try to make the animations more fluid. Like, they're already trying to do some stuff with, for example, this new evade roll that we're gonna get. So it's gonna be very fun to try tomorrow. Everyone is gonna have evade roll, similar to like D4, basically. So that will be cool. So if I remember correctly, something like around 20 minutes or so was a good time for Act 1. I'm gonna be way slower than that. Adopting Unity, so I can implement here S and FSR. What is the SSR? The hour after launch is, I think, in 25 hours, right? I remember these Auspix Warriors and the Solar Invaders. They are really tough in this zone. This is like the first hardcore killer zone here. I put in one pot. I'm not level 5. I'm actually gonna die. I think plan B, yeah? Ding ding. Okay, can I do it? Do I have some regen? I have a bit of regen. Okay. Okay, let's go. Ah. Gonna be tight though. He hits me. Bleed is doing work though, even with 20% chance only. Okay, we got him. I might want to pick up some stuff here for the start. I also have no gloves, for example. It doesn't even show the glove. I think I need to make a filter. I think this is exactly what you want to do. Okay, do I have the guide open? Falconer. I need to see the tree. I'm not 100% sure about every single point. So we do go for the decks and the flat. Okay. So why don't we go for this here instead? Sure. And here I guess you go for bleed. 2 points, get this, and then get bleeding fury, and then we're pumping. Yeah, once I have puncture, I'm gonna stick to puncture for a little bit, I guess. Last time I was doing a lot of umbral blade. And I guess I might go to that again. This was like around level 14 or level 16, I guess we switched to umbral blade. And then we have the shadow dagger doing work. And then we also have the falcon at that point after Act 2. We actually go 8 points. We go 8 points then. Okay. Whoa. These guys are pumping me, man. I think I need to get good a little bit. But I'm also very weak. I didn't really get anything from the vendors. Increased bow shard. That's nice. Level up, not refilling pots is a crime. It doesn't really have to necessarily, I think. Okay, I need to get a bit of a feel here for... Is the Acid Flask still doing work here, actually? Or is it just better to puncture them? Not sure if I really need the Acid Flask right now. Another Forged Soldier. Smoke Bomb. Smoke Bomb on its own doesn't really do that much, does it? Need to check what is the base. I guess it blinds enemies. Oh, they buffed blind, by the way, right? I remember. Taking a function is one enemy grants Frenzy. Frenzy is very good. Frenzy is 20% attack speed. I should put 1 point there as soon as possible. Ding, ding, ding. Get more bleeds. Love the stream. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate the sub. It's juice. So does it say juice? Yeah, I'm just trying to learn the game again a little bit. Not feeling 100% confident. But I think doing like 1 campaign run now and then doing 1 more, like half a run tomorrow, I think it will be okay at least. So we can like learn a little bit how it feels again. I've done a bunch of rogue practice like back in 1.0 as well, so I think I leveled like 5 rogues or so back then. So just come back. It's gonna be very fun with the evade roll. What's that? Sash, quiver. Yeah, this I think this fit is hiding slightly too much here for the low levels. We got the volatile ice flask. Wait, this is an offhand, it's not a relic. I thought it was an offhand, it's a relic. Oh man. Look, ice flask thing. Is it good? Frostbite on cold hit. I wonder how much damage it does. What if I just do this? These guys get instantly frozen and they get pumped, man. Kick. But I guess it's like somewhat of a dude, I would actually really love to play with this item once. Like if I don't do a speedrun, I think you can use this at level 0 actually. It has no requirement. You can actually play this on the start. I gotta do this. I wanna do an ice flask build. Very fun. And Frostbite is getting buffed as well. Bonked. It's a newly released game. This came out in February. It was a big launch, 1.0. It was in early access for a few years. People are playing it already. This is the first post-launch season now. Yo, big boots. Yellow boots with movement speed. Log in. Resuming now. And it was really long in early access. But it was nice. I played it, I don't know, the first time 3 years ago or something, I'd say. And, you know, I've been keeping an eye on it. I've been trying it here and there during the early access period. And then in 1.0 it was a huge launch. I think they are like rank 18 most concurrent players of all time in Steam or something. From February. Kinda wild. How does Bina why he has been ready to sign for this long? Loves his builds. I guess he wasn't streaming much or so. I haven't really been following Bina too much, but yeah, we can talk about that. By the way, if you have any questions, let me know. I didn't really prepare too much of a topic list. I just have like some general topics that I want to talk about. But I also know the guys can't talk about everything. So there's like this closed beta test, like community basically that Last Epoch has. And the Maxwell boys are obviously part of that. But they can't really share everything that is like not already previewed in some way, but we can talk about some general stuff, I guess. You know, the meta, the builds, how have they changed, the Nemesis stuff, the Harbinger stuff. So I want to talk about these things with them as much as they can share at least. But if you have any questions, let me know. Any chance to make this for consoles? I think they want to at some point. Okay, here's rings. Movement speed. Yo, this is a very nice one. Damage over time. Movement. Movement. Here's also a much bigger bow, I guess. We can just take that. Okay, there's also, I think, a quiver that has damage over time. But, okay. How do I equip in the other slot? Wait, I dropped it. Now it automatically equipped there. Wait a minute. Do I have auto equip on? It's a frenzy, 1 point. This is not a free to play game. However, it's on sale. Ah, silver ring, yellow, nice. Oh, from Barb is actually doing lots of damage. I wonder if I need the levels here, to be honest. Main health, throwing damage, throwing mana cost. So this puts my Ice Flask at 7 mana cost instead of 10. Actually, kind of an upgrade. Actually, this Jade Amulet is better. It has... never mind, this melee attack speed. Yeah, the developers are really great. They also have, like, you know, regular blog posts and developer streams. They do this actually very often. Just kind of like play the game, hang out with the community. It's kind of cool what they're doing. I need to do like a full puncture build at some point. I like the skill. It's basically like a spammable pen shot. Feels kind of good. But I guess later will not really have like the great AoE clear. Like right now, like I'm too weak to really like one-shot packs and stuff. So I just run and they follow me in one line and I hit them, which is nice. So this makes puncture really good. But it doesn't really help me much later. Okay, I can do a second specialization now. I guess this is shift. If I had to guess. Yeah. So let's do the cooldown recovery speeds. We could try to puncture with the spear, which also has big damage over time for this boss. Kinda slow though. We played PoE and I leave for thousands of hours and skipped every dialogue. Yeah. I also haven't really paid too much attention. I kind of know what's going on with the story. So I like to at least get the big picture. But I have not done like a RP playthrough or something yet. Okay, we are at 20.5 minutes. This could be better. I guess it could be like 5 minutes faster. Okay, let's compare this to the bow. I got into 50%. Let's see the difference. Might not puncture him with the bow. Seems like I just like have higher attack speed and stack more bleeds. And this is gonna be what matters. I think the spear is too slow. This actually seems better. Despite me having a really weak weapon. Oh, a chance to ignite, so that's kinda nice. I think the idea has a weakest class like Sorc in E4. And what do they struggle with? I think all classes have like pretty decent builds. There's like masteries, which are subclasses basically. And some of those are, you know, weaker or stronger than others in general. But I think they're doing a pretty good job at balancing it out a bit better now as well. So I think they're gonna be okay. So that was Act 1 here. How's Lich doing? It's not doing well in loading Warlock. I mean, we have their tier list, exclamation mark LA tier list. The Maxwell guys have updated it already. Looks like Warlock, Falconer, etc. are still pretty strong, but not like obscene anymore. So that's why I'm also going for Falconer again. But it seems like in general there's like good builds for pretty much any mastery. Plus minus. The good thing about last Epoch is that you have like, you know, very kind of like fine tuning on the difficulty in the monolith. Thanks to the corruption. So, you know, it doesn't really matter that much if like a certain build is like much stronger than another. Because happy water is not mandatory anymore. Yeah, the nerfs to water are huge. That's really good. I was also not really... I mean, I don't mind the ward mechanic, but it seemed like ward seemed so much better than whatever else I was doing with my life builds. And I was like, yeah, okay. I Omega try hard to get to 3.8k life. With the best gear imaginable. And then there's like, I don't know, some Pepegas that run around with the healing hands and the warlocks, and they just have like 40,000 ward all the time. I'm like, okay. Nice. Do you have any kind of void rest? You have 0 void rest. Every single build can do 300 corruption. Yeah, I mean, I was playing like stuff like, I don't know, Tempest Strike Beastmaster, which is like, if I had to guess, maybe like C tier build or so. Like, there's like the Tempest EQ Beastmaster, but I was not playing with the EQ, so I was just Tempest striking everything to death. Some super simple, straightforward build, just hold down the button basically, and nothing crazy. And that was also comfortably doing like 300 plus corruption already, and a lot of stuff has been buffed and rebalanced. It's gonna be easier to get like really good gear now as well. Like with the Nemesis system, you can now get, you know, LP items way easier. You can get potentially like higher value items in general because you can get sealed, exalted items. So that is pretty wild if that happens. So in general, I mean, like, you know, gear is gonna be better. Some stuff has been rebalanced. And I think 300 is a really good target for like a build to like be considered successful, I guess. Because 300 is gonna be like some kind of like new breakpoint now where after 300 like the difficulty ramp does not really, or rather the rewards ramp does not really correspond to the difficulty ramp anymore. So you have to go a lot higher in difficulty to get a little bit more. So 300 is kind of the point you want to reach. Decoy now, huh? I hope Nemesis isn't broken to LP again. Apparently it will be really broken. So, someone told me yesterday when I was going through the patch notes that the Nemesis mechanic gives you a guaranteed outcome. Either LP or a random legendary stat. And of course if you get the random legendary stat, which is probably like the more likely outcome, then you know, they're gonna do this once, and then the item is a legendary, and I guess you can't do anything again with it. So if you have like a really rare unique, you know, it's gonna just like swim in LP versions of that unique. But the fact that you can get one of these rare uniques that has like a really high legendary potential level, where it's like really hard to get even 1 LP or 2 LP on it, you can put it into the egg, and then who knows what the chances are, but you're gonna get at least something every single time. So that is kind of huge. I think that's Waterers. Do not want to change though. Is this thing considered a throwing attack? It is. Yo, one-handed sword. Humming bee. Yo. Yeah, we need to start collecting a dagger. Dagger for offhand later. Silver ring. Void res. Otherwise, kind of crappy though. Instead of 400 runs for 2 LP, that bricks immediately. Yeah, like the egg system is kind of cool because it just gives like all these like uniques a bit of a purpose, right? So it will make gearing easier, but it also gives like all these like 0 LP items any kind of purpose. I'm not sure if we can put items without any LP into the egg, or how that is gonna work. How many points are we on? 12. It does just say you have a chance to get something in Passionate, you have to ask that question. Okay. Yeah, someone said that yesterday, that you always get something. So that seems kind of surprising to me, but maybe it's true. I don't think there's anything about Galactica coming to console yet. But I think they said they want to make that at some point. Does anyone know any more details about this? Yo, we got a Ignite Birch Bow. Paid 400 hours and so many builds in all classes. Oh, that's really good though. I mean, 400 hours. It's a lot of hours. And at least you can like maybe play like, you know, one build or something. Pork bow, yes. Chance the poison on hit. I'll take that. We are supposed to go there. Okay. I'm not sure about the side quest. Wasn't it a side quest? I'm not sure if I didn't take it. Okay, I always go down here, man, every single time. In this bridge. I need to train myself to not do that. Rip, there's a single lich build and it's C tier. I remember there was like this laser lich thing that people were doing where they like transform to a lich form, and then I think it was like some unique item or something, like a relic, that shoots out lasers while you're in the Reaper form. Wonder if Pinkaball's going to die within the week. Yeah, I mean, unless they make it like mega hard, like, you know, 1000+ corruption hard. Yeah, he'll die like before people even hit like level 98 or so, I guess. Like, they made leveling much harder, so I think the plan for me is we go to level 95, roughly the first, I don't know, 20 hours, let's say, and then it's boss time. Maybe earlier, I don't know. I'm not sure how hard he is supposed to be. Apparently he's supposed to be the hardest boss in the game. But I mean, if you look at like Jura, which is like supposedly the hardest currently, like I went in with like my pseudo nerfed Falconer yesterday and I killed her in like, I don't know, 20 seconds, easy peasy. So I won't need a lot of damage. I think I mostly just need to survive and get good. So maybe we can even try the boss as soon as we get there, basically, once we have the 10 Harbingers completed. I think they would give a weaker release, if not dead, if they knew it will die in one day. I think it's like it's gonna die in one day, you know. In one day, you can get very far in this game. And then how hard can they make the boss, you know, to not be ridiculous? They can't make it that hard, so people actually have a chance to kill it. I didn't do the ledger, I think you have to do that. It was a test run. And then a few nicks, and said maybe with those you can face tank the boss, so I don't know. I mean, you don't necessarily have to face tank, right? Maybe there's like some certain really big abilities that you're supposed to dodge, like similar to Jura, right? You can face tank the explosion from Jura, but do you have to? No. You have like 8 seconds to press the button and get out of there, right? So this guy give XP again when he revives. Doesn't really seem so. Yeah. So apparently tier 4 dungeons are balanced around 250 corruption, I've heard. Which does feel kinda true. And this means how hard can this pinnacle boss be? I don't know. 300? I mean 300 seems to be like the general like corruption level that they're trying to push you towards anyway. Right? So if like the boss is designed for 300 corruption and the tier 4 dungeons are like 250, then the boss is not that crazy hard. As long as you have a good build. You don't care how good the lore and the graphics are, the game is not fun. It's kind of a funny thing to say, because neither the graphics nor the lore are really the big strength of this game. I think. These are other points. Have you tried Shield Bash? Nah, I'm not a Shield Bash enjoyer currently. Maybe Khan is doing that. Oh, I can do the Everrise actually. As soon as Ignite on hits. Cool. Minion health, physical damage. Physical damage helps us. I haven't crafted anything yet, maybe I should start prepping. Also have the Humming Bee. How good is that thing? The Humming Bee has movement speed on it. Melee attack speed, ward, 10 melee damage. Melee damage is kind of low. But we can be ourselves with that thing. Lightning, poisonous, crit, I'll take it. Bomb to smoke bomb. It's talking about D4. Ah, okay. Oh, D4 has been very fun this season. I've been going ham. A lot of the other people, like the retention was extremely good in D4. Like I've been blasting like even like 6-7 weeks into the season now, and you know still so many people are there every day. I've never seen such a season. Like not only 4, not only 3. Shield Bash has a small area. Yeah, I don't know much about Shield Bash. It has been mega buffed though. Played 300 hours this season, that's more than played T44. 300 hours just this season, that's a lot of hours. I think it's bleed on hit and extra damage. And the other thing also has physical damage. How much damage does this thing do? It says 300 DPS. I know what I'm going to play in the patch drops. It will be Falconer. I will race with the same build as last time, because it's still relatively decent despite the nerfs. And I know it well. Like, I'm not... You know, I'm not omni... What do you say? I've got that word actually. That's how little I know. Omniscient. That's the word. In last Epoch. As much as I would like to be, I am not good enough. Not enough time spent in this game. So I will be probably mostly focusing on the rogue in this game in general. And I like the Falconer, it's a very fun build. It's good for the race. It's suitable for hardcore, like Blade Dancer, racing. It may be even faster, but holy man. You have like no defense. So... Show time, ignite and hits, let's go. Some attack speeds. No, we're actually destroying stuff right now. Parallel 15. Seven, 8, 9, 10 bleed stacks, 1 poison, some ignite. Kinda cool. 4 ignite stacks. I got a Falcon soon. And you're quickly becoming your favorite build in E4. Yeah, I mean, Anti-Rogue was a pretty big thing, and it's gonna remain a pretty big thing. Anti-Rogue is one of the best builds in the game currently, with no signs of getting a nerf. In fact, like, it's getting buffed. So yeah, Anti-Rogue is here to stay for now. At least for Season 5. It is an Uber unique after all. It does produce a very powerful build. I think that kind of makes sense. For my taste, maybe a bit too powerful when it comes to top-end builds in general, but okay. How much XP do these guys give you? And these Void Forged armors, they're like very tanky. I think they're buffing these a bit, right? XP-wise or so, I think there was something about it in the patch notes. New LE podcast. Yeah, we're starting in half an hour actually. So I'm gonna level, probably through Act 2, and then gonna prep. We're almost at the end of Act 2 now. Did it fix optimization LE? I'm sure they have done a lot. Yeah, this is the end of Act 2, right? 20 minutes in, should be. Elder Panion. He's tanky though. How many acts are there? There's 10 acts. 9? No, I think it's 9. 9, and I want to make 3 more at some point. I wonder if I can shift through the fire beam. Just trying it. Oh, actually, not too bad. Oh. If it will be a lot better. Can see multiple GA items. They're called GA now. Okay.
What a shame.
Got our falcon.
But what's done is done.
So what's our skill tree looking like? So they want me to go all in on the Bleeding Fury stuff. Blood first, Bleed chance, and then the maximum Bleeding Fury. And no Frenzy. I kinda like the Frenzy though for the extra attack speed.
You see malicious? He might be kind enough to stay safe.
We can take the 1 point there already for the equip offhand, because we're gonna do that soon. Physical damage. And this requires level 15, I can't wear it yet. Choose Mastery. So that was chapter 2. Yo, Aaron. Can you cut back on the elitism in YouTube chat a little bit? That would be cool. You know, the Maxwell guys make loot filters for people for a reason, because people like having loot filters without spending like hours making them themselves. Why should everyone make their own loot filter when you can just share them? Frostmere, thanks so much for the prime, by the way. Appreciate that. You can play offline. Yeah, the servers might be down already because they are patching. The servers will be down for 24 hours. You can play offline though, that's what I'm doing. Okay, Falcon, here we go. Let's see the damage from this guy. Do we actually... I think we changed our specialization now. At level 20 we can get the next skill specialized. Would we change to it now already and specialize into the Falcon, I wonder? Now they want me to go Cinder Strike. I could try Cinder Strike and see how that feels. Ah, it has an explosion. Didn't know. Now you start picking up some daggers and swords and stuff. I think I have my old loot filter actually for the Blade Dancer leveling for the campaign, no? Thought I have that. I can probably change to that. Dude, I'm getting like mega stuck here. I think the puncture stuff is good for now. Kind of like it. Don't know what to start this cycle. Ah, a lot of stuff has been buffed. Lots of cool new uniques as well. I want to try something with Lethal Mirage. That seems kind of exciting. Didn't try the Falcon Fest. But they did buff the, I think it's Sinner Strike, right? I think there were quite some heavy buffs for Sinner Strike. So it could be fun. Seems like a very funny item, for sure. I got this. New cycles in 24 hours. This is Lexic. Lots of points here. Love. Yo. Seven Beaver's Will. More melee damage to high health enemies, more spell damage to low health enemies. Attack and cast speed and 5 to all attributes. Interesting. Then can we ride them at 15, which is now. Let's see what they give us. Maybe I'm gonna try to do like a full bow falconer playthrough. Last time we started with bow, went to basically blade dancer setup and then back. Armor blades is like 16. Okay, where's my filter? 1.0, Beastmaster, blade dancer, fist crit. Shadow Cascade. Hide all set, show all uniques. Shadow Daggers campaign. So we have this. I'm gonna try to go with this filter. And get some of those. Only best to focus Falcon over Ballista until you finish campaign. I'm not really sure how the scaling works exactly for these two different builds. Like, you have to know that the Ballista stuff, at least the maximum guides of them, they are like full glass cannons. So, if you like that, that's good. They are pretty good, but yeah, you can also die very easily, so I'm definitely not gonna touch that in hardcore. So I actually have not played the Ballista stuff. But it should be really strong, so I have it in S tier. We are 20. So I guess now I start putting in the Falcon Archery. Recovery speed, health regen, poison, health. Kind of nice belt. This Falcon is doing so much damage. Kind of wild. They are nerfing it a bit though, tomorrow. He has a dagger already and a sword. They can do Umbral Blade stuff if you want. Kind of fun to play last Epoch again now. Kind of getting in the mood. Four star is gonna be awful. Good luck. And yeah, buffing Sentinel in general a lot. So that's probably a lot of stuff you can do. Clearing the ruins, we don't want to do that. Want to do the other city and the docks. And imagine we had a WSU movement here. That would be cool. And I think dogs is usually where I swap. So I think we aspect this. We go Umbral. Take the stack of Shadow Dagger. So this will help us. And we do this and this. Let's see. So we're gonna go into the best ranged bow build. Nah, Falconer in general has a bunch of really good builds that actually do use bows, so yeah, I guess. There is also some stuff of Marksman. I wonder if they're ever gonna allow us filtering for affix shards. That's not part of the patch actually, right? Movement speed, health regen per second. Kinda cool boots there. What else do I have? More movement speed. I'll take it. I guess I could actually shatter these when you get shatter runes. I have 2000 gold, I can actually buy one shatter. Did I talk to this guy? Oh, no. Centipede. Okay. Hey, meow. Nice to see you. Need a vacation, what happened? Wait. We cannot go there? New cycles tomorrow, not yet. We have 0 Roy dress. I remember like in the past when I was doing these hardcore runs, I felt not really confident doing like Act 2 and Act 3 with 0 Void dress. But so far it's actually looking kinda okay. I have to go to the other city though. Almost getting the next level up there. Kapow, kapow. Quiver. Arrow guard, huh? Okay then. You want this? 4 melee damage. It has 13 base and then 4 more. Honestly, I think so. This doesn't even work, right? It's like a throwing hit. It's not even a melee hit. This humming bee thing is like mostly a melee thing. Ward gained or melee hits. Melee attack speed, like all the stuff doesn't actually work for us. Let's get the yellow. Do we have shatters? We have 2. 2 movement speed shards, let's go. Huge. It's a 2-handed sword, this is not really what we want. Oops. I'm just tired, do anyone want to take a vacation near the PoE start? After the project is done, good luck. Okay, blade spin in place, let's do that one. I'll be back. Okay. Well, I do not want these points here anymore, right? think this is actually kind of wasted. The mana health gain points. 5. We're going fast now. Let's do the haste buff. Yeah, one shot and these things are down. Very good. I guess we go back now, right? Blade Dance or Falconer for season leveling and endgame. I think Falconer is like generally slightly stronger. But there might be some cool stuff with Lethal Mirage. There's like new unique for it that I really want to try. It seems very nice. Yo, melee fire damage. Okay, let's do this one. I'm gonna lock the end of the free season, all your stuff carries over, everyone gets another 35,000 main star. That's not exactly how it goes, but I guess a little bit. Fire damage, chance to find potions. Oh, I remember last time we had this weird bug here where my blades were like flying too far. It seems like they fixed it. Or maybe it was only an online play. Was it an online only bug? I remember like my blades here, the armor blades were like flying too far. I need to ask Tarek actually to fix that. Because they were just flying twice as far as they should for some reason. And like off screen. I hope that it's fixed. You want upheaval, earthquake build to be good. I actually played something like that. I know there's a Tempest Strike earthquake guide on max roll. That is apparently kind of okay. Okay, why do you want me to go up there? What is this? Abandoned tunnel. It tells me I have a quest there for some reason, but I don't. So that's weird. Ancient Hunt, I guess. Why are all these buttons here broken, by the way? How's the quest like? How do I open a quest like? High quests. I have no idea what button I have to press. Ladder. Dude, what the fuck? What is the button for the quest log, man? I can't see the quests. Ugh. Gonna go in there. I'm not sure if I should go into the ancient forest. I don't think so, actually. I don't think I'm supposed to go into this ancient era. Oops. Right click on a side quest. Okay, let me see. A perfect picture. How do I right click? I can't. Hit shift when you're on the map. Ah, shift, this is what I was looking for, yes. So first of all, ruins. Shadow Valley, where does it tell me? Find signs of the lesser refuge. So I guess it wants to go abandoned tunnel and there, right? We get 2 panzer points. But they usually skip this, I believe. Lost refuge. It's just XP gold. Didn't do all the void horrors. Yeah, we're not supposed to be here, I believe. Oh my god. Yeah. Do you guys have the same bug here with like these white buttons? Look at this, when I open the map, You can see this right on the bottom right here. Weird. Okay, let's go to the next waypoint and then we're gonna pause, I guess. Because we're gonna do the podcast, guys. I had that yesterday. Yeah, it was for me as well yesterday already. I'm not sure like, if that was like a bug they introduced recently or something like that. Can we get this? I think we can do throw at the target location. Very nice. And then we can do the explosion. I think I want to do this too. There is not a PTR. This is in live patch 1.0. Alright, we're gonna log out here for now, I guess. I got a Weaver affix. Res and res. Not bad. Very nice. We're probably gonna keep using these gloves for a while. Unfortunately, they have like no real okay, they have 5 to all attributes. That's kind of nice to have, to be honest, at this stage. I mean, water retention, whatever. Mana, improves the skills, okay. But yeah, 5 decks. Strength gives armor. Vitality is also 2% res each point. We have to waypoint, so let's log out. Okay. Let's close the stuff. Alright, any questions that you guys have for the podcast, guys? So I'm open to take questions here. Okay, I need to make the names for the podcast background as well. Just depending on where they are. So we can have Lizard, Bina, and Tarek. Set us up here. Podcast notes. I mean, new patch. Actually, wait a minute. I have the... we have this, yeah. Big stuff from the patch notes. Let's just take this. We can start from there. You know what Nemesis? Okay. Harmages and Forgotten Nice. Nude filters. More all friendly. We can actually make kind of like a topic list out of this. This is like what I got from the patch notes, basically. So whatever they can tell us about it will be interesting to talk about. I guess we can talk about class discussion, meta discussion, and so on as well. Class, balance, meta, corruption levels, maybe? Expectations. 300 plus. So there's like this kind of breakpoint at 300 corruption now, for example. Aberroth, of course. We're gonna talk about. Lizard Raiders, yo, hello. My live bit also crashed for some reason. Let's give him a shout out. Insanity, what's going on? Hope you had a good stream. We are hosting a podcast in like 2 minutes from now, including Lizard, Bina, and Tarek. And I'm kind of like going through some notes here that we can talk about. So it's gonna be me mostly asking the pros, what's up? Water, yeah, perfect, okay. So there's one of our guys here. Team lead on Max Roll last Epoch, by the way. Dessert. Yeah, for those that don't know me from Lizard Stream, welcome. I usually blast a lot of D4, but also other stuff like Last Epoch now. Played a lot in 1.0. Try to go for it first and these kind of things. We're gonna race tomorrow again. Probably against Lizard. I hope he's going hardcore. Just finished watching Maxwell podcast. Well, here comes round 2. Yeah, they also had a podcast, so I guess there might be a bit of repetition. I'm not very sure. I didn't watch that one. Alright, let me see. Where's our scene here? Okay, I'll make a new group chat so we don't spam the rest. Let's do that. Sabina, Tarek. Okay. Just setting it up, guys. Let's hope that my OBS recognizes everything properly. So if I remove this. Aha. Seems good. Yeah, I might have to move around some of the cams, but that's about it, basically.
Right. Hello, hello.
Hello, how's it going?
Doing fine, doing fine. Maybe I have to disable my camera on my stream.
Have you ever done this? Like cam and on a stream and on Discord at the same time?
No.
Okay, which program are you streaming with?
Streamlab.
Okay, Streamline OBS, I guess. There is like some setting you have to enable. I can try to find the instructions if you want. I actually forgot to ask you guys beforehand.
It's fine.
Hello! Yeah, the thing is that maybe hello. That Discord might not be able to recognize your cam. There's Lizard. I see him. Hello.
Yeah,
okay,
there's a specific setting or something?
Okay, yeah, it depends. Like, are you streaming OBS or Streamlabs OBS?
Streamlabs.
Okay, so you both have the same. Alright. Yeah, because I use normal OBS, it's relatively easy there, but I know that there are some instructions you have to follow for Streamlabs OBS. Let me try to find that.
I need to...
Okay, yeah, I kind of forgot to tell you guys about this beforehand. Sorry. It will probably just take like a minute or two, and then you could probably set it up. Where's the chat here?
Holy fuck, my house is a mess. 1 second.
Right.
Okay, 1 second. I think I'll find it.
Open Streamlab. What to live stream on Discord? No.
Will this work?
Lizard, are you using Streamlabs OBS or normal OBS?
Yes.
Okay, maybe you can tell the guys, because if you have done it, then maybe you can explain to them how it works.
What?
You shut down your stream, right? So you're not live at the same time, so I guess...
No, I shut down my stream because I am a respectful guest.
You don't have to shut down your stream if you don't want to, that's fine, as long as you fix the camera.
It's fine, it's fine. What is the problem? That their cameras don't show on...
Yeah.
Ah, I see. Okay.
Yeah, I'm asking Chronix right now, he knows this. He can tell me and I can forward it. Alright, anyway. A bit of a bumpy start, but it's fine. How have you guys been doing with the preparations for the patch and stuff? I guess you have been like in full blast mode.
let's just say I have slept 20 hours in the last week. So
In the last week. Okay.
yes,
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Alright.
and I would do it again. So insane.
Yeah, this guy's been blasting.
No, it's just that with CT and with like just like the game it's a patch that even for people like us, right? It didn't look like much, but it changes the game a lot. And when you have a lot of guides to update, that means a lot of work. So
Yeah, of course. I
can
mean,
see
you have
myself.
a lot of guides on the page already, right? So this is just like a lot of stuff going on there.
We did some pretty crazy ass testing too, and we archived quite a bit just because we'll talk about it on the podcast, but
Okay.
the game is changing. Yeah. I will save the info.
Okay.
Do you think you can make my camera bigger so it looks less like I'm in a
Yeah, I can
how to say
cut
it?
it a little bit. Give me a second. I'm just like
A prison,
I mean, where are you?
Can
if
you cut
not
my laundry off?
your laundry? Okay, let me check. I'm gonna adjust this a little bit.
You stay in prison. No.
Okay,
At least
so
start in asylum, yeah.
I can make this a bit larger like that. You like that better? Okay.
Oh yes, thank you very much.
Camera.
It's my mom might watch this, right? And I don't want to disappoint her.
Okay. Alright, so I think I cut everything together here, so as long as we get the cams online for Tarek and Bina, we're gonna be good. Alright.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
1 second, so I think Chronix has sent me some instructions. Let me check this.
Is it with the virtual camera? Or
Yeah, you
something
might
like
have
that?
to enable virtual camera on your streamer's OBS, and then basically for Discord, you have to set up your camera to be a virtual camera. This is like in Discord settings. If you go into Discord settings, this is the way that you find it. This is also how I do it. I have my cam on my stream, and then my OBS has a virtual camera, and that gets sent to Discord, basically. Proud moment here. Lizard in Asylum.
Yeah, it's been bad. All I'm gonna say is I was streaming right now, and my girlfriend came on stream, and I thought she was bringing me food, but she was bringing me deodorant. So
Well, it's something
That's-
for a marathon.
it's actually true. So not sponsored, but
Okay, I
don't know.
sent you a
Okay,
image here. You can
virtual
check it out.
camera.
So that's what Chronix just sent me. If you can check that out real quick. And then I
It no longer works.
Okay.
you guys also had another Maxwell podcast, right?
We had our own podcast. We're taking over the world of media.
Ah, okay. So who was there on that podcast?
We had I was kind of like the host, kind of. And then we had Terek. We had Volca
Vision.
and Vision. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it was kind of like reacting to patch notes. Insane, It was fun.
Were you going through the patch notes together or something, or what?
Yeah, kind of like highlighting what people liked and what to expect. Kind of like acting shocked, basically. But very good acting skills, and yeah, it was good.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I sent it what Chronix sent me about the virtual camera. Can you guys check it out?
Yeah.
Okay, so basically we have like when was our podcast Lizard with the Maxwell podcast?
We did it last Friday, so right after patch notes, pretty much, and it was uploaded on Saturday.
All right.
And basically, the Maxwell is doing a pretty big push on their YouTube, so they asked us to, create content. So we did.
Yeah, I know.
And it was pretty scuffed compared to of real podcasts, but we did what we could,
Okay. Yeah, sounds nice though. So, I see Bina. Hello.
Bina!
A new face has appeared. You
Hey.
figured it out. Nice. Okay. Now I just need Tarek. and then-
Oh, he's too fast. How did he do
I
it?
didn't figure it out. I just closed my stream because it's not gonna work.
Okay.
Okay,
yeah.
okay. Yeah, I cheated.
It's fine. You can
Figured
turn
out
it on again
some other
later,
time, I
Vina, if
guess.
you want. I can host you later. I mean, okay, I'll
Take
go
the
a bit
host.
later. I'm not sure how long you're gonna be live or so.
Bina was gonna stream, I think, after now. So
Yeah, I'll stream. I'll stream later. I need to practice.
Yeah, that's
hoping
how
to
I
start
feel as
hardcore,
well. I need to practice, but it's like, man, I have so much stuff as well going on. We also had like
I'm coming
the
back.
Diablo 3 updates, for example. And yeah, it was kind of a struggle, so I kind of got that done now.
Oh.
Okay, let me turn off this stuff here as well. The chat overlay. Alright.
what is happening with Tarek?
Are you guys gonna race as well? Like hardcore?
I'm
Any
playing. I mean, I'm playing hardcore and race. Well, basically, this is the plan, right? I play hardcore. If everyone dies and I happen to win, I say I was racing. And if I don't win, I say I was never. I never tried. I'm just naturally fast and I'm too
yeah.
tired to race. Max roll.
Easy, yeah.
So if I win, I'm racing. If I lose, I'm not. Pretty much.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll be racing as well. Hoping to start hardcore and stay alive, but I know how I play. I usually die like maybe 10 times during the campaign. So hopefully this time it doesn't happen. And I just like to go fast, right? And I usually just like, always limit testing. So
Yeah.
but
Yeah, it's like really the one thing you can't do that much on hardcore. It's like really like not
Yeah.
that experienced with the game to like, know everything. Then limit testing is kind of rough, yeah. Especially on new patch, new bosses. Like, oh man, I'm kind of scared.
yeah, there's a bunch of new bosses, right? There's gonna be like and there's a bunch of new enemies that like most like you haven't encountered. So like you're basically fighting against the unknown, and you might get caught
I mean,
by like
the good thing is that, you kind of see them all at like low corruption first, and you can kind of like, see them, see what they do, look at the mechanics, take it a bit slower, for example, right? And you can see, okay, this does that. So it's not too bad.
yeah.
Okay,
So hopefully,
Tarek,
finish
can
the
you
boss,
1 second. Tarek, can you give us an update? Any progress? We have 2 releases right now.
What you're going dive bomb? Yeah.
What?
You're gonna go dive bomb with it?
Yeah, my plan is to go dive bomb. Like basically similar to what I did last time. I'm very familiar with the build. And I just didn't really have time to like jump in now and do like many test runs and so on. I did that a bit before 1.0. I was actually fairly confident with my campaign run and my early monoliths and so on. And now, okay, I know Falconer. I'm gonna play it again. I've tried a bit on live server. I took out like 10 skill points on dive bomb. I took out 10 points on falconry to like imitate a little bit the nerfs. And it seemed fine, even on 500 corruption plus. And I was like, okay, I'm just gonna go roll with that. So.
Yeah, that's what people need to understand, right? Like if you lose half of a billion, you still have half a billion, right? So it's
Yeah, Falconer looks fine. So I just, since I know it so well, I'm gonna go with it for the race, and then afterwards I'm gonna do some other stuff. So.
Wait, why is Tarek looking so pretty? Like what?
Oh, what?
Look at this guy.
Are you jealous?
Holy.
Code in 4K.
You guys can see him yet.
Chat says Tag looks washed up. Unlucky. Yeah. When it comes to LE, I am actually washed up. No, it's because on my stream right now, my OBS puts me twice right now on the screen. I'm in your spot right now, Tarek. So
yeah, I gave up on the virtual cam.
Do we have you now? Oh, we have you on the. Okay, we have the cam. Wait a minute. Okay, let me check that on. Let me fix this. I didn't realize that you have your cam on now. All right.
I realized. Look at that price. Holy. You can tell he's French by how stylish he is. Holy.
Where is he?
What do you mean?
Where is he? I need to find him. Here. Okay.
It's just a jacket,
All right. Let's do this. Is it cold where you are, Tarek?
Yeah, I'm in the basement, so yeah.
Okay, perfect for LE blasting, I guess.
Exactly.
Hello, basement enjoyer. Let's go.
Basement enjoyer, exactly.
Okay, I'm just gonna cut this together a little bit. So that should be fine. Okay, we got Tarek on the screen. Easy. Alright.
Insane.
Alright, so I think I've done the cam setups. Did you also shut down the stream now, or did you turn on the cam on OBS and you're streaming?
No, I'm not streaming anymore.
Okay,
I
yeah,
shut
so...
down the stream.
Yeah, sorry guys, I've been... Yeah, I forgot about this to like give you the instructions beforehand, so that's my mistake, I guess. But I'll make sure
Okay.
to...
All on you.
Yeah.
All on you.
I'll make sure to make up for it, you know, I'm gonna rate everyone when the time comes.
Some of us were ready. Some of us were ready. You know, so
Yeah. I mean, I guess Lizard has done a bit more podcasts than the others, I imagine.
it is. What, it is what it is. What it is. You know.
Alright, in that
Yeah,
case,
I don't know.
We're here.
I'm shutting down my music here, let's do that, and let's do the official start of the podcast. So, everything's set up, guys. Let's do a little sound check before we start, actually. So, Lizard, can you speak a little bit?
This is me normal. This is when I talk about things I hate.
Okay, this is Tarek. Guys, tell me in chat.
Okay. Test 1 2 1 2. Test.
Okay, Tarek seems a little bit louder than Lizard for sure. I'm not sure who's too loud or too low. Okay, Bina?
300 movement speed, or it's not viable.
True.
Okay.
Alright, I think that's gonna like up Lizard a little bit. That should probably be fine, right? How's that? So, I think that should be good. Okay, how do I turn this off again? Oops. Okay. Everything is in place. Bina, kick W. Lizard, Bina louder. Okay, Bina a little bit as well. Let's do that.
Need to be louder.
I'm doing it, it's fine. I'm just doing it on my end.
Yeah, just shout, Bina.
Maybe do Tarek a little bit lower. Alright, I think that should be good now. Alright, I think we are good to go. So in that case, welcome to the podcast, everyone. We have a last Epoch podcast with some of our Maxwell blasters, the biggest badasses out there, Lizard, Bina, and Tarek. They are more on the Maxwell team, but unfortunately only limited spots here on the podcast to make it digestible. There's a lot of stuff to talk about. We had huge patch notes on Friday. There's a lot of new stuff coming, a lot of new content, quality of life, and so on. The cycle is starting basically in 24 hours from now. So what better time than now to talk about the patch and see what the pros think about it. I take it that everyone here has actually like seen the patch and played the beta and so on, as far as I am aware. But you cannot really share like any aid info, I understand, but I'm gonna try to, you know, get some info as much as you can. So that's kind of the idea here. Personally, I've not been playing too much on Epoch in the last months. I blasted a lot on 1.0 on the launch for the first like month or so. So I know the game. I'll be hosting this and kind of like asking mostly questions and discussing a little bit from like my perspective, mostly coming from Diablo, I guess. And let's hope that we can make like a really good overview for all people interested in the new cycle. So our participants here, Lizard, Tarek, and Bina. If you guys want to like introduce yourself in that order, real quick with like 2-3 sentences, then we can start.
Hello, I'm Lizard. I am the Maxwell team lead, and I've been playing Last Epoch for a long time.
Okay. Hello, I'm Tarek. I'm doing like all the leveling guides on Maxwell, and I've been like doing speedrun, like mostly on Last Epoch. So yeah.
And I am Bina, and I play Last Epoch as well. I enjoy movement speed builds and builds that deal a lot of damage and are quite squishy.
So I guess Bina is writing the Ballista Falconer guides, if I get it right, huh?
Yeah. So I have those like ZHP variants, like full DPS and like minus 200% physical res, basically.
Okay, sounds great, yeah. So that's kind of the stuff they got here. There's a lot of builds on Maxwell that the guys are handling, including some of the other Maxwell team members. And yeah, I've been doing a really good job there. I've already been checking out some of them. But okay, let's start with the patch. So patch 1.1 is coming, the new cycle. The big new feature are the Harbingers. So I guess we should start with that. The Harbingers, the new boss ladder. For those that are unaware of what this actually is, basically there's like 10 new mini bosses and a really big pinnacle boss that comes at the end of that. That is like part of this whole monolith system that is basically in the game already. So what can we expect there? Maybe if you guys have anything to share about it, like I have not really been following like, you know, all of the blog posts And I just know that, you know, these bosses have like each of their own drops, and they have like this system, and you can like unlock the higher bosses. Maybe we can talk about that a little bit. What do you think about it?
Yeah, so you'll fight those bosses, the harbingers, in each timeline, and they will steal abilities from those specific timeline bosses, and you have to fight them all, the 10 of them, to get access to the pinnacle boss afterwards. So they're basically the all sorts of mini bosses that enable you to reach the pinnacle boss and get a shot at it. And then once you kill all 10 of them, then you have 10 tries to kill the pinnacle boss, like on your first unlock. Basically, if you don't succeed in those 10 tries, you'll have to go back in whatever timeline you want to farm to be able to get more of those attempts again. So they're gonna drop a certain item which will enable you to like try the pinnacle boss.
I guess on hardcore you have one try, but
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna stack them, as a trophy, and because I'm never gonna die, of course. So, but yeah, it's a softcore mechanic, what can I say?
Okay.
There's also one more thing about it is that now there is like a requirement to unlock Empower Monolith, like the difficulty where you can scale to infinity in the end game, and now you have to fight like your first Harbinger to unlock Empower. It's kind of like a build check of some sort.
Okay, this is going to be part of the normal monoliths. I think it's in the last level 90 timeline, right?
Yeah.
If I get that right?
Mhm.
You have to do one Harbinger. All right. So this actually
Um,
opens up another question. Also, something that I see in chat is like, do they actually scale with corruption? I think everything does, right? Like Orbis scales, the bosses scale.
As far as we know, everything that is part of the monolith scales, but the things that are outside of the monolith and have their own like arena and they're not part of the web, they don't scale with corruption.
Yeah, like dungeons, for example, right? So there's not like a fixed difficulty dungeon, for
or
example.
arena or whatever.
Yeah.
So I would assume, this is just allegedly, right, that if the Harbinger guys spawn on the boss arenas after defeating the boss, you can expect them to be treated as the boss you killed.
That makes the most
before.
sense, I guess. That is like the only thing that really makes sense, in my opinion, at least. So
Yeah.
The question is, though, Abaroth, though. Like, Abaroth is also like part of that system, but I guess will have its own arena. So that
I
is
think
like...
they said he's static, no? I'm pretty sure. We have not done the boss, actually.
Yeah, I heard that no one has tested it, right?
Well, there's people who have tested it, and as far as I know, they're contractually asked not to engage with it until someone kills it. So,
Okay.
so it's gonna be an actual first blind kill, as far as I know, which is, I think, amazing from part of the devs. Honestly, I think it makes it super. Like I don't know. You probably have the same thing on D4 that you play CT or whatever. You test so much that by the time the patch comes, there's nothing to get the chills, right? The thrill, that gaming moment, especially in hardcore. And I don't know. I personally, I played this game so much that I haven't really faced anything new for years, right? Because I always pre-tested things and blah blah. So I'm kind of like, a little boy in Christmas. So I can't wait to die. Basically, it's gonna be great. Like,
I guess there's gonna be people in hardcore that don't reach the boss, and then it's like, should I go in? Like, you have no clue what to expect, no clue about the abilities and everything, right? And you don't know how hard it will hit. So that's gonna be kind of wild. I'm actually kind of scared of it myself. And like, okay, should I like imagine just a scenario, right? I'm racing, and then let's say I happen to be like the first or second or so to unlock it, or something like that. And like, it's a question, like, do I want to go in and risk it? I could get the word first or not. And, like, I have no idea what to expect, right? They give you 10 attempts for the softcore people, but on hardcore, you don't have those 10 attempts. You go in, you die, and that's it.
I feel like if you get there first, you have to go, right? I mean, you can get first, you might not get world first kill, but you might get world first death, right? So,
I guess.
You get into the clips.
The clips, nice.
Go viral in TikTok and boom.
Yeah, maybe. I guess we'll see. Yeah, but I kind of want to also, like, for example, myself want to level to like 100. Get on the ladder and these kind of things. So I guess the boss kill will probably happen before the first 100, if I had to guess.
Oh, yeah.
Because from my experience, I guess by like level 95 or so, like the XP slows down so much and your gear is probably in a good spot where I imagine that's probably the time to go try it no matter what, at least for the race.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I've done like an average of runs. Like what I call runs is like killing the timeline boss plus the shade. You have to do it like around like 20 times minimum to unlock the Uber boss once you reach empowered.
all right.
So it's gonna be like pretty fast, like because now like you have the this new system where when you kill, I think it's an Aubinger, you drop like a needle, and that needle gives you like case of Orbis that gives you even more corruption. So basically, like the corruption acquisition is gonna be like so much faster.
Yeah. Yeah, there's the
Yeah, it's
glyph,
gonna be
right?
much- Yeah, it's gonna be much faster than in 1.0 to scale up your corruption, and then if you get one timeline pretty high, then you can use a catch-up mechanic to bring other timelines up in corruption as well, right?
This is gonna be so interesting in corruption in hardcore, sorry, because in reality, in last epoch, basically, since the players are so powerful and builds are so powerful, and last patch it was even worse because all the bugs and the infinite everything and blah blah. Well, now you're gonna go fast, but going fast also means being weak. And I feel like right now in last epoch, you never really had the chance to get weak, to face content while being weak, because progression and power creep and item drops are so crazy that by the time you're at corruption 400 time wise, you can do 1k, and that's why people quit, right? People are like, I'm at 400, my guy has full tier 7s, what am I doing, right? What am I right?
Yeah,
and
I
feel like
I noticed the
now-
same thing. The corruption grind was very slow compared to the power that he gained, at least on good builds.
Mhm,
So,
yeah, exactly. So what does it? Why would I grind for? If I'm already, it sucks, right? When you never have to backtrack for a second and be, oh, maybe I'm not ready for this.
mhm.
And for example, the original games, right, Diablo 2 and stuff, had that, right, where you go, oh, I'm not ready for Nightmare, or I'm not ready for Hell, because right, and that made you think, that made you gear. And I feel like in modern ARPGs, people are so like fast that it kind of like, you kind of wonder why you're playing. And I really hope like they go hard on the difficulty of the boss, where you actually have a goal of like, okay, I'm gonna push corruption, I'm gonna do all of these things, because if I don't, I'm gonna get slapped, right?
Yeah,
And
that's actually.
yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Okay, that's like an interesting discussion in chat as well. Like people saying you will just watch the softcore Andes do the boss first before you do it on hardcore. But the question is, do we actually expect anyone to get there before the hardcore guys, like on softcore?
I think it depends, right? Because the reality is, it's not last epoch is not rocket science. It's not like it's not WoW, raid leading, pathing to infinity to unlock the boss first. I'm pretty much, you just go monolith. If you're in a party and you can split and you can like get, you can probably funnel the all the needles into one guy. I guess, because they're items technically, right? So everyone is dropping them. They're funneling to the host. I mean, if the softcore guys want to do that, it's just a different game.
Yeah, for
right?
group play, I can imagine they're probably gonna get there fast.
Oh, and of course,
yeah.
if you, to be honest, if you're not group playing, why not just start hardcore? Because in last epoch, you just go softcore. You always have that one try. So it's not like in other games where your character just gets deleted. So I think if you are hesitant of trying hardcore in games in general, why not just have the experience? And if you die, well, you keep playing softcore. Like you literally lost nothing.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
You
The
still
thrill
keep your
is
character
worth
on
it.
like cycle. It doesn't go like PoE does in like the regular realm. You still keep on cycle, but softcore instead.
Yeah, so Epoch will be accessible to groups, right? Even for the first kill. Is that correct?
Yeah, which I think
Yeah.
it's a mistake, but well.
Yeah, I also agree. There should probably be like an account found or a solo found only, like for the first kill. But I guess
Is
if
it
they make it
different?
available to groups, then softcore will definitely do it first, and we will have a chance to see it, even as the hardcore people. But usually, like
I'm
my
not
experience,
watching. I'm not watching, bro.
you're gonna go in full blind, even if it's done already.
Hell no.
Probably gonna get killed in the
Oh,
first
man.
day, actually, the first 24 hours probably.
Yeah.
Especially for groups, since you can split between all these timelines and you can just like Lizard said, just funnel everything into one person.
Yeah, even
And
solo,
not
I could
only
imagine
that-
you can get there as long as you have the gear and a strong enough character. I guess you will be able to do it in the first 24 hours. That's my expectation.
Yeah, that's my expectation as well,
Ah.
especially in groups, because groups you actually have like much higher damage compared to the person per group. Like the scaling of the group is not like that hard, whereas compared to the power that you gain by being a group, like
Yeah.
Not only
crazy.
that, but I think obviously the game is not balanced for group play, and I don't think it should be. Like if you want to play an RPG in a party, you will, right? It's not, and this like racing as a group for a boss. It's like it's not an MMO, bro. Like I don't think anyone cares, right? About personally. Like I watch guys standing still, getting healed. It's like, all right, cool. Like next, which again, it's impressive to see them optimize it, and that part is cool, the theory crafting of it. But the actual execution, I rather just go watch some guy going in with melee, and getting smacked.
I think Condas is also gonna play hardcore. He's gonna like do like some two-handed bonk build or something, just
Hell yeah.
That's gonna be fun, yeah. Yeah, but yeah, I guess it would be cool if it was like a solo unlock first, but I can understand that they made it like unlockable by groups as well. Just okay, this is how it is, and maybe softcore groups will be first. From my experience, at least on the solo side of things, it's usually hardcore that is first over softcore.
Or they could literally just make it so you can only enter the arena as one, make it.
Yeah,
like,
even so, right, to get there earlier, you have like funneled gear and so on, right? So there's that.
Yeah.
You need hands though.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, like in
You're
your
saying that
experience. Sorry.
So you're saying that usually hardcore races are like hardcore players unlock things faster than softcore?
Well, that's
'Cause it
just like
seems to me
my
like
experience,
hardcore-
yes. Like in PoE, in D4, in D3, like it's usually
I don't-
hardcore that always wins, yes.
But
Like
I don't
solo.
think it's I don't think it's hardcore that wins. I just think because the prestige only matters in hardcore, hardcore attracts good players.
Yeah,
If
this
those
is
players
why.
play
Yeah, it's not
softcore-
like, of course, you have to
Yeah.
handicap, but usually, like a lot of the racers and like the tryharders, like especially the solo players, they tend to go in a hardcore exactly for that reason, for the prestige, for the world first, and it's just
Again,
how it happens that world first is usually done on hardcore and not on softcore, at least for solo players.
Again, if you're skilled and you kind of like use why do people join races? Either it's because there's a prize, or it's because it's like they want to show they have something to prove. They just want to feel self-achievement, ego, whatever it is, right? And if you want to fulfill that, well, you're gonna go into the, you want to try to go to the Premier League. You're not gonna go to the league of your town, right? You try to do the good thing. So it's normal, right?
Yes.
Who cares about world first softcore of a guy who's dashing has died 25 times on rogue, ching 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 ching, and then he goes in and dies, goes again, and just stunlock the boss. Who cares?
Sounds like watching a Tarek speedrun.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Okay, guys. Hey, I'm going melee hardcore this time, okay? I'm down.
Melee.
Hey.
Ooh.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, what builds are you guys gonna play, by the way?
I'm going Warlock because it's bad, apparently, according to Reddit. So I'm going Warlock.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'll be starting Glacier Sorcerer, mana stacking, basically. As soon as you get wrong warp, you can really blast, and yeah, super fast, super strong, quite tanky. I feel like it's gonna be forgiving on like mistakes that you can make,
Especially with gear, I scale like really well that build now.
Okay, and Tarek?
What are you
Sure.
starting, Derek?
You said melee something?
Yeah, I'm gonna do a shield rush, force guard.
Oh, Forge God.
Giga chat build. Holy.
Actually, you lose health when you use the ability, so it's like kamikaze a bit.
Sounds
I was
perfect for
so
hardcore.
tempted to start Shield Rush, but there was unexpected change at the last time.
All right, let's talk about another new system, I guess. So we talked about the Harbingers now. What about the Nemesis? So this is like the kind of like the newly introduced league mechanic, right? As far as I understood that. So the way that this works is that you find these Nemesis, like elites, or like there's like something you can interact with, and then you can spawn an elite out of that, and you can upgrade items if you fight a harder version of it. Maybe you can give us like a bit of a rundown there, and like what are the expectations?
You wanted to go for it, Bina, or?
Yeah, well, it's going to be absolutely insane because now you get access to the. So they're going to be a bit like exiled mages where you encounter inside of echoes, right? So like kind of like random encounters, and then they will give you access to unique items, exalted items, also like sealed tier 6 or 7 exalteds as well, and a special item that can appear there is going to be the Egg of the Forgotten, and that egg you can actually put in an item that does not have any legendary potential on it, and so you can add this with the empower mechanic of those enemies. To this will enable you to add legendary potential to unique items that don't have any, even super rare ones like red rings of Altlaria or like omnis or stuff like that. And so basically in this patch, any unique item is going to be pretty easy to get with 1 LP or even maybe 2 because you can empower them 2 times. So that is going to be very interesting. It's like a pretty massive power creep, right?
It's
Sounds
also
kinda
during
wild.
leveling. Like during leveling, it's insane because you have a guaranteed unique in the 4 items that they show you after level 50. So every time you interact with it after level 50, there's always going to be a unique. It can upgrade the tiers of the affixes, and it also can give like forging potential. So my recommendation is that during leveling, you do it all the time, like literally.
Not
because
on
it's so
hardcore.
powerful. I'm going to do it on hardcore. What do you mean?
Dude, if they
I
are
could
like,
imagine that they are really tough enemies, right? So
if they are, do you remember exalt mages on release on hardcore? Like in the campaign, like I had to fight one in the first area for 30 minutes.
Yeah, but maybe you don't kill them like in the first few areas. That's right. But...
yeah, so the way that I understand this is that you always get an outcome. If you stick an unique into the egg and then empower it, you will always get either legendary potential or it will transform into legendary. Is that correct? Is it guaranteed? That's at least what people told me in the chat last time. So apparently that was like some information somewhere or so. Otherwise, it's just like a high chance.
No, I mean, you put the item in, and if you put the item in, you will get something, and one of the outcomes can be LP, right?
Okay, so you will get
you
something.
You can also get tier 1 minion damage, right?
Yes. Okay. So yeah, either it becomes a legendary with a random stat, or it becomes just with legendary potential. Is there any other outcomes? Can it be destroyed, for example?
No.
Okay.
No, it cannot be destroyed. And in softcore, I'm pretty sure if you die, you can and you encounter it again, it will have the same item, so you don't lose it.
Okay, so if you put your Ravenous glove in there, then
there's no risk at all. I think it also adds the exalteds that are there that you don't interact with. They're just there, right? Part of the loot table, they get extra stuff, and they can seal up to tier 7s and get more forging potential and stuff. But the one thing that I don't know about the LP system is because, like Bina was saying, you can enhance the items 2 times. And we don't have information of how the rolls or how these things work. Normally, to be honest, I'm kind of like, I was busy testing other stuff, so I was just like empower. I didn't even look at it. Right? Oh, nice, it got this, woohoo, So, but my guess is like, can it happen that you put it in, it gets 1 LP, right? And they go, oh, if I empower it, can I lose the LP and then get the random poison resistance? You know what I mean? Because it rolls 2 times. I wonder if there's gonna be a situation where like you put a Ravenous Void in and it has 1 LP and you have the perfect Exalted waiting for it, but you go, should I empower again to see if it gets 2? And probably the formula, knowing EHG, it's probably gonna be like 1% chance to happen or something. So you're gonna be like, oh man, do a YOLO to try? I have no idea how this is gonna work. So it's gonna be really interesting. I'm gonna let someone figure it out, and then I'll just listen. Pretty much.
Yeah, sounds a good strat. But yeah, it definitely sounds like, in general, especially for rare items, like rare uniques, this is gonna be a very good way of getting them with LP or with any kind of like random plus item, plus stats, right? Like legendary stats, basically. So that is a strong part about it, I guess. Like, because certain uniques, for those people that don't know, they have like certain it's called like legendary potential level or something.
Mhm.
Basically, the higher the level, the harder it is to get legendary potential on a unique item, and they all have different levels. Like some of them are extremely hard, basically impossible to even get like 2 LP, while it's very easy on certain low level items. And if that is like actually kind of like a way higher chance of the egg for an outcome, or maybe even guaranteed that you get at least LP or a legendary stat on it, that sounds definitely very good for some of the higher end items.
The legendary stat is guaranteed. You will get something on it.
Okay. Yeah, so it's just like some random extra stuff. And even that is nice, you know, that can easily happen to be something.
It's an upgrade, you know, even if it's 15 HP, I take it.
So basically from the patch notes here that I pulled up, they have a chance of gaining LP or becoming legendary with a random affix added, right? And it will never change. Like once they've been empowered once, they will not change to something else, right? So you can't get LP and then make it legendary.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
so these items will not change once they've been empowered once. But that is what's in the patch notes.
And then it rolls again for the number 2, I guess, no? For 2 LP, I guess.
It sounds like to me, like if you want to do the egg stuff, you only do like 1 empower for the egg, and then you fight the nemesis. And you don't do the second round, right? You can empower it twice, I think, usually for like maybe exalted items. But if you do this, I guess you just do it once. So that's my expectation.
Okay.
I guess we'll figure it out on the fly.
Guys, what if the unique, because there's a guaranteed unique after level 50. So that unique, you can upgrade it. What if it already has LP? Do you upgrade it again? Like what if it drops to 3 LP, like on the window? What do you do?
There is items that are rewards already. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the optimal play is. I have no idea.
I think it's going to be relatively easy to figure out once the patch is actually live, and once people get to like if you see like an item that's like not really worth anything to you, you know, you can just try it, right? You can just throw it in there, or like whenever it shows up, you just see what happens basically, and then you can understand the system. And then, for example, if you go and do like your prophecies on Circle of Fortune, you know, I'm playing Falconer, I want to get the Talents of Valor, you know, I'm just gonna have like 50 of those Talents of Valors lying around, and it's gonna throw them in there every single time. And
or for example, for that build, right? There's not a worse feeling that getting a 3 LP, 4 LP one, and it has a +1 to dive bomb, +1 to falconry, and you just wanna like puke. And now if you find one with perfect implicit, right? 4/4, like max crit, everything, now you're gonna be like, ooh, I'm gonna save this one because maybe I got, especially early on, right? Where like those plus levels in certain builds are incredible. And it kind of like gives me vibes back to like D2, no? Where not the best items were not always the most apparent ones, where you would like look for bases and look for things like that, right? Or just corrupting in PoE, right? Like the fact that you have duplicates and just like YOLO, let's see what I get. So it's gonna be great, especially for SSF, you know, like.
Yeah, I mean, so like personally, I've mostly played. Actually, I exclusively played COF so far. So I was mostly on hardcore. There's not much trade going on there, so Merchant's Guild kind of didn't make sense at all. I didn't actually play Merchant's Guild at all, and they did buff Circle of Fortune now. It seems like Circle of Fortune was definitely a bit behind compared to like the trade that just enables you to get so much high-end loot really soon. I heard from a lot of my viewers when they were playing in 1.0, they were playing Merchant's Guild, and you know, everything was like so easy to achieve. All the items were like crazy, double LP, triple LP. If you break the item,
like Merchant's Guild is like just way. There's no way COF ever competes with Merchant's Guild, except maybe if like one specific build is like super contested. Seems like mana stacking this patch is going to be, a lot of people are thinking of starting with mana stacking Sorcerer. Like probably those idols are going to be easier to get on COF than MG early on because they might be super expensive.
The double mana.
Like overall, MG is just like way better. If you want to get started with any build, basically, most tier 7s will cost a little bit of gold, but then you go tier 6 and it will just cost 0 gold to get, you know, a full set of like perfect tier 6 with all the correct stats in all the right places. And so for the same amount of time played, I think just there's no way like COF competes with MG ever, basically.
It's gonna be very, very, very interesting actually to see this, because again, similar to the discussion of hardcore, like most of the veterans were choosing COF because there it's kind of like more you do your own thing, your own stream, it's kind of like your own path. So there was actually, in my opinion, right, very 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 few veteran people playing the market. One of them was Bina, for example, and the people or the group, Empyrean and Snap and these guys, and these people who kind of knew what they're doing and understand RPGs, these people basically dominated, right, completely.
Mm-hmm.
And for example, I remember Bina bought a 4LP ring day one for 0 gold because the person who sells it thought he would get more XP that way if he sold fast. And I'm not trolling. There's clips, okay?
I found 2 4LP items the entire time I was blasting, like really hard for like 1 month straight. I remember I actually used one of them. It was a ring. It was
the chill touch, no?
hollow finger. The ring. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's still quite a bunch of like 4LP items that are being sold right now for like maybe like under 1 million gold. Like
Yeah.
It's
like
also,
if you play anything that is off meta just a little bit, you can completely overgear your character. Like,
there's
super
this
easily.
meme, right? With if you want to play melee, just go merchants because you basically get free 4LP items because no one's playing melee and stuff.
Mhm. Yeah,
But for example, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, like, someone is mentioning right now, MP, with, he had like this, I think he had a 4LP chest, this Rune Master chest.
The Runic Invocation,
Yeah, exactly.
Fundamental Criterion. for
Remember
like 50k gold or some shit.
Yeah, that's just absolutely crazy.
Dude, at some point I thought the depths were like trolling people or something. Like this has to be like a dep or something, But no, they're humans. They exist. Yeah, yikes. It's also I'm super curious as someone who doesn't play MG. I'm gonna be super curious to see how MG develops now that the player base has learned a bit, right? And they're a bit more informed because there were so many people who were new to it, to the UI, to the game, to everything, right? People didn't even know what LP was and they were selling it. Now they know, right? And the
Yeah.
returning players, most likely the returning players, because I think the player count is gonna be lower, they're probably gonna be people who actually kind of invested more than getting to level 70, right? So, and also there was like the whole shenanigans with they had a bit of issues with the merchants thing just in terms of duping and this kind of stuff, like every RPG first launch. And again, when people just have, I open up some random video on YouTube with Chinese letters, and the guy has 99 billion maxed out on his stash. And I'm like, I see. So again, if they fix all of this, which in theory is fixed, right? I wonder what are the prices really gonna be, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess in general, there's like simply so many people playing Merchant's Guild. I guess it's kind of like the standard way to play for most people, like especially in the more casual end, because it's just, like fast forwards your progression so much, right? Like if you want to play a certain build, you go to max roll, you check out the guide, okay, this, I'm gonna buy it for a few million, boom, right? You have some decent setup. You don't have to grind your stuff, and it just seems like the way to play for most people. And I get it, it's fine that this is like relatively easy, I guess. Gives a lot of people like kind of like a way in for like the meta builds, the high end stuff. But for example, COF is still there for like the blasters that want to like have fun finding their own gear, and also for the races, for example. COF is the way. Because who are you going to trade with, right? If you want to try to get world first, there's no one that you can trade with because you are supposed to be the number one, right? So
what chat is saying is also true, right? Because chat is saying, well, especially in this season, where again, they're releasing on the middle of the weekend, or the middle of the week, the patch. It's great. It's a great patch, but it's not the 1.0, right? And there's PoE, there's Elden Ring, there's all these things floating around, Torchlight this, that. PoE is in 2 weeks, like. Are you gonna, like if you want to rely on yourself, I think merchants, how life is gonna be. How many people are, I don't know. Like I feel like I don't like depending on how many people are gonna play too.
I think either way, like these items gonna float around and you'll buy them. If you keep playing. So I guess that's not really the big problem. But of course, the more people are there, the more people find like crazy loot. You have a higher chance to snipe some good stuff. It's just how it is.
Yeah,
I guess.
absolutely.
Yeah.
And if you're someone who just wants to go in, chill, you don't want to learn all the systems, you just want to blast, save time, like people are saying in chat, right? Just save time. You work. You just want to go in, play a build that look good on YouTube, and just have fun. If you don't go Merchant's Guild, then what? It's perfect for you. You can literally at level 1 buy full tier 20s, right? Like rares. And people don't understand that the difference between having gear all yellow with perfect tier 20s and having perfect tier 20s with a tier 6, the amount of power you get from that is so small for what percentage wise of what powers come, how much power comes from gear to your character, that you can literally beat the game with level 1 Merchants Guild, no problem, right? So I think, well, we'll see the final boss, right? I hope not, but at least what we know of.
I mean, okay, like, to go back to this Aberov topic, right? So we said that apparently Aberov is gonna have like a fixed difficulty setting, so that's probably gonna be like somewhere way above like tier 4 dungeons, if I had to guess. And the question is like, what kind of difficulty level are we looking at? So I heard that tier 4 dungeons are on the level of like 250 corruption, roughly, if that is like more or less correct. Yeah, which is like basically a fairly low bar, right? So actually, just yesterday I went in, I did like a tier 4 dungeon of everyone and was like, oh man, like Soulfire Bastion, the boss died in like 7 seconds. So I was like, okay, with my nerfed character basically. I'm like, wow. And if it's not like massively higher than that, then I'm like, yeah, Aberov needs to be way more than that, right? And I guess that is supposed to be like a longer fight. You don't do it very often. You don't have to unlock it with like, killing all the harbingers all the time. So the question is like, what?
Arguably, yeah. Arguably, Soulfire Bastion is the squishiest boss in the entire game, probably.
Yeah. But I had the same on the other bosses as well. So that's just like one of these examples. But yeah, I mean, the question is like, what kind of difficulty level do they want us to reach, right? Because, for example, we can talk about corruption a little bit now. Corruption has been nerfed to give you less scaling, like less reward scaling per corruption after 300. So it seems like 300 is kind of like this kind of like soft cap, this like breakpoint, let's say at least, where you're supposed to hit 300 and you're not really getting too much after that, basically. You still get more rewards, but it's like only a quarter basically per difficulty that you go up. So I think that will definitely change a bit like the definition of what is like a good build, let's say. Like, okay, you hit 300 corruption, that's kind of like the baseline of like a good build, I would say. And everything after that is kind of like a bonus. So that's like my expectation. And this is probably like also kind of like shifting the perspective on what builds to make. And, I guess especially for you guys, right? You are making builds. How is that for you?
Bin, I let you start because I have so much to say.
Well, there's actually a like another breakpoint, which is 1,000 corruption, right? And since so many builds can actually reach 1,000 corruption and like blast at 1,000, I feel like that is more of the check mark that you want a good build, or like rather the top builds to be able to reach. And just afterwards, the rewards are so little. The scaling is so little in terms of experience, and that this means favor gain, especially if you're COF. So, this patch has actually nerfed COF quite significantly, because if you were able to go into super high corruption, which they nerfed most of the builds that were able to go, well, this means that you get way less favor. Way less favor means way less prophecies. Way less prophecies means way less loot, right? So I think 1,000 is more of the breakpoint, because there's so many builds that can actually reach 1,000 and just be comfortable there, assuming that you have proper gear and like a proper setup. So 300 is like absolute baseline, basically. Like anything in the game can pretty much blast 300. Even the worst skill in the even the worst skill that is like the least used can probably do it.
And I think the devs are equally worried about things that are going past 1,000 and things that can't get to 300. And I think at the moment, from my conversations with the devs, they're almost more worried about those than the tops. Because if someone who's a degenerate like me goes and plays something OP and pushes to, he just spends 50k hours playing one character, it doesn't really affect the people's experience of the game. But what is very bad is you have like Timmy69, who loves playing minions or skeletons, goes in and he gets stomped, right? So they need to make sure that, that bottom like level of experimentation for people who are new to the game is not super, in PoE has that problem, right? Where like if you like, which again, it's kind of been artificially created if you ask me, but whatever. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like the devs keep saying they want to balance the game about 300, and we always like, if that's what they're aiming for, well, we're getting there compared to last patch, but it's it's the Lulu, so yeah. Yeah,
because there's too many builds that are just like, I was gonna say too powerful. It's not that they're too powerful. It's just it's how the balance of the game is at the moment. 1,000 corruption is reasonable to reach on like a lot of builds, like really a lot of builds. So, and it's getting easier and easier to push corruption, right? They've changed how the Gaze of Orbis work. So they give like a static amount of corruption now. You can only consume 4. You don't lose them all. You only lose 1 if you do die. So for softcore, that is taken into account, right? We've got the needles. So getting 1K is going to be pretty easy. And then afterwards, all you get is maybe like a small chance of extra LP on your uniques. You get more loot drops. So if you can keep the same pace past 1,000, it's still worth it if you want to push.
Yeah.
But it's not as great as it was before.
This is an entire topic because for those who don't know in chat, what used to happen is that people think they're doing these corruption caps because LP level was getting out of control or something. That is not the case. What happened is that people push corruption and they could like do things, for example, like resetting a beacon map over and over because the favor is scales on kill, right? And you could cap your favor on COF if you were at 2,000, 3,000 corruption in like less than an hour, in minutes if you were at 5,000. And then you would go and spend 1 hour rolling prophecies. And that's how you get the crazy gear. So what they're doing is basically, if you go past 1,000, you're basically not going to make any more favor. And because you get favor by killing enemies, it's going to be, this is our theory, right? It's going to be way more efficient to be giga fast at 1,000, so you kill more enemies per minute and per hour with good AoE, with clear, with speed, that going with a giga tank, slow as fuck build, because again, you watch these 5K gameplays in YouTube, and it's like, okay, waiting for Flame Ward, stunning everything, and every like a single echo is 10 minutes. It's like, all right, that was entertaining, And I feel like they really want to make sure that people they don't want to time gate it like in Rifts and stuff where time is a pressure, because pressure can feel bad if it's not managed properly. But they also want to make you. They're kind of like showing you the way, or what is their vision for the game. They don't want you to go high. They want you to stay there and be fast. I think that's our theory, at least. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense, right? Like last Epoch combat, if you like break it down to like what the monsters do, what you do, it is not very complex. It is not very like well designed, I'd say, in the sense that you can't really have like really cool long fights against individual monsters, right? So there's no like back and forth. It's just like, okay, the monsters run into you and you either blast them down or they kill you. Kind of, that's how it works, right?
Yeah.
So there's no like, okay, now we have evade roll, for example, but there's no like this really like back and forth and you dodge this and then you come back and do like a combo or something. So yeah, I guess I couldn't imagine that at like a high level where monsters become really, really tanky, it kind of breaks down and it becomes unfun. So keeping up the pace is a good move there.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know.
Yeah,
I think it's such good changes. It's like, actually, they nailed it, I think.
Can you reiterate real quick, like, okay, what happens exactly at 300 corruption and the 1,000 corruption?
Okay, so the important one is the one that happens at 1,000. So basically, the equivalent of gaining past 1,000, 100 corruption last patch, so going from 1,000 to 1,100, it would be numerically the same as going from 1,000 to 1,005.
Oh,
so it's
like
a
nothing,
95%,
basically.
yeah, it's a 95% reduction past that. So basically, if you're at 2,000, it would be like being at 1,050.
So it becomes basically almost just like
you're doubling the difficulty for a 5% nothing burger, right?
I guess it will be still kind of like this prestige part of it, right? Where it's like, oh man, I can do 2,000 or I can do 3,000 or something like some super broken build.
The prestige thing in softcore, like again, it's cool. Like again, don't get me wrong, but you watch someone who's streaming at whatever 1,000, they open up the web and half of the web is blurred out because they died. I don't know, bro. Like, I mean, people play however they want, right? But
yeah, there is still a small incentive because you get more items. You get if you get more items, that means more chance of finding the item that you want, and you get
for merchants, absolutely right. For merchants, you still want to push.
Yeah, and you get more chance as well to get LP items. So
So
if
wait a
your
minute.
build
So
is
this
able
is
to
not
keep the
affected.
pace.
So the item drops are still scaling up in some way. It's just the experience that is lowered.
Corruption, yeah, it's a
Yes.
favor that is getting affected. Favor.
Okay.
So it's a COF targeted thing, if you ask me, more than anything, because people were capping what I explained at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
And
People were
favor is scaling with experience as well, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, there's going to be less incentive, but still if you're able to do it, it's for sure.
Right. So I think in hardcore you want to have builds that are tanky, fast, and good, just like very complete, like well-rounded beasts, right? And on sorry, and on softcore, I can for sure see more of like a Bina style, where you just play something where you don't care if you die, because you're not gonna care about the rewards of the monolith. What you are gonna want to do is just like play ballistas or whatever, and just go there with 0 HP and just like it doesn't matter if you die 3 times an hour or 3 times a minute, because overall, with the sources of items that you have in MG, it's still gonna be worth it most likely to just going high.
Mm-hmm.
It's cool.
Yeah, movement speed is really the name of the game now. I think if you want to optimize for speed, at least that's the theory. You want to optimize for speed at 1000 on most builds. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. And
that's kind of like
if Bina and I agree, it's something. So.
Yeah, so it sounds to me like, okay, like for like the more casual end, I guess, 300 corruption is kind of the target when you're like, I don't know, let's say level 90 or something, right? You play like your 2,000-3,000 hours and then you kind of peace out or so. So 300 is like a good target. Maybe push a bit beyond that if you feel like it's easier. And then for like the blasters that really like min-max their gear and have a good build, and then you go to 1,000, I guess. So this is kind of where we are at, I think. Sounds good though.
And this change, I think, helps a lot casuals in terms of perception, because again, I think 1.0 was so bad for setting up precedent, if that makes sense. Because again, people, you probably had that. You were playing Dive Bomb, which was a really strong build, right? But there would be, again, like Bob the Builder 33 in your chat. Why does the build doesn't have 100k ward, right? And you'd be like, yeah, well, like, are you just bad at the game? Are you just dumb? Or like, and and it's like, well, it's kind of like a bug, and I'm trying to play the game as intended because it's fun, but yeah. And people think it's normal, right? People would come to me and be like, well, come to all of us, right? Because we kind of like went with that direction of we don't want bugs in max roll, at least for 1.1, kind of like for 1.0, sorry, to like display the game in the brightest and most nice light as possible, right? You don't want to, open up max roll and see, oh, by the way, the game is entirely bugged, snapshot everything, break everything, the game doesn't work, because who wants to play a game like that, right? So we're trying to be nice and fair. And that kind of like backfired a bit with, you saw 1.0, right?
Yeah, I guess people come like and say like, hey, why are you making this a live build, not a ward build? It's gonna be like 10 times tankier, and they're like, yeah, okay, it might get fixed any minute, so who knows, right?
Yeah, but it's funny. All of those builds that people didn't want to play is the builds they're gonna play now, because all of those are gone. So.
Yes. Yeah, to be honest, like talking about the ward real quick, I guess I'm very happy about that change. I think it's just good to like kind of like rein it in a bit, as they said, I think. And like kind of cap out the ward, at the lower level, because I also saw these people playing, like I saw like people playing hardcore, like, I was racing on hardcore and I had my Falconer build, I had like a Giga gear, 3,700 life. I felt very proud about that. And then look at the other people and they're running around like 40,000 ward permanently, like you press one button and I'm like, yeah, like why do you even try, like those wild.
There's two type of people in this world: the people who want to get good and the people who want to look good.
Yeah, so what is actually the expectation for like ward builds? So I've been checking out the formula, and there's like a much higher decay right now, but I guess you've done some math on this, so let us know some insights.
Yeah, so basically, they've said it on the patch notes as well, right? Anything below 4,000 ward has basically been buffed, so it's going to be easier to reach 4,000 ward. And according to the formula and what we have in the game and the nerfs that's been happening, above 10k ward is going to be like more difficult to achieve. They've nerfed a lot of ward generation methods as well, specifically in Rune Master. So all the things like ward on crit and ward on ways of generating way too much ward way too easily have been capped basically to a certain amount per second, for example, or can only be triggered a certain amount. So anything above 10k is going to be pretty rare, and at the top end, maybe you'll see like some. That's what we're expecting, right? But like something maybe like 15k ward is going to be like really rare, with like giga gear basically. But anything above 10k will be pretty good, and 10k is still a significant amount of ward, right? So it's been nerfed, but it's not like ward is dead or anything. Low life is still going to be good on builds that can use it. Ward is still going to be good on builds that can use it. It's just that there are now alternatives, and what I think is the problem with ward is I like ward being a bigger EHP pool, but not as much sustain as a life build. Life build has access to a lot of leech, for example, and in actual battle, it feels really good to have good amount of leech because you can just like mitigate a lot of damage. You can soak up a lot of damage and just like regain all of your health instantly, basically, which is something that I think design wise you should not be able to do with ward, right?
Yeah, like again, for example, if you play like a Void Knight with Anomaly and you're doing 100k crits and you have 60% leech, well, the amount of recovery that life builds can get, especially if you use mechanics to like don't stop your leech with and things like that, right? Or you're playing a Reaper form, right, with Dead Seal or whatever, where you can overleech technically. Life steal is extremely potent, right? But what Bin is saying is completely true. Like if ward builds have more one-shot HP because they have 60k ward, and they can also generate that instantly, then it's the problem. And I think ideally you want to have that. Maybe HP builds may not reach 10k. They may have 5, 6, 7, 8, depending on a primal is some crazy gear, right? But the thing is, like, the reality is when that character loses their HP and hits their endurance, the life is gonna instantly go up if they have leech. Whether it's the ward guy is gonna be, what do I do now? Unless you're playing very specific generators like Glacier and things like that, who are gonna be outliners this patch for that same reason. And what Bina was saying too is like they have actually buff ward on the lower end. So for example, it's gonna be much easier, for example, to switch to low life early. It's gonna feel actually pretty good. Let's just say you're playing a mage or like I don't know, some sort of like minion build, right, where you don't really have sources of leech or regen because you don't have gear. You can actually go on a Necro build, for example. You can go low life now, and before you would have 1,000 life, and you would get 1,200 ward, and you'll be like, well, and if you lose it, you generate like 20 per second, and it would feel horrible. And now you're actually gonna have like you put it on, you have a bit of int, and that formula is gonna really reward you for that switch at the price of not having leech that you didn't have in the first place. So it's kind of like evening up the ground. There's also been crazy buffs to things like regen and dodge and other mechanics. So it's gonna be. I think the layering is again last patch. Defense layers didn't even exist because you just did ward. Like, why do you need DR and gear and stuff and HP if you just have 60 ward? Like, it completely deleted the game really and the itemization, no? So yeah, this is gonna be much better. It's still gonna be, it's not gonna be perfect, I think, but much better.
Yeah, at least on my perspective, like I don't have much experience of ward builds outside of like seeing people play ward builds. I did play a little bit of Warlock that had some ward stuff, but most of the time I've just been playing life builds. I've been playing Beastmasters, Falconers, Shamans, and I didn't really do much with ward. But looking at this, it definitely looks like we're going into like a much more reasonable scenario now, where you could think about doing a ward build or a life build on certain, like on the same build, right? You can like either scale this or that in some cases, or even hybrid, right? Hybrid is probably going to be a thing, I imagine.
Absolutely.
And there's like some stuff where you can get like a good amount of like endurance threshold if you have like endurance behind your ward as well. And you have like a rather low life pool, but you have your ward, and then your endurance kicks in very soon after that if it goes through your ward. So that sounds kind of fun, to try to play around with that a little bit, compared to just like, okay, giga stack ward, that's it. It does sound a lot more interesting now.
Yeah, for example, like a comparison, like if you go low life and you have like, let's say 30k ward stable, at 1.1, you're going to have like around 14k. But the thing is, that stable ward that you reach is going to reach it much faster than before.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can't
Just to
survive
give
like
a
like 5 huge hits in a row. Maybe
Yeah,
only 2, but
exactly.
if it's like not so fast, like like a barrage of hits, then you regenerate really quick between hits.
And for anyone theory crafting their builds right now, keep this in mind, right? Don't invest in things that when you're reaching the cap is basically going to waste, right? It's like, what is the difference between having 6k dodge on your character sheet and having 16k, 1% dodge, or 2? Like, and I think like Ward is gonna have that diminishing returns feel, where like when you make a build and you think, okay, I'm gonna go for Ward. The moment you get there, right? You calculate and okay, I can generate this much Ward per second. This is my cap of Ward. Instead of just putting more into the same basket, okay, well, anything that I put from now is just gonna help my recovery, but it's not gonna actually help my cap. So now you might wanna be, hey, maybe I'm gonna go into dodge. Maybe I'm gonna get more armor. Maybe I'm gonna go into, and I think it's gonna be gearing. Again, I just think like soft caps and caps in general kind of make people engage in puzzles.
Yeah, it's not even a cap, right? It's just like, the more you have, the more it decays from the formula.
I mean, the formula is very aggressive after yeah, I don't know, we'll see. But it's very aggressive. I would be surprised. I don't know. I wouldn't, looking at the numbers, I wouldn't try to get more than that when I could just double my armor or like have that word and HP and regen and dodge, right? Yeah. Again, for example, Vessel of Strife is going to be crazy this patch, for example, because you can realistically are going to be able to have 5k HP and then have that 4k ward or whatever it is, or 4 to 10k ward that actually generates fast and that actually double dips from health regen, right? So killing a guy who's going for that, who's tanky like a primalist with Vessel of Strife, good luck killing that guy. Because we made some math in planners, and there's characters that can reach 6,000 regen per second. So yeah.
Kind of wild. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, add to that when you reach your life, you actually benefit from leech as well. Like,
Mhm.
like it's very hard to die.
There's
Which build is that?
the new helmet. Werebears that can go regen. So anything that can build regen can do it, but we have specifically a werebear that can do that, and it's pretty crazy. It's not the fastest build, but you ain't dying, bro. On the Aftershock Druid.
Mm-hmm. I think
It's
Bina
gonna
wanted to
be-
say something. Oh, what was there something?
No, I'm good. I mean,
Alright.
it's a really tanky build. really, really tanky.
Okay. Maybe to stay like in this balance discussion a little bit, like I have seen that there were like a lot of updates to like masteries, like people talk about Sentinel, Forge Guard, etc. So there was like a lot of stuff in the patch notes that personally I didn't understand too well because I have not really played much Sentinel myself. I'm more like a rogue guy, and I've done some Beastmaster and these kind of things, but I have not played like everything in the game personally, so I can't really chime in too much. But are there like any like real big swings, any big surprises, something for people to like have generally an eye on, I guess? What shifted the most? That would be cool to hear about, since you have also been working on the builds.
We can maybe go class by class.
Yeah, we can do that as
kind of
well.
give a bit of a heads up. Yeah.
So
Bina, you want to start with Sorc and Rune Master since you are.
Well, Sorc got huge buffs basically, and Rune Master got huge nerfs. So Rune Master used to be the better Sorc. Essentially, you didn't really have a good reason to go Sorcerer, except if you wanted to use Meteor or some of the skills like specific to the Sorcerer. You had more cooldown reduction. Like the entire passive tree was just like way better on Rune Master, and now they gave a real identity to Sorcerer. They gave it the Mana Stacker identity, and it's going to be good. It's going to be really, really good, and it's no surprise that like a lot of content creators are getting hyped over like Mana Stacking Sorcerer and doing some Static Orb stuff, and then it has huge damage potential. It has huge tankiness potential as well. With Lost Knowledge and Mana Stacking just go so well together, which will.
Can you explain what Lost Knowledge is?
Yeah, and Lost Knowledge is a node in the Sorcerer tree which it generates ward based on your current mana. For example, that's why Glacier is so nice, because Glacier can generate mana on crit. So it's auto-sustainable, basically. It's like mana neutral. It can even generate mana once you reach a certain threshold of mana. which is going to be about like 1200 mana this patch. And afterwards, it's just like every single cast gives you more and more and more ward per cast. So you stack cast speed, then you stack mana, and then you win the
Yeah,
game.
you
Right?
go to town. Yeah.
Yeah.
That doesn't
So-
mean Rune Master is bad, right? Like Rune Master, there's still gonna be good Rune Master builds like Plasma Orb and the classics. It's just like, again, if people go in with the mentality of where is my 60, 100k worth, yeah, maybe you have to kind of like look at the game a bit differently. And whenever you see that, just know it's gonna be gone eventually. It's just not part of the vision, right? And
I really like. Yeah, I want to chime in that, so that I really like how Rune Master is right now, because people who go Rune Master will actually want to play, a Rune Master build that uses Runic Invocation, right? You will want to play a build that deals damage with it, probably. They will not only go on Rune Master to benefit from the 30% DR from Cold Fire, Cold Invocation, which was the main reason why everyone went there, because, I get 30% DR for free and a lot of ward generation. Like, okay.
no
So
comment.
yeah, so it's really nice that they've been separated towards, if you go Rune Master, you'll probably play a Runic Invocation build, and then if you play Sorcerer, then you might be like a big spellcaster and whatnot, and mana stacker one.
And I think the community as a whole is overreacting a bit with Rune Master, not because especially because Rune Master is next to Sorc, right? So it's like, I lost this, and this guy even so it makes the gap seem bigger than it actually is. I think like they're both things are gonna have pushers and they're both gonna perform, but Rune Master is gonna be a bit more niche, like Bin is saying, which is probably a good thing, right? And yeah.
I mean, it is a very special mastery in how it works. Like, I like the idea of it. Like, personally, I'm a big Invoker fan from Dota. That was my favorite hero, and this is like where it's inspired, I suppose. I'm not sure if the devs have said that, but it definitely looks like. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and I mean, if like just every mage just goes Rune Master because he gets like some free buffs and board, that sounds also kind of stupid, right? So it's good to have the sorcerer kind of stand alone with other masteries and stuff like that. So that's kind of cool.
And for sure, Sorc is gonna get some adjustments, But I think a lot of the things that are gonna break Sorc are not necessarily gonna be the passive tree. It's going to be things like, for example, a lot of people are theory crafting with Static Orb because it has this node that basically allows to infinitely scale based on your total mana and its mana cost and stuff. So, I mean, in RPGs, anything that is infinitely scalable normally breaks, right? What the reality is, like, people are gonna go in, they're gonna go in Merchants Guild or whatever in group, they're gonna build 4,000, 3,000 mana, whatever. They're gonna go in and they're gonna one-shot things with shotgun, static, or bajillion mana cost things. But the reality is, like, the devs have limited times and limited resources, and they're more worried about this like underperforming things. And a build like that, if you have played this game before, you just know that if that gets too popular and then gets the attention, because they're focused on other stuff, they're just going to go in and they're going to be, okay, up to 100 max damage and call it a day. Which is, again, just look at patch notes over the last 2 years, and that's pretty much how again, look at Rune Master. Rune Master had a note that gave you 28 ward against branded enemies without a cap. That node on its own was generating 20,000 ward on its own. Like, you're playing a build with and without the node, and that same build is getting like a Rune Master Frostclaw, whatever. You're getting 20k ward just from that node, right? With the same gear. That node now gives 100 ward and can proc once per second. So you get the idea of what the mindset is. So, when you go in and you find these interactions, you're not a genius. It's just the game is not finished, and the devs are not dumb. They're just, it's a work in progress. And if you choose to use those interactions for fun, it's completely fine, right? It's an RPG, have fun, but don't be surprised if they're removed, right?
Okay. Yeah, I guess one thing that excites me is also like Meteor potentially, since you have all this like mana stuff. Meteor is a very mana hungry build as far as I understand. So is
Meteor
that also
is bait.
It's what?
Bait.
Yeah, is that gonna be like a good?
Is
it gonna be a good thing? I might consider that.
It has potential. I don't know. Bina is more familiar with me with this. I'm sure he has a
I mean,
lot to say.
I've already tried playing Meteor in the past. I've made a planner which had over 20 million DPS Meteor, Meteor spamming basically capabilities. But the problem is always mana and regaining your mana. Like with insane gear, if you can one shot by just spending all of your mana, sure, it's gonna be fine. But as soon as you get to the point where you have to go through the process of like playing a generator spender kind of build, it feels bad. It's not speedy. Nobody likes generator spenders. Like I would just rather spam Glacier all day. Glacier does a ton of damage, by the way, but like I would just rather spam that all day and be consistent rather than go with a generator spender, right?
And there's another topic in this, which is a lot of people come to my chat and they say, hey, where should I start if I want to be a build good maker and make my own builds? And I always give the same answer. It's like, in order to make good builds, you got to know what the game asks from you. Because if you make a build that has a lot of something that the game doesn't care about, then your build is, you're just basically throwing the dice and say, oh, nice, I land on the right thing. So again, like I feel like a lot of people who are theory crafting around this big one-shot, amazing 20 bajillion DPS. What if you already one-shot with 1 million DPS? Because post DR is gone. So you're creating this like Babel tower of infinity combinations when in reality you can just go in and boop, allegedly, right?
But yeah, but there are still like a lot of there's a lot of interactions in Last Epoch, and more as patches go by, and with the experimental mana on potion use, the meteor belt also give you mana on potion use, I believe, and like if someone figures out a way to fix mana on meteor, like meteor does a ton of damage, it has the possibility to deal a ton of damage, has incredible added damage effectiveness, and so it might be something. Maybe proc meteor, but just like straight up casting meteor might be kind of monka.
Do you want to know the tech?
That, right? People do that.
Wait, Liz, do you want to know the tech for the mana regen on this? I actually saw it on Snap video. Actually, you go focus, because they buff focus. You make it a traversal skill, and then you reduce the cooldown with potions.
Yeah. That's always been a thing, right? But do you want to play that when you can just play?
No, I don't want to play that.
Why do all of that when you can kill the boss 1 second slower?
Exactly.
With something that is fun to play. So sure, like there's gonna be again, every time I look at a build and I see a guy that has 20,000 buffs up sitting on the dummy and then just does a hit and then the clip cuts. Okay, show me how you got there, because I don't want to fucking sit there, doing gear swaps and like refreshing my buff. Dude, I want to blast, I want to go insane.
Yeah, but this doesn't matter for YouTube though, right? Like YouTube, what matters is the clip. You need to get that 20 million hit, and everything else doesn't matter. But this is how you sell the build. And then people are gonna come to your chat and gonna complain. I tried Meteor and it doesn't work. Can you help me fix, please? And that's how it works.
Yeah, but that tech looks actually insane, though. That tech looks actually insane.
No, but that's been again experimental potion.
Yeah, experimental.
Again, it's just I am pissed. I talk with the devs a lot about this.
Yeah.
Why doesn't that have some sort of limitation? Like, bro, like, what do you think is gonna happen? You're making articles saying we don't want Last Epoch to be zoom blah blah blah, 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 blah. And then you allow people to reset dashes, 20 times in a row, and you can just like, which one is it? And again, I like the traversal skill on teleport, but maybe it can only happen once every 4 seconds, or I don't know. There is ways to approach these things to keep the interaction without allowing the abuse. Because again, is it really intended for you to sit? I don't know. Is it fun design? For me, it's not, right? Fun is important, I think. So I don't know.
Okay, yeah, I think we talked enough about mages and meteors now. Let's talk about sentinels, and especially ForgeGuard, I guess, has these probably the most updates here. But anything else that comes to mind? Like, let's talk about that class, and like what is going to be the big change here? Like, what are the builds?
Derek, you want to talk a bit about it, or
I mean,
you prefer
for
to
leveling,
talk about it?
nothing like.
Well, the
I
bleed
think it's
node.
more for in-game, no?
Yeah, I mean, basically, is Sentinel better this patch? Yes. Was it enough? Probably not. Right? But
That
again,
was kind
is
of
it?
my impression too, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, but again, I think it's on a really good place if all of these things that we talk about, like the Bajillion wards, the healing hand, all of these things, were not in the game. I feel like if they didn't touch ForgeGuard and they just like fixed these outliners or other Sentinels, it would be kind of fine. But again, when Sentinel has 10% damage reduction in the entire tree, right? And then some developer decides, hey, what if Sorcerer gets Lightning Ages 25 DR, Flame Ward 30, 40, 30 DR, Runic Invocation 30 DR? Yeah, we have a problem, brother. And it's like a numbers thing. And yeah, it's kind of weird that Sentinel is the squishiest class in the game for the majority of builds, and it just, if you don't go block, you're basically paper, right? And yeah, I don't know. I would like to see. Basically, the problem Sentinel has too is that a lot of the layers of defense that allows it to be tanky are not melee specific. Like you can have 100% block while being ranged. You benefit from damage from enemies nearby when melees dash into you being ranged, right? All of these things that make you tanky, you can have them while being ranged. So I think the key is to like balance the game in a way where like if you choose to be ranged, you have the advantage of being ranged. Therefore, there should be a penalty. You either do less damage or you're less tanky or both, right? And that's just not the case at the moment. And I think it can be achieved with very simple things. For example, a very famous item, Titan Heart, right? It's this chest piece that gives damage reduction when you're wielding a two-handed weapon.
I love that one. I love that one.
I love that one too, but staffs are melee weapons because they have melee damage. So in reality, it's a melee item that casters are using too. So and that doesn't quite happen the other way around, and it's just kind of. I think they gotta DR as a whole. The sources of damage reduction are just kind of like crazy.
But now I can wear 2 shields.
Yes, that build is gonna pop. That build is gonna be sick, bro. Like,
yeah, there's a new. For those that don't know, there's a new unique item that is a one-handed axe that looks like a shield that has block on it, and you can do some really funny stuff with it, I'm sure.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, if you go for a build that itemizes on the buffs, you're gonna have a good time on Sentinel, right? For sure. Like again, all the shield stuff, like shield bash, shield rush, the minions on ForgeGuard, all of those things are gonna be good. But again, when you compare yourself to a glacier, like zooming around with fucking wrong wrap with 200 movement speed and 10k ward and stuff, yeah, maybe you wish you. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's just. Yeah, I mean, melee got much better though. I think it's gonna get much, 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 much better. But
wait, Liz, what do you think about the buff management on Sentinel?
yeah, that's another thing. Tarek and I actually talk a lot about this. How like Void Knight. What you want to talk about it, Tarek? I feel like I'm talking a lot.
Basically, like Void Knight is the biggest noob trap for leveling. Because people see, oh, this shiny like void knight fantasy and stuff, so they go and they try to build it. But the reality is, it's like a class. If you wanna be efficient with it, you have to maintain like 3 or 4 buffs all the time, like every 3 seconds. Like it gets crazy. So it's actually probably one of the hardest class to level with if you want to min-max it.
Yeah. It's kind of like a noob trap, like Tarek is saying. You think, oh, it's so cool, Echo's thing, and then you have to refresh your sigils, your anomaly every 4 seconds, volatile.
Yeah.
It's just like so. And then you could just like glacier, and how does Sentinel have more mana problems than casters? Like, it's like. Yeah. I don't know, bro. Like
I remember there's a new unique ring that gives you like these automatic sigil casts now. Is that actually going to be something to like make that a bit easier?
I think it's going to be. I mean, on paper, that ring is you're nerfing yourself, right? Because
Yeah,
you're
it sounds
giving
like
up
it's mostly
a
a convenient item, right? So it's probably like,
Exactly,
intended to not be very powerful, but you know, for the purpose of making like some chill, I don't know, warpath build or whatever, right? Like where it's just like spin the
Personally,
wind.
I think it's worth using, unless you are doing some sort of like double red ring setup with super good gear, right? Like the quality of life, the difference between playing a sentinel where you don't have to literally look at your sigils and having to look at your sigils, it's like playing a different game. It's so enjoyable, allegedly. So it's gonna be great. It's gonna be amazing. I'm dreaming about it, and I get excited just thinking about it. You know, it's great.
Yeah, I mean, everyone loves a good one button build. So the less button you want to like you can actually press, the better it is. No, especially
Yeah.
since like with the new
Yeah.
like speed meta, which is developing, right?
Yeah.
The thing is on like Void Knight is like the more damage that you get from pressing the button is so huge. Like you're basically like doubling or tripling your damage. So if you don't do it, you're actually like you're actually like crippling your own damage. Like it's it feels so bad at the moment.
Yeah. Also, TLDR on Sentinel, better, yes. Probably not enough, especially when it comes to QL. I think QL is the biggest problem it has, honestly.
Like the entire class.
I just think, yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, there's no in between, right? Last Epoch at the moment, it's in this place where, for example, you're playing a rogue. You played Shadow Daggers, right, before, or
Yeah.
Dive Bomb or whatever, and you play these builds, and from level 1 to level 0, they're smooth, right? You don't have to you have to manage your mana. You know, you have to be a bit careful with spamming certain abilities, but you don't have to be like, oh my god, I'm minus 70 mana again. I'm gonna vengeance, you know, and yeah, it needs quality of life, in my opinion. Why does a melee attack for a sentinel that traditionally doesn't even have mana, this class, right? In a lot of games is cost, like, to cast a melee. I want to cast Erasing Strike at level 1 and it's 50 mana and I have 60, like, and it hits for 2 base damage. Like Glacier hits for 80 on the 3rd explosion at level 1. 2 to
Okay.
80 and it has 3 explosions.
Okay.
Like, you know, and
But-
it's just kind of, yeah.
But there are some really cool new unique items, like this whole like Harbinger's theme, right? Like there are a lot of
Mhm, yeah,
items
yeah.
that seem definitely like designed for Void Knights in particular, or Sentinels overall, like a lot of uniques that they've introduced. There is 30 new uniques, and I feel like half of them are for Void Knights. That is my
Yeah,
impression.
a lot of the two-handed weapons seem pretty cool. There's going to be a lot of fantasy builds, we call them. What fantasy means is that items that might not be super cool, super amazing in terms of power numerically, but they're going to be super cool to watch. For example, the spears that cast ice, kind of like bow mage for spears, pretty much. You're going to have like all of these new maces and world splitter, which is this axe that's going to give you, basically, depending on what ability you use, almost like full screen AoE at the cost of, obviously, DPS, right? And yeah, it's gonna be good, you know. Overall, the new items are good. Everything is good. It just needs a bit more help, you know, on certain things, based on the rest of in comparison, you know. But or something as simple as that, right? For example, you play a sentinel. How do you get haste if you're not a paladin? Like early on, right?
Yeah, I guess
You-
there's
you-
also like certain mechanics that are more, you know, favorable on some classes than others, right? Haste is not something you would expect like a big guy with a shield to even have at all, right?
But because every other class has it, the reality is you're playing rogue, which has at level 3 shift with 50% movement speed buff and haste on the tree. So it's basically 30 plus the 50% from shift plus the low cooldown plus the 30. You have 80% movement speed at level 3. You know, like, well, level 10, whatever, when you unlock the haste, right? And then your sentinel, boom, 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 you know. I don't know, bro.
Hey, Lizard, that's
Mm-hmm.
the fantasy. You're a sword and board character. You can't go fast, okay? Let the rogue go fast.
I want to be like Guts from Berserk. I want to go insane, you know. I want to go in, you know, whatever.
Yeah, we can talk a little bit about the rogue now. So since we're already kind of like leading into that discussion, so I saw that there was not really that many changes. I mean, okay, some nerfs to like the Falcon stuff, etc. Okay, so Falconer is a bit down, but still looking really strong. But there's mostly a bunch of marksman changes, and at least for the passive tree. And I'm like, okay, like is anything really gonna come out of that? Is that enough? So how's the situation there?
Maybe not anything like super new, but like definitely there's one specific item called Phantom Grip, which gives you plus levels of minion skills, base crit chance, and minion crit chance, which is essentially going to super buff Ballista.
It's a
For
ring,
dive
right?
bomb, for
Yeah, it's a
dive bomb,
ring.
it's great. For example,
Yeah.
plus 2 all skills, and crit is insane.
Yeah. So it's giving like the plus levels to all minion skills is gonna super buff. Well, it's gonna be great for dive bomb as well, but like it's super buffing Ballista, especially the DPS version where essentially we're getting access much more easily to another 100% multiplier. So that's gonna be an insane amount of damage. But like I like where the rogue is going, where even though it doesn't get as much, it's harder to build tankiness compared to other characters. You don't have that much, in the passive tree, not much life support. You get access to some glancing blow, but it's super hard to cap glancing blow.
And
So yeah, what I like to do is like, going full rogue fantasy. You're only dodging everything and invest only into damage, like full softcore glass cannon. And it's going to deal a ton of damage, like an absolute truck ton of damage.
this is coming from the ballista perspective, and unfortunately, for the marksman perspective, that is not the case, right? If you go that approach with things like multi-shot or regular bow detonate arrow, you don't have that luxury, right? Like again, all of these abilities just cost too much mana. It's hard to sustain. Marksman, again, amazing buffs, but again, kind of similar to the Sentinel situation, right? Where it's great buffs, but it's just not quite enough when it comes to comparison. Again, it's great stuff, but it's just like,
I guess one thing that is kind of important here is also that we talked about this with like, ranged builds benefiting from damage reduction that is usually more designed for melees. And I kind of feel like the rogue has the same problem. Like when I play a Falconer has like so much built in, kind of like, glancing blow, there's armor, like it kind of has everything. You can play at range, you have your pet that can just do stuff for you. And then you can play a Blade Dancer, where you don't really have like any extra additional defenses, I feel, to maybe make up for the fact that you are actually a melee compared to the Falconer. And I'm like, whoa. Like,
you have a big buff on Death's Door, which is the Blade Dancer point.
Yeah, Death's Door was buffed, that is true, but I mean, first of all, you have to survive the hit that activates Death's Door, right?
So, I mean, you can get fairly tanky with a Blade Dancer, but it's not as straight up as you would think, right? With things of perfection and stuff. And talking about Blade Dancer, the TLDR on Blade Dancer is like, it's still a very strong class. It's probably still going to be the fastest, just how fast it is with the builds and the playstyles. TLDR that you need to understand if you're a Shadow Dagger fan in the chat and you want to play those rogue every season kind of people that I assume in this chat are pretty common. You basically, this is TLDR. The Umbral Blade stuff, it's gonna apply Shadow Daggers slower. So the cast and forget playstyle of just like dashing, either with Falconer or Blade Dancer, the Umbral Blade spinny thing, it's gonna be a bit slower and a bit less reliable when it comes to just cast and forget, and you for sure are gonna apply it. And if you wanna get more burst and more DPS like against single targets, you're gonna have to complement it with something else, either like Sync Striking on place, or just self-casting for the explosions who apply Shadow Daggers at 100% the ratio, or you're gonna have to puncture with the Mirages, which can shotgun bosses to apply shit ton of stacks of Shadow Daggers. So basically, if you want speed, you lost power, kind of, but you can get the power if you slow down. And they kind of like reduced a bit how reliable and how brain dead the class is in terms of like just dash, and you actually have to think a bit about, and they reward you with giving you a bit more boss damage with the Blade Dancer node.
A bit, it's like 50% more,
bro. Yeah, quite a bit. It's a lot.
Yeah, basically like single target is way better, but which was the weak point of the build. But the playstyle of dashing and killing everything behind you, not even looking, it's not gonna work anymore.
And for Falconer, like again, last patch I also played Dive Bomb, right? And I even though I'm a god tier gamer, somehow I built crit multiplier in my entire including my bow, tier 7 crit multi, everything. And then I learned that crit multi from bow triggering from bow attacks on the falconry passive didn't work at all. And I still one-shot everything, right? So I built the character completely wrong, and I was still like one-shotting 1k corruption, no problem, right? In hardcore and stuff. So
So I guess
I mean, sure.
the nerves will not be felt too much once you understand how it actually works.
I think
Yeah.
if you go in without reading the patch notes and they tell you that they buffed it, you would believe it, because it's like, you know, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Like, you know, people react to reading the things. Oh my god, they decreased this, they decreased that. Dude, you went from 2 billion damage to 1.8. Wow, you know,
Yeah.
low damage, bro. Like, okay, Falconer completely fine. In my opinion, super fun to play. The dive bomb is so fun. I don't know. I'm not super minion enjoyer, but that build is just so fun.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's also my starter for the race.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna play dive bomb. It's gonna be fun.
There's been some changes on
Nice.
that build. That, for example, they fixed how blind works. So it's a bit more survivable early on if you apply blinds with shurikens or with anything that applies blind on a bow hit or in the passive or whatever, or in smoke bomb has blind on bow attack. So that's kind of nice for hardcore. Like if you don't have crit avoidance yet, just dropping specking smoke bomb just to get the blind on, so you don't get smacked by Lagon or whatever.
Yeah, it has like what is it, crit damage reduction now or crit avoidance or something?
Yeah, it just basically
Crit
makes
avoidance.
it so the enemies can't do damage with you.
They can't crit anymore at all, right?
Yeah, they can't
it's
crit.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's,
Yeah, that's really good early on, I guess, until you actually cap it.
obviously you don't want to rely on it later, but it's not helping marksman early until it builds its dodge and his HP, which doesn't have an easy time as other classes. So yeah, overall it's gonna be good, man. It's gonna be good. The only thing is just getting crit is gonna be a bit harder, and dive bomb is the kind of build where if you don't have crit, kind of feels bad, right? Until dive bomb is reliable. They nerfed the shadows a bit, but again, you were killing on the first hit anyway. Like the shadows were like attacking nothing, so it's like it'll be fine. It'll be really good. It's really fun. They didn't nerf the playstyle itself, so it's good. Big nerf though. Sorry, a bug fix rather. You know how like throwing traps would give you infinite dodge and infinite everything. That is not gonna be like that anymore. You're gonna go from getting like 100 stacks that you could get before by spamming traps to getting like 8 to 10 maybe.
Yeah, overall, Explosive Trap was a really dominant skill in 1.0, and they've reworked portions of it. They've actually killed one of my builds, Explosive Ballista, procced on traps, because they added 3 mana cost to the node that enables you to throw 3 traps at once. So that's not possible anymore. But yeah, so that was nerfed quite a bit. Explosive Trap as a whole, giving less Dusk Shrouds, giving less damage to your Falcon. So that skill was too powerful and needed those small adjustments. But you know, overall, all classes have really, really great builds, and all classes can blast 1k corruption, no problem, with multiple different builds. So I feel like the general balance between the classes is getting closer and closer. Like especially compared to 1.0, which had like really builds that were going really that were outshining all of the other ones. You might have some that come to mind, like Marksman, Gelcor's daggers with detonating arrow and stuff like that, or like Wraith Lord. I'm actually curious to see how Wraith Lord performs in this patch, actually, because they kept the infinitely stacking buff, right? But they did reduce its damage. But I feel like overall, the balance of all the different classes is getting closer and closer as they progress in patches, right?
I think one of the biggest difference between classes is the fact that getting 300 cast speed on a caster is relatively easy because of how available cast speed is. You can get it on gloves, on relic, on catalyst, on weapon, on on passives, so you just for existing you can have like 200 cast speed, literally, right? For existing, try to do that on melee, and you're leveling up and you craft tier 5 attack speed on your gloves and it's 14% because the mid rolls, and it's like, oh wow, my build is popping now, and meanwhile Sorcerer gets 10% or something per stack and puts Arcane Ascendance on the bar and gets 50 for free with Unspect Arcane Ascendance. that kind of stuff is, I think, where the gap is. And again, cast speed is fun, so just let melee also do it. Like, why or at least make it ramp faster than it is at the moment.
I have a question for Tarek. So we talked about the Rogue and the Umbral Blades and the Shadow Daggers and so on. So I think that was previously like kind of like a speedrun record build, right? For like at least campaign and these kind of things, like Blade Dancer with Umbral Blades.
Yeah.
So what are you gonna do now? Like what is the plan for like the fastest speedrun possible?
I mean, it didn't change much. It's just that instead of just building the Umbral Blade as it was before, I'm gonna add the explode node where the blade explodes after a few seconds, and so you get like more Shadow Dagger applied. But the thing is, I'm probably not gonna just shift all the time because there's probably not gonna kill stuff behind me. Because I wasn't killing it for like killing monsters behind me for the loot. It's just for the XP. So I don't know. We'll see.
So
I need to test a lot. But...
Yeah, a bit more like active, I guess. Like not just okay, rush forward, ignore everything.
But the thing is, it's gonna be more single target and more like focus damage. So as soon as you get into like models, for example, maybe the damage is going to be better than before. It's just that the speed at which you're going to clear them is probably going to be slower.
How do you scale out the damage again on single target?
There's a new node in Blade Dancer.
There's a new node that gives you 50% more damage to uniques, I believe. Only uniques, or is it also rare?
Or rares and bosses or something.
Yeah, let me check.
And that's very powerful.
And for Falconeer, there was the aerial assault build also that was pretty fast too, that people used to level Falconeers, and they have basically shift the power of that interaction into a new unique, which is an endgame pair of boots. So now the extra Umbral Blades from aerial assault are not gonna just automatically give you extra Shadow Daggers. In order to do that, you're gonna have to. But you're basically going to equip those boots, which give you extra Umbral Blades per dexterity you have, right? So you can get to that power with gear instead of just getting it for free.
On Falconer now, I'm leveling up with Cinder Strike because of the nerf to the traps, the exploding traps. So it's like more regen, which also allows me to cast the Falcon Strike. Like I go pick the node that removed the cooldown of it whenever you consume the mark. So whenever it basically attack with the Falcon Strike, it applies a mark. And if you hit the enemy, it consumes the mark and reset the cooldown of the ability. But it adds like a huge mana cost. So with Cinder Strike, you're actually going to be able to sustain that. And I think it's going to be even better than before, like in terms of leveling.
Yeah, that's another thing that with Volca, we talked a lot with Warlock. Because the thing is, like, when things are overpowered, it tends to make it so people don't need to optimize things. Because even if you do everything wrong, it works. So it creates this, like how many Torment Warlocks were in YouTube, like last, patch, right? It was just so good. Like, you could just, dude, you put on Catonic Fissure on your bar, you're good. Doesn't even matter what the tree is, right?
We can move on to Acolyte discussion anyway now, so let's just keep going there.
So I think now that there's the super obvious outliers that make you so don't have to think at all, right, are gone. That doesn't mean the builds are bad. It just means that if you look into it, you discover power that you ignored because your vision was blurry with healing hands and these things from last patch. So there's actually a ton of things to still be discovered. For example, on our version of Torment now that Volca cooked, there's this node there's this profane orb node thingy. It's been there since Warlock exists, right? And no one used it. And then he just went, like, they nerfed his build, and they nerfed the belt, and they nerfed all these things, right? So it's like, well, how do I rework this? And he had to rework it because I was on his back saying, hey, rework this build, we need it for Maxroll, right? So he was basically under my whip of having to find a way to work. And he was so desperate, I assume, that he just went for the nodes that no one ever tried because everyone thought they were exhausted. And they turned out to be OP, So I wonder, even for people like us, that again, some of us have like thousands of hours in the game, right? Dude, how many of these things have to be there, that for sure people haven't even looked at. And I think, for example, Torment is a great example. Like, it's gonna be crazy. Acolyte as a whole, basically, Lich is pretty much the same. Nothing really changed. Nothing. I mean, Lich is still missing a big buff on the passive thresholds. It doesn't have any yet, which I assume it will be. They're going passive by passive tree, updating the. After 3 points you get this bonus or that bonus or whatever. So I'm sure that when that happens, Lich will be amazing because it's already pretty competitive. The one problem that Lich has is that there's a lot of skills that have been overshadowed by a particular interaction, which is the experimental potion zombie thingy on belt. It's basically a thing. It's kind of like the traversal skill, but with zombies. And again, you equip Jungle Queens, which is this belt that has 16 potion slots. And every time you press it, you cast 4 zombies on tier 7 or tier 6. And it bypasses like cooldowns and everything. And
What do these zombies do exactly? What's the benefit?
They explode and they do a lot of damage.
Okay, so it's just like it kills stuff with your potion, basically, or what?
I mean, you have 16 potions and you go, and so because that interaction is in the game, everything else feels like, I don't know, and it's so weird that the entire power of the class relies on experimental affix that bypasses mana cost, bypasses cooldown. So again, a zombie that would cost like 30 mana to cost or whatever with all the skill tree.
So these zombies get the skill tree as well.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I remember using that. I had like a belt that actually had this because it has like minion damage, and that was good for my Falconer as well.
Yeah.
So I had this experimental affix there. I had minion damage and the experimental minion damage to the zombie. And I was like, okay, the zombie, like, who cares? Like, what is this? For the memes or something. But apparently it does something.
Yeah, that is on the chopping block. Like, I mean, if you are like that, for example, I kind of like refuse to put like 50 hours on it to make a guide on max roll, and because I know it's gonna be gone at any moment just based on experience. So it's kind of like, you don't wanna bait people and put a bunch of work in things that are obviously not gonna survive. Just look at Remaster if you don't believe me, right? So again, and
I mean, the thing is that it may be really powerful, but I guess ESG is also like more in the, on the path of, okay, we don't nerf stuff that is like maybe a bit too good or something right now. Like, it's not a game breaking, I guess, right?
Yeah,
so it's kind of like
it's
what's
also
important
that it is game breaking for sure.
Yeah.
But, keep in mind the zombies on death also grant worth based on their total HP, and you can build minion HP. And Profane Veil, like the thing that everyone complains that it's been nerfed, it also works with that. So you don't use Bone Prison now, you use zombies.
Okay.
Don't do it.
How do you get all these potions though? I mean, okay, you can do this once, and what do you do?
Jungle Queen, there's a belt that has 16 potion slots.
Yeah, but how do you get those potions back?
I mean, you just get chance on potion find, and you just. I mean, what people do is people just go in, and they go on the boss. There's stuff on YouTube. You can look it up, right? People just go in and do, and the boss dies, your PC dies, everybody dies. It's it's nuts.
Okay.
So yeah, that one, it's annoying. And then there's the entire discussion about, for example, Reaper form Lich. About if you play a Lich and you don't use Reaper form and Death Seal, it's kind of unplayable. And I feel like it's kind of okay that a class it's a bit more limited in options if they offer something very unique. Like, not every class has to be able to do everything, And I feel like Lich staying like niche, but just being very particular and very good at what it offers in terms of fantasy is good. So I don't know. I love Lich, but it needs thresholds in the passives. He'll be fine. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any other notes here on Acolyte from Tarek or Bina?
I'm not the biggest Acolyte enjoyer, so like Liz has played Acolyte quite a bit actually.
Yeah, it's like probably your main, right? That's probably your main, I would say. Is that or?
He played a lot.
I guess it used to be.
I don't know. I probably have like 4,000 hours on Lich or something, just on Lich.
Okay, so it's like the
And
third most played, I guess. At that rate.
Yeah, I like Lich a lot.
Yeah, I guess one small thing that is kind of nice that they changed is like for every minion in the game, like the health scaling
Yeah,
as they gain like from your level. Every time you level, they gain like extra health. They increase that, so now like they're gonna die like less in the campaign or in the end game.
Mhm.
Like especially because like when they release like 1.0, they up the difficulty by a lot for the end game, and so like minions start dying and stuff. So
Yeah.
Overall, minion enjoyers, they've been buffed. They've been buffed this patch, like skeletons and stuff, because they were a bit squishy, especially early on. Like,
Yeah.
so it's gonna be nice. There's a new sacrifice amulet. There's basically an amulet that it's a relic. Sorry, it's a relic called, I don't know, some BDSM name.
Oh,
some
sacrifice.
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is.
So this relic casts sacrifice on its own automatically every 2 seconds.
Okay.
So yeah, it's gonna be, that's for sure. With the zombie belt, you see where I'm going. Like it's
Yeah, I don't know much about the minion builds on Acolyte, but I also looked at that item and I was like, okay, that really reminds me of some of the free stuff with the zombie dogs there, and there's also a sacrifice skill, and you can explode these, and there's probably some cool stuff you can do. That sounds kind of funny. So
yeah, it's gonna be. I'm probably gonna play it eventually because it looks fun. But yeah, and then Necro basically stays the same pretty much. Dread shade everywhere, minions, boom.
I mean, minions in general is relatively good in last Epoch compared to most other archetypes. I feel like there's a lot of minion stuff you can do on Acolyte and also on Primalist. And I guess to some degree, Falconer is considered a minion build. Not really, I guess. But we can also talk about Primalist. So you just talked about the minion survivability. And that is definitely something that I really hated about playing Primalist. I was playing Beastmaster or something like that. And like, my wolves are constantly dead. I have to revive them. My crowd's dying easily. And I mean, there are ways around that. And it seems like it has gotten a lot better now. Because like this whole revive mechanic that Primalist has seems so annoying. And if they kind of like, make it a bit more baseline survivability for the minions, that would be really helpful. But you can talk maybe about the class in general now.
I asked once why the revive mechanic, and I got told that it's because they want to it's because they want to transfer the identity that the Primalist cares about his pets, and he doesn't want.
Okay, come on.
I'm not trolling.
I guess they got inspired by like WoW Hunter or something like a WoW Classic Hunter or something like that. Maybe I could imagine. Where like you have to feed your pet and these kind of things.
Yeah, animal lovers.
I think in WoW that is really good. That fantasy that works, right? But I feel like in ARPG, like it felt so annoying every time these guys die, and I have to run on them. I have to stand on them for like 5 seconds, and then they come back, and then they die again in the next pack. Unless you like invested a lot into them, I felt like I just want to have some wolves that buff me here and there as like a support skill. I don't want to invest like 3 item affixes and whatever, right? And I'm like, well...
Yeah, well, there's workarounds because you can actually, like... It's been in the game forever, but basically snapshotting, you could have like one set of gear with just like a bunch of minion health, of minion damage, a bunch of like all kind of things, and idols and all these kinds of items. He
said the word, guys. He said the word.
Yeah, and just summon them and then swap all of your gear to a second set of gear. But like, who actually wants to do that like every so often, right? It's just like it's quite annoying, right?
Again, sorry, Derek.
No, they actually like there's one node that's gonna be useful also for endgame, but only if you play a strength character. Is that basically how you keep your minions alive? Is you give them like a bunch of health regen, but it's flat health regen that you can give them. But now there's like a new node that gives you and your minion increased health regen. So basically it's gonna scale like way more than before. At least if you play like a strength character.
Yeah, I think it should be very noticeable. I saw that change in the patch notes, and I was like, yeah, okay, that seems nice, right? To get like a bunch of like % increased health vision if you have like any kind of flat, like one roll somewhere. Like I think you can have it on Bell or something, right? Minion life vision, and then it gets multiplied, and generally they have a bit more life. I also felt like if you went into high corruption, like 500 plus corruption, when I was playing a Primalist with just like supporting wolves, for example, like they were just always dead, and they would even get blasted really fast, even if they had regen. So maybe for a higher life pool plus higher regen, it might kind of work.
I always thought that if you want to use your crows or your wolves as basically sigils, because that's what they are, right? Just buffs with fantasy, there should just be a node that your wolves / crows / whatever you're using, in the skill tree, cannot attack but cannot be targeted. Boom,
I don't
I
think it
just-
has to be that extreme. It could even be something like,
Like-
minus 80% damage, minus 80% damage taken or so, right? So they still
Yes,
kind of like
something like
do
that. Yeah,
something,
absolutely.
right? But yeah, something like that would probably make sense.
Because when you're playing a totem build with Storm Totems and you just have the crows for them to buff with you, and you're playing a totem, so you just can't resummon it, so you don't want to build minion HP because it's a totem. But my crows die,
Yeah. I think it makes more sense if like pure minion builds actually care about investing into the minions, but it's like, okay, I want to just like play, a Beastmaster and I want to smash stuff, right? And my wolves just run with me because, they give me like the wolf buff. Yeah, sure, right? It's nice. And it's like, okay, what else do I put on my bar if I don't do the wolves? I mean, okay, I have my totem, I have my warcry, and I have my leap, and then there's like one more slot. And what do you do with that, right? So that was kind of like my problem, for example, when I was playing these builds, that were not like dedicated minion builds. So that was very annoying. So I hope that's gonna be much improved now.
And those affixes kind of feel bad to put, right? Because they're prefixes as well. So you're sacrificing a lot of damage to give your minions tankiness. Like, it just feels quite bad.
Meanwhile, zombies, like, and Falconer is just going around being immortal like a fucking torpedo jet, killing everything. It's like a raid boss. I don't know. On the Primalist topic, minions, though, boss DR has been gone. Well, it's gone now, right? And minions, although they suffer with the early game a bit, and the region and all of that, everything you're saying, like pure minions have actually very, very crazy DPS potential. Just because it's kind of hard to balance abilities where the amount of minions can get bigger. So things like squirrels, things like raptors, things like totems, all of these things, right? Especially with the new rings that Bina was mentioning, the crit rings. I wouldn't be surprised if you see some minion builds just obliterating bosses, where you give up a bit of speed on mapping for bosses, just especially if you're not particularly skilled or you don't want to do mechanics and you just want boom, And yeah, minions DPS wise, it's kind of crazy, like how good they are in this game. And then the big change, I guess, on Primalist overall is that aspect of the board.
Aspect of the board, yeah. This is exactly what I wanted to talk about next. So
the aspect of the board tax is gone, guys. It's
That's
gone.
really nice.
No more tax.
It's gonna open up so many points in the passive trees.
Yeah, I mean,
so
in
good.
general, it makes a lot of builds more squishy, though, right? Is there like any compensation for that, or how do you deal with that on like
I think honestly,
Beastmaster?
It's split up tankiness, because the problem is like when you were a werebear, it's like, oh, you had height skin that makes you really tanky, right? The node that gives you more endurance threshold on the top of that. Now Shaman's got a bunch of stuff with regen and endurance threshold and stuff, and then Beastmaster has his aspect of the board. The problem before is that because of aspect of the board was for everyone, you had whatever your class gave you plus that, and now basically classes that were like a 99% tanky are gonna become like 70 or 80, which is still gonna be whatever is still gonna be immortal, without board, because it had all these other defensive layers, right? And not only that, because you are not going to invest in board, you're going to be able to invest in other things, more HP, more, Berserker got buffed, all of these things, right? So overall, I think Primalist is, to be honest, the community has asked for it for years. I don't know if they have like a schedule that they just like don't touch things because of calendar and that's it. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's been in the back of their mind for years. And it's amazing, honestly. It's so good. The Beastmaster tax is gone. It's great. And to be honest, it's still really good for melee at that point, because it still can proc every 2 seconds, right? And it has a 1 second duration, but with 2 points, it has a 2 second duration. So now you can grab Ursine, which is the 16% damage reduction on the bottom, just put 2 points on the aspect of the board base, which is still 15% damage reduction, right? And if you're playing melee like a werebear, and you're brawling and they're hitting you, well, it's gonna proc every 2 seconds and it has a 2 second duration. So it's basically gonna be always up. So it's not like you lost it, but for example, for things like like totem spammer, like the builds Pina likes, those builds that don't really die to melee, those builds are not gonna be able to benefit as easy, to the point where it's like, well, I'm normally dying to off-screen stuff, so why would I even invest on this, right? So
Mhm.
Yeah, it's great. I love it. The depths sometimes are just giga chats, and this one was a giga chat one.
And
It is
we've
really
been
good.
asking for this for ages, basically.
Yeah.
Like it was really preventing a lot of also like player choice in terms of where you put your passives. You only had access to like there was basically a straight line. Okay, you grab all the required passives, and then you grab the Beastmaster tax, which was like 20 something points, which is like way too much of an investment, right? Because it's just way too good. And then putting it at the top of the tree just makes it like so much better, right? You just grab the 8 points at the bottom and you're done, pretty much.
And yeah,
Okay.
and then Shaman, brand new, pretty much. I'm not. I don't really. We will see.
They did a big rework on Avalanche, and previously
Yes.
I tried Avalanche briefly when I was playing a Shaman. I had a lot of fun with Shaman, but I was playing this Avalanche and it had this channeled behavior, and I was like, yeah, I never want to touch that skill again. Now they put it as an option on the tree of the skill and made it like a cast skill that actually sounds really fun. So is that going to be a thing? Like, how's that looking? Are you making a guide for that?
Pina?
I mean, we are looking into it, but at first it doesn't seem like it's going to be a top contender for a top build. So yeah, we'll see what happens with Avalanche, right? But
People
it's
are
a
really
complete-
hyped, but
yeah, but it's a completely new skill, right? So it requires more than just like like a few hours or a few days of like oh, I look at this and okay, I got the best build possible out of the skill, right? So like there's a lot of moving pieces of the puzzle, and Avalanche, a completely new skill, does not seem at first like it's gonna be the best skill in the game or like anywhere near. But yeah, we are certainly looking into it.
and there's a big if, right? Obviously, again, we can't talk much, right? But let's just say that new skills tend to be a bit buggy, right? And for example, I think if Avalanche, if it has a game-breaking bug, let's just say, for example, I don't know, there is a, I don't know, certain point that doesn't consume.
Bro, calm down. Okay.
I mean, if it works as intended, I think it'd be a good skill. If it works as intended, it'll be a good skill. But I mean, new skills historically are always something that cities couldn't report in time, couldn't see. Things that just like again didn't look. I don't know. We'll see. To be honest, I don't know. I
A
think
lot of
this
stuff,
needs
a lot of stuff to be discovered. At least let's put it that way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Do you have anything else on the primer list? Okay. Yeah, that definitely, like, Primalist is probably my second most favorite class personally. Like, after the Rogue, I've been playing a lot of Primalist. I've leveled like 1 to 100 actually in 1.0, and like another one to like 90 or something. And yeah, I just kind of enjoy Primalist in general. Kind of like smacking stuff. Like, I like these melee playstyles of Primalist. Not so much the minions, but yeah, like there's definitely stuff to look forward to. And Avalanche is something I might try.
There is actually a pretty nice interaction with one of the uniques that has been revealed in the planners, right? Whether it's called, let me find the name of this. It's the new unique that gives you damage dealt to mana before health. So on Primalist, if you go and you transform, like your rage is considered mana. So if you have a good way of sustaining your rage, this helm can be an excellent way of getting extra damage reduction. Because just generating rage is usually much easier than generating mana.
Do you get rage from taking hits or taking damage?
Well, it really depends on the build. For example, if you go on Swarmblade, in Swarmblade, for example, you get a lot of rage on crits. For example, when you deal crits. So for as many hits as you can get a lot of rage. You can get rage again on bosses and rares and stuff like that. The Thorn Totem, in Spriggan form, you can get rage back on unsummoning your totems. There's multiple different ways of gaining rage. But overall, I think that's going to be a pretty much a staple of the aspirational gear that you can get on Primalist.
Yeah, there's also the new helmet that we talked about, the one that gives you damage taken goes to mana. If it works with rage, it has for builds that stay at perma rage, has potential to be extremely powerful. Right too. Like again, you lost Boar, but you also got new uniques and new layers. There's the new chest piece with damage reduction. So I really like when they take away power from the base skill and they add it into gear, because that makes the you don't feel like you're just overpowered by existing, and there is some motivation to actually go play the game to get stronger and to have that. Oh, I got this item, so now I'm 20% stronger. Wow, which we didn't really have, honestly. So that's
Yeah.
good.
We kind of asked that like forever, right? Like getting the power out of the skills and passive trees to the gear.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And they're definitely doing that.
And again, like Phantom Grip, the ring that gives you like +2 to all minion skills on Primalist as well. It's like excellent. Like you have so many minion skills on Primalist. Who would not want +4 skills? There's something to cook there for sure.
Yeah,
Okay,
Toad is
there was
considered minions for that purpose?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that sounds pretty good.
Yeah, there was one thing that got changed that's pretty massive for leveling actually. It's inside the Swarmblade form. Like you had a node basically where you applied bleed on the monsters. You would pop them and get like a crazy increased damage buff, basically like a 15k increased damage. And they basically divided that by 10. So yeah, rip for that build. Like before you would pop the bleed, you would one-shot everything in the campaign. It was crazy.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That
Yeah,
ability
It is what it is.
but yeah, like to wrap up the class discussion a little bit. So it seems like there is good stuff to look forward to on all of the classes, at least baseline. Maybe not for every single mastery. So some seem a bit weaker, like Marksman seems a bit on the weaker side. I'm not sure about Forge Guard. He said it's like buff, but not enough. So I guess it might be still one of the weaker masteries as well overall, I guess.
Is Marksman the weakest mastery? What do you guys think? It might be, no?
Looking at the tier list, it definitely looks like it. At least the tier list that you guys made. So
And it's also a bit misleading too, because then a lot of people have this perception of Jacklors, which is a marksman build that used 0 points into marksman, so that says enough, yeah.
I mean, Marksman is just like really, it's hard to get tanky. It's pretty squishy, right? So
And it doesn't do enough damage for how squishy it is, basically. You got the glass, but no cannon, basically.
yeah, maybe still some work to be done there, I guess, in the future. Maybe they're gonna make some cool new uniques, or maybe they're gonna like buff the tree a little bit, or the base skills could also be buffed, right? There's many options they can explore there.
Yeah, I think mana cost just feels horrible. Why, like punk, like generator spender, but just let me spam multi-shot, bro. Like, come on, like.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we go to like
You can spam glacier, you can spam multi-shot. I don't know. Just make it 0 mana, bro. Like, stop, go crazy.
or like give us a way to build into making it not a generator spender kind of playstyle, because like we go to extreme lengths to be able to do this, and that's how people want to play. Like generator spender usually feels pretty bad because you spend half of your time dealing no damage, and then you have a small burst of like a small window of opportunity to deal damage.
Well, I mean, generator spender would probably not feel bad if the generator was doing something, right? Like if it actually has like some actual, like either like some strong debuff that you apply before you nuke, or maybe even dust damage, right? So if that was like some way to balance it out a bit, it wouldn't be that bad.
There is some good ones. For example, Runebolt felt pretty good for that reason, no? Because Runebolt gives you a bunch of power that is global, or Swipe feels a bit like that, right? Where you can get regen and things that you can actually feel powerful while generating mana. But I mean, Puncture gives you the bleed buff, but if you're not playing a bleed build, then what do you use? Like, okay, you have Cinder Strike giving you the elemental thingy, but I don't know. Like
That is
when I
true.
think,
Runebolt,
when I think about marksman, I just want to play a marksman. I just want to spam the famous classic abilities that just come to mind, and they should. I don't know. I think it should be one of the highest DPS in the game, just from an identity perspective, from a design philosophy. Marksman should be glass cannon. You are gonna rely on these dodges and skill expression and smokes and all of that. You're not gonna have EHP. It's kind of like, it's okay, but you're gonna. How do I not curse here?
You're gonna deal massive amounts of damage, right? You're
Yes.
gonna destroy everything in your path, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's kind of the idea of a marksman, I suppose, and like they have not really like delivered enough on the damage fantasy, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is true. That though, like man, I forgot the name. The Rune Master
Runebolt.
generator. Rune Bolt.
Rune Bolt.
Rune Bolt actually feels amazing. You can get like up to 9% base crit chance on it. You can get like penetration. You get a bunch of mana back. You can get so much from it.
Ward. Yeah.
Yeah,
Shock,
it feels really good. Haste.
Haste.
Like,
uh,
yeah. But not
Oh,
all
man.
mana generators are, created equal, I guess.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, maybe that's going to be some updates. All right, there's another big topic I want to talk about, which is alts and the quality of life. So there have been a lot of changes, in particular to like how fast you can progress through monoliths now, and how you can profit of that with your alts if you make multiple characters in a cycle. Maybe we can talk about that if we can like recap that a little bit, and then like how do you guys think this will impact the overall game? And for example, like for people like you that play multiple characters in each cycle, how's that gonna go?
Well, it's much faster to push corruption. It's much faster to also like with the new glyph that they release, you're gonna be able to like level up, go through the non-empowered monos super fast on your alt, since it's gonna fill up the entire stability with the new glyph. So you only have to do one echo, use the glyph, and then do the quest echoes, kill the boss, and go to the next timeline. So that's gonna feel pretty good on alts. It's also gonna be usable like to just on your main character as well to get more stability on your main character on the timeline that you want to push. But I think it's gonna be, if you want to play the meta, you need to have at least one COF character. Well, if you are MG, right? If you're going Merchants Guild, you're gonna want to have at least always one COF character to be able to farm those runes of creation. Since for every slam that you do, you will want to like, if you buy an item on the market and then it costs, a couple million gold, you want to be able to use a rune of creation to duplicate to have two chances basically at getting your proper roll, right? So I think the meta is, if you're MG, you want to have at least one COF character. If you're COF, it's fine. You don't interact with the market. But yeah, there's been a lot of quality of life improvements to be able to go faster and not feel as much as a chore when you're on a second character or a third character, especially when it's like, your 10th character. You don't really care about, like non-empowered monoliths.
For the people in chat who might not be familiar with the system, basically there's this new crafting thingy that only drops in empowered. So you will find it on your first character, and then you can use it on your second or on that character itself, right?
I don't know about the glyph of envy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it sounds actually kind of interesting. Like, what if you play COF and then go for only the glyph prophecies? You're gonna get lots of these glyphs, I guess, and just like power through the monoliths, right?
Yeah.
So can they drop from like? I think there are harbinger drops, but I guess since it's a glyph, you can probably also like hunt down glyph rewards on the monoliths or from the prophecies.
We'll see. I don't think they're gonna be very rare because they're meant to be used, but we'll see.
They have said that they're going to be about as rare as dungeon keys.
Keys. Yeah, so,
I mean, your stash is probably filled with dungeon keys.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they have said that. Yeah.
Okay, that sounds like you're actually gonna get a lot of them. Like,
yeah.
Do you have any idea like how much stability they add? Like, I know that. I guess the idea is that it fills it. Basically.
On a non-empowered, all of it. So you go into one timeline, do one echo. So doing one echo, it detects that you're on that timeline, right? It's like links.
Wow.
And then you get out, buy an item on the vendor, use the thing, it's full. You go to the boss.
So if you do a bit of campaign skipping
in 20
and stuff,
echoes, you're in empowered. Yeah,
with a bit of campaign skipping, you can be an empowered monolith in like 3 hours, 2 hours, or something. Like that's it.
Way faster. Yeah,
way faster.
With legendaries not having like any requirement except for the unique.
If you're twinking and you're playing, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you just like a bunch of like LP gear, like low level items, with like a bunch of really good legendary stats, and they go.
Basically,
they changed one thing. They also changed one thing.
Bro, yeah, let Tarek speak now. He hasn't said that much.
I swear, this guy, he speaks for 2 hours. I want to speak. He doesn't want to.
Yeah,
so
go ahead.
What I wanted to say is that the also the timeline, the last level 90 timelines, now on all of your alts, you only need to do one instead of all the three. So it's also going to be like much faster, even if you don't have like the glyph of envy, like regardless.
It sounds like we're kind of going into like the D3 direction here, where your alts are just going to be like up and running like in no time basically. Like I'm not sure how much you guys have experience with Diablo 3. But like leveling the alls is literally like a few minutes basically to get to level 70, and then just kind of where you start. But if you have a bunch of like materials lying around or something, you just like stand in town for half an hour, craft some gear, and then you're good to go to blast like the baseline, Nephilim rifts or something like that, and you can gear up from there. And okay, half an hour might be a bit optimistic for last Epoch, but yeah, definitely seems like we're going that direction where like an alt, you can just do it in like an afternoon, easy peasy, right? And get to like, I don't know, level 80, 90 or something, and you have a build, right? Especially Merchant's Guild. You just buy the stuff, and there you go, right? You have your setup.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can definitely get to level 70, 80 like quite fast. Like even if you're not like a speedrunner or anything, right? So by the end of the regular non-empowered monos, usually, well, actually, now that you skip everything, you'll be really low level if you just skip everything and you go in empowered right away. Like you'll be what, like level 50 or like?
Gonna be funny to see for the hardcore race, I guess. How far you want to push it?
Yeah, not sure it's that great for hardcore, huh?
Yeah, you better have like some crazy legendaries if you do that.
Yeah, but at least you're gonna be able to play, feel how you're playing normally, and then whenever you feel, oh man, I'm ready for empower. Because in some characters, you just especially if you're twinking.
I guess the idea is also like maybe for like first character, maybe save up the glyphs at the start, and then you go into empowered first, and you can just use that to like boost your corruption really fast. Whenever you have a power spike, it's just like, okay, like boom, stability, do the boss, do the Orbis, repeat, something like that, right?
Yeah.
So that's probably also kind of a strat.
On empowered, they don't fill up the bar completely, so they only give you a bit. But
yeah, but even that helps, right?
Hundreds of them, yeah, absolutely,
yeah. Oh, also now you can freely swap blessings, and this also unlocks the blessings for your ults. So I don't know how it's gonna be with your ult. Like, do you have already like all the blessings unlocked if you have already unlocked them on your main?
Well, I think in the patch note or in the blog post it said that you get the minimum value on your ults. So you still have to go grind them again on your ults, but you get the minimum value, I guess, baseline, or maybe after the first completion of the timeline. Either way,
I think it's after first skill you get.
Yeah, so like as you go into empowered monoliths, which are going to be really fast, right? You're going to have at least a baseline of all of the grand blessings. So that is actually really good as well. Yeah, so you have like a big power spike there right from the start, basically, from all the grand blessings, at least a minimum.
Yeah, also for certain builds, like you're playing a throwing build and you want to get sustain without the throwing glitch. Blessing is so hard, and it's going to enable more. You're not going to have to use meta builds to level alts, which gets very repetitive. If you are a Lich player and you want to have a Harvest Lich, a Dead Seal Lich, and and a Sacrifice Lich or whatever, or minions or hybrid or something, you're gonna be able to. Instead of playing the same Spirit Plague setup for leveling the meta, you're gonna be able to just twink and do whatever you want, which is so much better for people who play a lot.
Yeah, it sounds also really fun because there are so many like unique items in Last Epoch where it's like, man, you find this thing like, oh, this looks so interesting. I really want to make a build around this, right? And I had like my entire stash filled up with such items, and like, I have like 200 builds in my mind ready to go. And I'm like, like, what am I going to do? When am I going to do all these things, right? And, in the end, like, I played for like a month, and okay, I was like really trying hard on like my Falconer. I played that for like, 2 weeks straight or something, or 1.5 weeks, going like, all the way to like 1000 corruption and everything. And then the other builds, I didn't do that much, right? I went to like 90, maybe 95, and, just had fun with the build. But I never really got to like the end game. But now you get there much faster, and you can also just make the build much faster, right? You just spend like 2-3 hours, boom, you have the build going, and you can try it. So that's really cool. I really like that about
even on same characters, right? The fact
that exactly. Just make like another rogue. Like, why not, right? If it only takes like 2-3 hours to get the build up and running, then I don't have to respec my character. I'm just gonna make another one and rush.
I mean,
yeah,
They made that system, I mean, all of those systems, those quality of life changes for like solo players, because technically before you could do that like with another player, like in a party, they could boost you like in 10 minutes. You could unlock like empower stuff. So now as a solo player, you can also do that like in 3 hours, something like that. Feels nice.
This fixes another problem as well, right? Being able to swap those blessings around. LE has a 20 character limit online. So now if you make for example a marksman, then you can use your marksman for any marksman build and swap your blessings without getting the FOMO of like, oh, I found my perfect blessing for this specific build. I want to be able to keep it because it took me, I don't know, like I had to get to like 600 corruption before even unlocking it. So this enables you to like have one of each mastery essentially, and not fill up your character slots.
Yeah, the blessing swap is definitely really cool. So for those that are unaware, you now get the values of all the blessings that show, right, when you kill a boss. You kind of like put them in your blessing stash, and then you just select one that you want to use, basically. And then you can also go to the NPC and change to whatever blessing you have unlocked in that timeline already for like a little gold cost. So it's gonna be very easy to swap.
The new faction has this thing where it re-rolls the.
You get like a lucky
blessings.
roll, basically. You get it twice rolled and you get a better version. Yeah, really cool stuff.
Very nice.
Yeah, I was really hoping it would do something like this. This was also like one of the big points of feedback that I had after playing 1.0 a lot. Like I would just farm this one timeline over and over and over until I get the blessing with like a non-crappy roll, and it was kind of annoying, to be fair. I find it fun to like unlock the blessings and maybe try it a little bit, but then I was like, okay, I spent like 50 boss kills trying to get that blessing, and now I finally fixed my rest problem, and now I want to swap that blessing or something, and like, whoa, like, do I go again like 50 times or something? That's insane. So I'm really glad that they changed it.
Also, the question for you, Liz, do you know if the new faction that gives all those bonuses and stuff is shared between characters, or is it like,
Yeah. Factions
that's
are
kind of nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So once, for example, if you farm to level whatever it is to get the blessings on your first character, and you still want to get your best rolls on your alt, now you're gonna be able to mathematically, right, do it much faster because you already on your first attempts you're already gonna have the double rolls going and so on. And talking about bosses, there's also a lot of help for getting boss drops too on this patch, especially for COF with the 250% bonus and stuff on COF. So yeah, it's gonna be nice. It might even push certain items into meta just because of how easy they're gonna be to farm. So for example, the Reign of Winter bow, right, the one that gives icicles, for example, it's just an example. That bow is a flat 50% drop rate, right? And if you have a 250% increase, that doesn't increase because it's flat. What it does, it rolls the item again. So you could technically drop the bow 3 times per kill.
Isn't like 150 increase, not 250 increase?
On the base. So you can drop it up to 3 times, basically.
Ah.
If I recall correctly.
2.5, I guess. Correctly. And then, that was like another...
It's 2 rolls and then one that is like half, basically.
Okay, I see.
Up to.
Interesting. Yeah, it's like, this was definitely also one of the things that bugged me a lot playing COF. I was like, if I really want to get this certain boss drop, like, yeah, okay, I can farm that boss like 100 times and eventually I might get lucky with like a 1 LP or 2 LP version of it, but man, it did take a while, right? And now the stability is faster, you get 150% extra boss loot. Like, this actually sounds really crazy. Like, maybe they've overdone it a little bit. On the other hand, I mean, if you compare it to MG, you can never overdo it anyway, I suppose. So maybe it's fine.
Absolutely. And again, it's fine if people can complete characters without spending bajillion hours in, like, people have fun.
Yeah, not only that, but you also have the eggs now, right? Like, even if you have that item and it doesn't have LP, it's gonna throw it in the egg and maybe you get something out of it.
And
so
rage, Yeah.
Rage. Cook it.
For the rage about the +7 life vision or something. That rolled.
I wonder if the eggs are. I haven't. Maybe it says it on the patch notes, but maybe they have also kind of like the Weaver's Will, that it has higher chances to roll good stuff. Like, it would be cool if that's a thing too, where like it has chances to roll plus levels and things like that. We'll see.
All right, I have another topic, which is XP nerfs and also the ladder that they have introduced in the game now. So I guess it's kind of like a connected thing here. So previously it was pretty easy to get to level 100 on a character if you invested enough hours and grinded, I don't know, like 200, 300 plus corruption or more, and just go for tomes all day long. But now it seems like tomes have been heavily nerfed to the point where I don't really know. Like, is that the way to go for XP? I guess it might still be better going for tomes as much as possible. But it sounds like most of the XP is supposed to come from kills, making especially like level 96 to 100 very, very slow. So that's the expectation. But do you guys have any like input on that? Like, what is the expectation really?
I personally think it's a really good thing that it's gonna take longer to get to level 100, since it always feels in games like ARPGs, right, where you get to 100, you get to max level, and then what? It kind of feels like you're almost like finished, right? That like spamming echoes is less fun when you're not gaining XP and doing something else. It's always better to be like multitasking, basically. Oh, I want to farm this item and I'm also gaining XP. Oh, I want to go kill this boss and I'm also gaining XP, right? It's always about the journey, and when you reach the end of the journey, it never feels as satisfying as getting there, basically. So I guess that's pretty much like we all kind of like that because we play ARPGs and we like building our characters and getting more powerful. But it's not about being OP. So it's not about getting 100. It's not about being 100. It's getting there. So the longer you spend getting to 100, I think the better it is. And about the XP tome meta and stuff like that, I personally think that the meta is actually going to be, since experience going to scale less. There's going to be less scaling past 300 corruption. There are certain quest echoes that you usually don't do when you're in empowered, right? Because you get access to the boss directly. But certain quest echoes are filled with an insane amount of rare monsters, and those rare monsters give a lot of XP. So in terms of the race to 100, I think the meta is going to be get to 300 as fast as possible, and then spam that one quest echo over and over and over again.
Hey, it has the advantage of being giga safe in hardcore as well.
People already did that on last patch, actually. I know Terek and his community found a lot of stuff with that. I don't know if you want to talk about it a bit more.
Yeah, it would be kind of interesting, actually.
It's like just spamming the same quest over and over and over, and just because like the XP ratio of like rares compared to like regular monsters, certain rares have like crazy XP. Like not every monster has the same like base XP that get multiplied by being a rare. And so you have like those missions that have like really high XP rares, and you just do them again and again and again.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess probably the stratus, you go COF, get a lot of these glyphs of envy, just go to that timeline, do the quest, do the boss, do the quest, do the boss, and so on. And this is kind of how you do it, I guess. Or what? It sounds kind of wild, actually.
It's kind of crazy. I don't exactly remember how it worked, but I think you can pop the quest like multiple times, like in a row.
I do.
Yeah, you do. Because you get like the 40% increase XP bonus from like the ethics.
Yeah.
Like they are. Yeah. Okay. I'm letting this one go.
Wait,
okay.
you wanna talk about it, or what is it?
I mean, we can talk about it. It's just not really fun, but
yeah.
Basically, this is from Derek. He doesn't remember. You remember? You trolling?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. He wants to keep it to himself.
He wants to win the race.
I don't remember the details. I don't remember the details.
Oh, I see.
It's pretty much what I said, no?
It sounds like an exploit, quite a bit.
It's not an exploit. Basically, like when you do 2 quest echoes, just for example, there's a few in the first timeline and the Fall of the Outcast that just have a shit ton of density, lots of skeletons everywhere and stuff, and you can just do them and not complete the last objective and just like exit, and you would lose.
So you don't even actually finish it. So you just
you don't
repeat over and over. Okay, and that seems stupid.
And what people do is that people stack double enrage modifiers because they give 40% increased XP, when regular modifiers give 15, 10%, 5%. Yeah. So you go into that with full rares and 82 enrages, right? Which is 40 each. And patch it, please. I don't know.
Yeah, especially now that corruption, you can get it like super fast. So you can reach like something like 300 corruption, put like 2 enrage mod, and you have like, I don't know how much XP like modifier is crazy.
Yeah,
And again, for hardcore, it's gonna be that. Sure, Enrage is the best one for XP, but it's also Enrage is dangerous, right? Because it gives enemies more, like they're faster and they do more damage and all of that. So
but
risk
man,
versus reward.
it does sound boring, and this is supposed to be like the best strat. Or like, is it like after a certain level you still go tomes anyway, or do you just all the way to 100?
I don't know. There's also certain maps that have higher density than others, like Frozen Sea comes to mind. One that is like a frozen lake full, and it's always full of like crazy density. And so AOE is going to be important, I think, just in general.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, personally, I'm not really looking forward to like farming like a quest echo. I
No,
gotta say,
I'm not
so,
going to do that. I'd rather lose.
No.
Honestly.
yeah. I think.
And then I
I'm
say
gonna do
I
that.
wasn't trying, bro. I didn't even do the strat. What do you mean? If I did the strat, I would have won, bro. Like.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I guess the real race is really to Aberroth anyway, and then the 100 is gonna be okay. The thing is that in game there is like the leaderboard for the levels, but not for Aberroth, right? But it will probably be like a shout out, I guess, and there's also, I guess, like an event. Do we have like any information about that already? Actually, is there like an official race event for Aberroth? I actually haven't really seen.
What is official is that the first kill unlocks Aberroth for standard. So I guess they know how to track it.
Okay, yeah, and there's also like a shout out system in the game that will probably also mention that, okay, like this guy,
maybe the depths.
yeah, this guy has killed Aberroth or something like that. I'm pretty sure there should be something like it if they already made that system.
Yeah, I mean, it would be pretty lame, in my opinion, if they put all this effort into marketing the Pinnacle boss patch and there is. I don't know.
There's a really good comment in chat about I hope the servers are gonna be good this time, because if you remember for 1.0, the launch of 1.0 was like, okay, you get in the game, I'm in, and then you load into the first town and you're like, okay, I'm stuck in the loading screen.
the door boss
all the time. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, for me it was actually perfect. So when 1.0 launched, like the service was so trash for the first 6 hours or something that no one could do anything. Everyone was like level 5, level 8, level 12, the highest guy on my friend list after like 6 hours. I was just playing offline, I was living the best life. And then I died in like Act 9 or something. And that was just about the time. Yeah, this was just about the time when the servers were stabilizing again. And I was like, okay, let's play online, easy.
You went straight, right? Too. Like you're like, oh, fuck it, I'll just play another 10 hours, 20 hours. Who cares?
Yeah, I did all the way from 1 to 100 in my first stream, but did like a 40-hour stream or something. It was pretty rough, to be fair. It was my longest stream
40.
to date. Yeah, 40 hours or something.
I also now also that if you're racing, like that's the thing, because if you want to win the XP, most likely you're giving up on the boss, right? Because to get XP, you wanna.
Yeah,
you wanna
I mean, I definitely want to do the boss, I don't care that much about doing like another XP race. It would be nice, if I survive the boss. I'm probably not gonna try it again unless I feel very confident. But, if I survive the boss and get like one of the first kills, I will be happy with that. And then I'll just like maybe boost to the XP. But I might have to do 2 streams for that, I guess, if they tome nerfs. I'm not sure what to expect, really. On the other hand, I guess these days, I'm definitely much more confident in going higher corruption than I was at the start. Like when I did the original race, I came in second for a solo hardcore first rogue, but this was also like this was the first time I actually ever had a character above like level 92 or something. So I didn't really know what to expect at all, and I was kind of playing it very safe with the corruption levels. And maybe this time I'm gonna go higher corruption, far more XP that way, and it might work out in like one stream. But I guess we'll see. Yeah,
I died 4 times in the first day. All 2 bucks, by the way. It's recorded. So
Chapter 1.
Yeah. It was
Either way,
pretty, yeah.
No, keep
It
going.
was pretty, it was pretty frustrating for me personally because I spent like 3K hours learning how to run fast in the campaign, and the campaign, like, I can't play the campampain. The servers don't work. Like, so,
that was terrible for like speed
run.
runners.
Yeah.
Because like that's where you take all your like the advantage, right? It's like getting to monos early, getting to empowered early, and you do it maybe half an hour faster than most people, or maybe an hour faster, and that just kind of all goes to goes to the garbage basically.
But basically, all the people who had knowledge to run fast, right? For example, let's just say unlocking mastery, right? Unlocking mastery sub 30, it's pretty fast, right? Anything plus 30 is pretty slow or average, depending on the class, right? But again, if you practice, like for example, someone like Derek would practice, and would have world records and shit, and then he would just go 10 minutes ahead of people, and then he would get stuck on town, and the people, there would be, he would start the traffic jam, and then it was like, oh, by the way, you go very fast, nice, well, hello, and you
And
would just
then even better if you see those people disappear in the next door before you get out.
Yeah.
I remember being I got stuck on the first bird boss area, but if you didn't go to town, you could keep playing. So I keep resetting into the boss teleport on the same area, and I killed the bird boss, the first one, before you go to the void era. I think I killed him 45 times on day one, and I got 25 uniques out of it.
Yeah, I was too scared to continue the campaign. I went like monos at level like 12 or something. We were in a group of 4, and we were just like, okay, let's just go monos. At least it's just one instance, right? Not a lot of people actually knew that. So like monos were fine. It was just a campaign.
Dude,
so,
Mina, do you remember the first Echo? We were like so under-leveled. I think we were level 12. A group of 4 level 12 in an Echo level 50.
Fighting with our knives on every single trash monster.
Yeah, okay, I'll throw my decoy, then you throw yours, and then you time yourself, and then
it was even worse because the campaign because the towns were fucked or something, right? If you were in the campaign, you were screwed, but the moment you reach mono and you get your own server, then you were fine. So then you would be like, you would be racing with someone because we had the max roll leaderboard, and you would be racing, and then on the last zone before getting to monoliths, you get stuck, right? And then the guy that was like really close to you is like fast forward 20 minutes and he's level 60, and you're just stuck there, to die to a buck, It was great. It was great. I'll do it again.
Okay, so one other question I have about the ladder. So first of all, how happy are you with that system? And also, what do you think could still be added in the future? Like, what do you like to see, like, for competitive systems, or do you not really care? Like, what else is there that you would be looking forward to?
Sorry, Dina, you go.
No, go ahead, Liz.
No, it's fine.
Okay, well, I personally don't like... I mean, I love the new level ladder. The more ladders we can get, the better it is, because what keeps people playing these type of games is not only the fun and the fantasy and all these things, but also there's a certain group of people that like competition, and getting more ladders makes you more engaged with the game. So I love that they're adding some. I'd like to see, even though that the actual push might be super long and boring, I'd like to see stuff like corruption leaderboards and stuff like that. But like the current arena leaderboard, I am not a big fan of it, because arena just takes way, way, way too long to push. Getting upwards of 1,000 waves, depending on your build, can take, like hours and hours and hours. And I don't want to just sit there all day only doing one arena push for my next push, if I die, to be, half the number of waves that I did. So if you do 1,500 waves, you start back at 750, and then if you get a bad luck and then you die again at 1,000, then you start at 500. It takes you 10 hours to get back to 1,500. I think
there should be thresholds for sure, right? Or something.
Yeah, it should. I don't know if the system needs to change or if it's just it needs to scale way, way harder. But I don't like the current arena leaderboards. But like the more leaderboards they could add, I think it's just great for the game.
I also think that people have a very, very skewed version of Arena, just because the things that pushed were those healing hands and those things. And, so the only reason the Arena ranks are so high is because people are going into it with 200k worth, standing still immortal. And then they complain, Arena takes 5 hours, I'm playing this build that is bugged. Eureka, and I feel like if the game was more in line, I agree with everything being said, but I think that makes the problem even bigger. Because if you go in with a build, go in with a solid build like Rife or something, go into Arena and tell me you're gonna stay alive for hours. I'll wait, So when I think there's a huge problem in the game with crowd control to begin with, which is still gonna be in this patch. I'm just so against crowd control in general. like not having diminishing returns and all these things. And they try to make bosses harder to stun. But again, you go into arena, you play a build that has widescreen AoE, perma stun. The monsters don't even move, right? And it's again
there's
the
no
competitive.
crowd control reduction or like the diminishing
Nope.
returns or something.
Nope.
On bosses, they introduced something new this patch. So it's been in the patch notes where they are preventing certain enemies and certain bosses to get
Mhm.
CC'd for a longer duration than a certain amount. But for just regular monsters, which you see, for example, in arena, for example, Frostbite, Frostclaw can permanently freeze, like pretty much infinitely in there. So long as you don't make a mistake, you'll just freeze everything, and you just like grind your way to victory like that. But against bosses, there's been some like kind of like cheese methods of like snap freeze stuff, permanently snap freeze, wrong warp, anomaly. There's been a lot of skills that have been able to like kind of like stun lock bosses. Maybe it's still gonna be possible in groups,
Yeah,
but
probably.
solo should be impossible, if not like way harder. But hopefully impossible.
They target a bit more bosses, I think, especially because they're worried about, well, someone turning in to see the world first hardcore kill and the boss doesn't move, which is and again, it can, if they don't give it, I don't know if it has immunities or not, but I mean it can happen literally, right? Just so yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit worried on that to begin with, and then yeah, CC is just very problematic because now that we lost like CC, it's always been very strong in the game, but last patch it didn't felt mandatory because you could just be immortal, right? So why CC to stop enemies attacking me when I can just be immortal, having 200k worth or whatever? And if I can have that worth and also CC, like Frostclaw, for example, Frostbite and builds like that, then it's just like impossible to die because there's no gameplay. You remove the gameplay, right? The monsters are meant to do abilities that you're supposed to do, but they never do them. So at that point, you could have an auto clicker and it would just push, right? Literally, because there's no game. You remove it, right? And I think they need to do something with that. For example, fear is an element in Last Epoch that only happens once, and then it can't happen again. And people say, "Oh, fear is so underwhelming," blah blah blah. But it's actually fear is actually so powerful because you can have control when to apply it, and you have that window of DPS, right? And it's like a DPS check where like, okay, you can CC, but you have to kill, otherwise the CC is gonna, they're gonna come back. And I don't know, we need something for CC because I actually think I actually think because the game has gotten so fast and the builds are so broken, a lot of people underappreciate the combat of Last Epoch. Like for example yourself, right? Where you think, oh, it's just like it kind of like feels like PoE when some of us who are old school players and have played from day one when the game was slower and we were worse than stupid, and we know that again there's people at 5,000 corruption who don't know what Shade does. They haven't seen an ability ever, literally.
Nice.
So I don't know. I think it's a problem.
There is one game that does it really well, and I think Woody, you would agree with this. But Diablo 3, where you get you CC the first time, you get a full duration, but then you have to think about, okay, my second CC is going to be a bit shorter and shorter and shorter, and then after a certain duration of not CCing the monster, it gets able to be CC'd again, right? Some sort of system like that would be
D3
nice.
has a pretty good system that's like relatively straightforward. So effectively, you can CC a monster for roughly a third of the time if you add it up all together, because the CC buildup is twice as fast as the CC resistance decay, basically. So yeah, it is a pretty good system to have in Diablo 3. In Diablo 4, they have the unstoppable system. So if you can like perma-CC enemies for 5 seconds and then become unstoppable for 8. You can't CC bosses at all unless you stagger them. So there are ways to do that, and I guess the Last Epoch still has its own system that they need to find, basically. I guess for now it has not really been like a huge problem, but it will become a problem. Like no matter what, it will always become a problem at some point. Like if you get to the point where it's like, one shot or die kind of, or just perma-CC them until they die, then at some point they will change the system, right? And they can't just perma-CC everything around you. This is just how it is. And they have to do something.
It's just so crazy because the entire conversation about, oh, corruption is too easy or this or that. It's also coming from a point where, like, how many people could kill a shade at 2k corruption if they had to do the fight? Because I guarantee, like, an auto attack one shots you, right? Like, the problem is, like, the people who did that are like, they're just like snap freezing in groups, or so again, it just, you can't balance the game until you balance CC, because with CC there's no combat, so there's nothing to balance. It's like they need to fix CC, in my opinion, before they touch anything.
Well, I think this patch is a right step in the good. It's a
for sure,
good step in the right direction. Let's see how it turns out, right? How it actually feels in gameplay. But I think the CC change on bosses, on shades, on harbingers and stuff like that, and the pinnacle boss hopefully also has it. But I think it's going to be a good a good change compared to like the permanent stun locking that we had before.
Yeah. Well, in my opinion, bosses should just be immune, period.
Yeah.
It's a boss, bro. Like,
Okay, so before we close this last topic, I want to ask the chat here if they have any other questions to discuss or like talk about, or like for you guys that are the pros. Otherwise, yeah.
There was a comment earlier, much earlier in the podcast, about when we were talking about 1000 corruption and going fast in 1000 corruption, and so there was a question asked, like, what builds can actually blast 1000 corruption? And if you go on the corruption tier list that we have on Maxroll, there's like anything A tier and S tier can pretty much blast 1000 corruption. All of the builds there, they just have a really good time. Assuming you have the proper gear and the proper setup, you'll just have a really good time in 1000 corruption for sure.
Okay, that's very good input actually. So that people understand kind of like what is the ranking there, I guess. But yeah, like this also means like even B and even like C tier builds or so, if you have like an optimized, you're probably gonna have a really good time anyway, right? Just might not be 1000, but maybe go to 600 or whatever, and it's still good, right? It doesn't matter too much anymore at that point, I suppose.
Yeah, like they're lower tiers are basically just like, it's not like they can't go. It's just they'll have maybe a bit slower, a bit less AOE. Maybe a bit harder time, like dealing damage. Maybe you're super tanky, but you don't have much damage. Like, there's a lot of things taken into consideration.
Yeah, I actually got a lot of questions here, so keep them coming, guys. Let's go through them like kind of rapidly. Let's do like max 1 minute or so per question, so we can like get as many in as we can. So there's like one quick discussion: COF versus MG for season start. What are the takeaways here?
MG. I mean, MG is just way stronger than COF, but I'd say, if you want to find your own items, COF, and if you want to trade, MG. I guess that's
very simple.
Yeah, because both
Also
factions
MG,
have great,
I would also
MG
say
experience,
MG for like the casual players. If you want to just make a build that you look at, a guide or something, MG is the way. If you kind of want to grind it out, COF. Okay, Aberov's command. Thoughts on the item? Which one is that again?
It's the maze that drops from one of the harbingers, I think.
All right, what does it do?
It activates, makes Void Cliff instant cast, and it gives a bunch of void penetration, and you are able to use Void Cliff without the 200 weapon. So basically, this item is going to be really good. It's a very good stat stick, even if you don't play. If you play anything Time Rot or anything void damage or void damage in general. And obviously, this is probably going to be used mainly on a build pretty famous called Ravaging Aura, which is where you Void Cliff. So you spawn like this like kind of AoE around you that kind of burns enemies with void damage over time. And a lot of people are speculating about playing it with Warpath now that it can generate mana while spinning. So you can just basically spin, generate the aura. It's instant cast, right? So it's not gonna interrupt your spin, and it's probably gonna be a pretty cool, lazy kind of like spell Warpath thingy. And Ravaging Aura used to be good on its own, so now that you can pair it with Warpath with a shield, so you can spec Warpath for full speed and full like block chance and like full utility, basically, it should be pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
not breaking the Warpath channel is really nice.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Okay, here's another question. I think we discussed this briefly, but I'm not sure if it was before the podcast started. But what is everyone's starter? For me, it's going to be a Falconer Dive Bomb.
I'm going Glacier Sorcerer, mana stacking.
I'm going Torment Warlock with the new macro version, the new tech by Volca.
Okay, and I'm going Giga Chad Melee Sentinel Shield Rush.
Sounds great. We had another question related to that. What food do people eat when staying up for hours on end for the race to 100? For me, I would say certainly a lot of cucumbers. So that's always a part of the plan here. What about you guys?
Yeah. Pizza.
Pizza.
Yeah.
Whatever is on discount on Globo, whatever is a discount, bro. Like I don't know, like I don't know, like chicken. I don't know, chicken.
You don't have time
on
to
a
cook
diet.
chicken.
I'm on a diet, so all I eat is chicken, pretty much.
Sounds good.
For me, it's like coffee, almonds, and maybe some fruit bars and stuff, or like some protein bars or something. Something like quick to eat, like while playing.
Are you guys gonna sleep?
That depends on like how far I am after, let's say, 24 hours or so for me. So if I'm like, 95 or something, and I don't know, without better tome nerfs, it's hard to predict. But if it's like, more than 10 or 12 hours away to potentially reach 100, I'm probably gonna sleep.
You're aware of the changes, right, of the last 3 levels on the curve?
Yeah, it sounds like it's just gonna be an insane grind from like 96 plus or so, right?
Basically, 25% of it.
Okay, so in that case, it definitely means sleep.
I think someone did the math based on the formulas in Discord, and before you needed 300 million XP, now you need 400 million, more or less. So.
Okay, and they nerf the tomes.
Yes.
Yeah, that definitely sounds like a sleep angle.
Yeah, the question is, do you want to spam those quest echoes over and over? Like,
yeah, no. Maybe you're gonna get a sneaky hotfix for those. Who knows?
I'm not racing anyway, right? I'm not racing anyway, so I'm just playing hardcore SSF fast.
Exactly. Nobody's racing here. Chill,
we're just chilling, on hardcore. Playing 24 hours.
If you kill the boss, it happens,
Accidentally.
It's just an obstacle that needs to be cleared, Yeah. Okay, what are the best CC builds? Since you had a discussion earlier about perma CC and so on, what actually exists?
There's a few. You want to start, Pina?
I mean, a pretty famous one was anything Frostclaw. If you go, for example, with the lightning version, you can pretty much stun everything all the time. Obviously, you won't stun bosses that much. If you go Frostbite version, Frostbite Frostclaw will freeze everything. In the previous patch, like I was able to permanently freeze Tier 4 Jolra without her even doing the first explosion. So, anything that can stack a lot of, like, freeze used to be really good. They nerfed a lot of sources of freeze rate per stack of chill. But I think it's still going to be able to freeze most things, especially, like, just trash monsters. But,
the thing, too, is, like, if I recall correctly, the stun formula, right, is based on your damage, right, versus their health. And the thing is, like, the monsters, now they have the ward stuff, right, which is calculated on the formula, which is one way they're attempting to counter this, right? Because, the moment you stun them, right, you kill, and then the ward is going to pop, so they're basically going to almost double their HP pool when that happens, right? Because they're going to have a double HP bar, pretty much, which is taken into account. The problem is, like, damage reduction was also reducing your damage significantly, right? And the fact that damage reduction is gone, basically, it should completely change how the game is played and what makes sense. And I think CC, I feel like if you just have a bunch of damage and just have a lot of DPS, you're going to do so much damage that even without investing in it, you should be able to CC a lot, just because I think this patch is going to expose how crazy damage everyone has. Just, again, we don't have the numbers of how DR used to be, but just hitting, the dummy and hitting the bosses and doing some kind of like, potato math, just comparing stuff and knowing what the DR per zone level is. Like, dynamic DR could go up at some point, could go even to the 90s%, right? So are they gonna? Sure, they're gonna remove that, but is the HP and the ward gonna be? Are the bosses gonna be squishier or tankier, basically? And everything indicates that they're gonna be way squishier. So
I have a theory about that. Like, compared to the old DR, like, for me, I think the floor is getting higher but the ceiling is getting lower. So if you didn't proc the DR before, now you're gonna get like an extra health bar, like every time you break the ward thingy. So yeah, for load, yeah. Go ahead.
No, you go, Tarek.
Like low DPS build, they're gonna struggle more than before. If you're really low DPS, but if you are like giga DPS, now it's gonna be like instant. If you struggle before with dynamic DR.
It sounds like kind of like they wanted to achieve the opposite, though. I think, like, because the ward decays, right? So the ward thing procs and then ward decays on the boss as well, just like it does on players, right? In a different formula.
Are you gonna play a build that just sits there?
Yeah, exactly. Can you kind of like run a circle like for like 5 seconds or whatever, and then the ward is like mostly gone.
Or you could play a build that one shots it.
Yeah, just one shot before the ward ever appears. I mean, if you have a really big hit, that might be possible, right? So.
Yeah, it is possible in theory.
Like I'm not quite sure what this system achieves actually, because it's like if they're the way I like to say it is someone actually reported this. I'm stealing these words from someone else, but like it's an over-engineered solution to a problem that does not exist. So basically, they could just give it just more health. Why buff the bad builds? And like the top builds are still gonna kill it. If you have low DPS. Why do you want to give, I guess not an advantage, but like, do you really need to buff the low DPS builds, or could you just not, buff the skill or something, or balance like more properly?
Well, I guess there's like a bit more of a like more detailed problem here, which is that certain builds are just really good at AoE damage and not really anything else, and other builds are really good at single target damage. And I guess this is probably what they're trying to achieve. They're trying to make like kind of like AoE builds more viable with this by giving like a more streamlined bossing experience. That's kind of what Diablo 3 has done with Bane of the Stricken, for example, which was a kind of crazy band-aid for a problem that existed, that no one could kill bosses after a certain tier. Like, you were able to get to the boss, and then you had like 8 minutes, and you would not kill a boss, in like a 15-minute run. So this is kind of like how Diablo 3 had that problem at the start, and then they made Bane of the Stricken to make sure that eventually you stack up extra damage done to the boss over time, and everyone could kill a boss in, still minutes sometimes, multiple, like even up to like slow builds, like 5 minutes or so. But it was doable for every build. So I think this is probably what they're shooting for here. They don't have to balance the single target potential on every single build, because it will feel bad fighting a boss for like 5 minutes or 10 minutes in last Epoch, when other builds do it in like 10 seconds, right? And so you streamline it a little bit without doing some weird Bane of the Stricken mechanics, for example. So I can kind of see where they're coming from.
The good thing is that this system can be easily adjusted. I mean, at the moment, there's not that many people that have tested the system, so I would assume that getting it at the first time, especially when their balance is still up in the air, right? It's definitely going to be a bit monka, right? But I mean, I think what they're trying to do is basically don't punish bad players. It's pretty simple, no? Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Punish them less.
You have a system that actually, like, you proc the ward, and then, okay, just wait a little bit, and if your DPS is like super weak, then you just have to deal with the life bar of the boss. But if your DPS is super high, you also have to deal with the ward, right? So this is the idea. So I think it's not a bad solution. It depends on the balancing. So they can tweak the numbers maybe.
Punish them!
Yeah.
It's also going to be really... I want to chime in on it. These are so many implications, though, that it's kind of crazy, because there's builds that you basically worked on that. For example, cooldown-based builds, right? Now, it could affect how they feel too, right? Because the thing is, if you have before, right? You had like, let's just say a dot build, right? A build that can hit the dummy for like hundreds of millions, because you're just stacking hundreds and hundreds of ignites. Like those builds before, they were losing 90% of their damage because they were just ramping like crazy. Well, it's like some guy playing Swipe Werber, they didn't even proc the dynamic DR, right? They didn't even proc it because it was dynamic. So if you don't do enough damage, you didn't even proc it. So this guy is doing his full damage, while these other builds are doing 10% of the total damage. And now that's gone, bro. And all they added is 4 times HP. Right? When the difference in DPS, it's more like thousands, right?
Mm-hmm.
Numerically.
Yeah, it definitely seems like the dynamic damage reduction did affect certain builds way more than others, and now it's like, okay, like weak single target builds have it a bit easier, and strong single target builds have it a bit harder, and it kind of, you know, evens out, I guess, to have like a streamlined bossing experience.
Because what happened is that, for example, you had a build that was basically like a One Punch Man build. Like you would one tap the boss. The DR didn't have time to like kick in. So now it's actually worse because it has more health, where before you didn't have any DR. For example.
Okay.
It's gonna change how people gear too, because it was a strategy actually to, well, my damage, I'm losing my damage, and you know, for investing into doubling my damage and I'm only getting 25% faster, I'd rather be immortal. And in every planner, you would just focus on HP, 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 HP. What I think right now, what's gonna happen is that you're gonna reach a difficulty point where HP can't save you, but damage can, because if the boss doesn't, you know. So it's gonna be so interesting to see again if CH, like what Bina was talking about, like super DPS meta begins, or I think the game is basically forget everything you know, pretty much.
Great. This is why we have Maxwell
maybe not
guys.
that bad.
Yeah.
Maybe not that bad, you know. But
I did.
Okay, this is actually the last point that I have for now. So this was the last question that I saw in chat. So let's wrap it up with that. So what about adding new builds to Maxwell? So I know that you have mostly been doing a lot of work on updating the existing builds. And I mean, there is like new potential for new items and stuff like that. But what is like kind of like your philosophy here as the Maxwell team? Like how are you gonna do this? Like what can we expect for the cycle? Do you have any plans already?
I mean, we have our eye on things. I also think that right now that the bar is also raising for content creation, we want to be very careful on releasing stuff that we might not be super confident. You know, just because we play the game a lot doesn't mean we know everything. And, you know, it would be very easy for us to just slap some, like everyone's doing pretty much. Just go in a planner on YouTube and oh, by the way, this is going to be insane. And then you go in, you play the build, and you can't even sustain mana or whatever because you didn't account in this, and that, right? So I feel like I'd rather just make sure that whoever focuses on something gets knowledge about it. We're obviously going to be looking at what the community does and just like yoinking here and there, right? Like everyone yoinks from everyone. And obviously Avalanche, I would say, is on the list. We have something, a build that, to be honest, was already playable before, like the Boydwell Erasing Strike stuff, which should be better this patch with the buffs to Vitality and all of this and the new weapons and all that. So that's in the radar. But yeah, and then all the new uniques, you know, and then whatever gets popular, more mana options. I don't know.
Yeah, the thing is that if, you know, there are so many builds that are possible and playable in Last Epoch, but when you're comparing to like, I don't know how many builds we have in like A tier that can blast 1000 corruption, but let's say we have 20 of those. If we have 20 builds that are blasting 1000 corruption, why would we make like a D tier build or a C tier build, right? It's like there's very little incentive to you know, make these builds, even though they might be playable. The fantasy might be super cool, but yeah, I think overall the build needs to be able to perform super well, you know, for it to warrant making an actual build guide and spending a lot of time on it, right?
And to be honest, it's also at least as people who we are supposed to be experts, right? I don't really know what to expect in certain things, right? Because I mean, obviously we've been on CT, right? So there's things we know, but there's a lot of things that we don't know. And again, for example, we don't know Aberoth, right? And ideally, for example, how am I gonna start cooking builds, and then I put them and they can do Aberoth, right? And suddenly that becomes, you know how like tier 4 Jura used to be like back like a year ago, if your build couldn't do tier 4 Jura, it's not a build, right? I wonder what, you know, especially now that with all these DPS changes, I'm pretty sure that the bar for builds is gonna also rise somehow. And I don't know. I just think we just need to get more knowledgeable in a general, because again, it's very easy to go into a planner and look. Oh, look, this makes proc. I mean, anyone can do that. Those are not guides. Those are concepts, and they're there for you to read. You don't need me for that kind of, you know. And what we're trying to offer is a bit more catered and a bit more min-maxed, especially because in 1.0, because we, with the factions and 1.0 and servers and everything, we were so overwhelmed that some builds we couldn't even update properly, and that's something that we know. So we put so much effort this time to make sure that what is there is actually certified. You know, we've been playing stuff at 1k corruption, like we're being blasting, right? So So again, I don't want to put some half-cooked shit and then some YouTuber who's playing that build when I'm playing my build just does it better than me in a day because I didn't put the time enough on it, right? So it's kind of like also we try to have certain quality on the branch too, and not bait people more than necessary.
Yeah, it's always like a fine line. I know that myself. Yeah, you know, I've also been doing like the guides on D3 and on D4, and it's always like the same problem that arises. Like, okay, there is a new build possibility, but is it really good enough? Is it going to generate enough hype? Is it really worth investing the time? You know, like making a maxwell guide with like, you know, pages and pages of text and then multiple setups, variants, you know, progression steps. You have to figure out everything. It does take its time, right? So like many people kind of underestimate maybe like how much time goes into making a build for maxwell, right? It's not just like snap a planner together and go, right? Like you need to make sure that this works, and this works for people that look up a guide, right? So there's like a certain kind of player. I'm not trying to like, you know, sound elitistic or something like that, right? But we make guides for people that need guides, basically, right? There's always something to remember. Yeah. So it needs to be kind of like a strong baseline, and it needs to work for people. And this is like always something that you also have to kind of like think about yourself, right? You make a guide, and you are someone who has played this game for 5,000 hours, 10,000 hours. You know all the little implicit details, but many people don't, right? And you know how to make a build work, even if it sucks, because you are good at the game. But many people are not that good. So there's always like this line to walk, basically. And yeah, it sounds definitely cool, and I'm excited what you're gonna what are you guys cooking up?
TLDR, we're looking at all the new stuff. And if something is worth it, we'll try to implement it. I think last patch we also failed to react greatly because there was the entire fiesta of we're not going to do balance, or we're going to do balance, or oh, we're doing balance on bugs.
Yeah.
And then, for example, healing hands, it's a bug because I speak to a dep and the dep has told me, oh, that wasn't intended. But because it doesn't say on the tooltip, it's not a bug, so we can't nerf it so the people get angry. It's like, do I work on a guide and put thousands of hours, not stream, not do that for a guide that it's already covered? So we don't do a function there. If it's something that no one has, but if there's a video on YouTube with healing hands with 100k views, what do you need me for? You know, like, and it's gonna be gone in a week. So I have to delete it. I'm getting in trouble with management because I'm doing shit builds that I don't have longevity. And again, everyone who was flaming our builds are going to be playing our builds now because all the other ones are gone. So, like,
that's a nice upside, right? If you cover builds that actually function properly.
Yeah, and then the YouTubers, oh my god, my build got nerfed again. No, it's not. It was bugged, brother. You know, like,
yeah.
I don't know.
Sorry, I feel like I'm kind of on the same page.
I'm going insane. I'm sorry.
Sometimes it's funny, you know, sometimes there's like a funny bug and okay, you make a build out of it or so, but you know, you always have to remember and also remind people when you make such a build, like, yeah, this can be gone, you know, any second, right? And a lot of people don't have that notion, right? They're just like, they say, oh man, here, look at my build. I have like 7 smoke bombs running permanently in my monolith, right? And they spawn shadows. I get like 5,000 watt per second forever because I throw my dive bomb in there. And hey man, this is the best build ever, rogue invincible. Yeah, like you already know that this will not last, right? Like you cannot be that ignorant about it. Or like, are we just like, pretending that reality doesn't exist or something, right? Like,
I don't know. I feel like as macro, this is just like as a brand lead kind of thingy. I said this to Alex, the management people from the beginning. Like, if I'm doing this, I want to do this in what I believe is the direction for the game. It would be very easy to do some trash content, you know, like to get clicks and stuff. But I also want this game to last. Like the reality is like all of these people making these clickbait bullshit videos are people who don't care about Last Epoch. They're coming in for the clicks. They don't give a fuck if the game burns. They don't give, if it explodes, they'll make a video with Last Epoch dead, burning, and they'll Dude, Last Epoch is part of my life. I love this game, you know. I met the devs, and I think there's some, dude, people complain about the gaming sphere, and you need to be the change you want to see, you know. So I think there's also a part of responsibility on. You keep complaining about MTX and you keep buying them. You keep complaining about bugs, but you keep playing them. And you keep complaining about games that, but then you complain when things are hard. You know? Like, so yeah, well, that's my speech.
The passion from Lizard is awesome.
Yeah. I haven't slept in a few days. I apologize.
Yeah, so that was really nice. Do you guys also want to chime in, Tarek and Bina?
I mean, I think Lizard pretty much covered the topic of that, and he is the team lead on the LE branch for Maxwell. So yeah, I guess what was the question again? Like are we going to be covering new build guides?
Yeah, that was the original
It's about the
question. Yeah, we kind of drifted a little bit, but
Yeah,
I mean, I can talk about the leveling guides at least because it's a bit different from endgame. Like, there was a bit of a situation with leveling guides is that there's literally nobody crafting leveling in Last Epoch. Like, nobody. Like, there's maybe like 3 or 4 people at most that done like Bina, for example, who did the totem leveling on Primalists. But I had to come up with like stuff on my own. So I had some situation where the builds were like, kind of not that great, but at the same time, like, what can you do? Like on the class, it's literally like you have no options. And so, yeah. It's a learning process.
you maintain like one leveling guide, like for like, it's like the entire campaign, right? Until earning monoliths or something. Or until
it's
empowered
like
monoliths?
until like level 70. Around
Yeah,
level
exactly.
70.
So you do like
it
one per
stops.
mastery, right? Like the leveling
Yeah.
guide for that mastery, basically. Which is really cool. It gives you like an easy entry, right, into the end game, and then from there on you just take whatever build you want. So
It's so crazy what happened with leveling. Dude, this guy, Tarek, literally has the world record on every class, right? But somehow Reddit is better at leveling than him. Somehow. He can get to empowered in 3 hours and a half, but
What?
Reddit knows how to level better than him. And the guy is getting out of his ass, working his ass to get guides that make sense with the fantasy of the build. Because again,
You're talking about that.
yeah, of course. Like people play a Forge Guard and hey, level with Holy Trail, bro. Like Tarek knows how to level efficiently speed running. It's just like you're not the target audience, bro. You're trying to give you the best option possible for the class fantasy that you're picking. And if the best fantasy is playing something that has, imagine you go on Void Knight and you level with Holy Trail.
Yeah.
I don't know if the Maxwell reader is happy. They want to be a Void Knight, bro. And I don't know. I just appreciation of Tarek. Like he puts a lot of work, and yeah, he's great. Sexy.
Chat says, pro tip, don't read Reddit unless you want drama.
No, I'm not reading.
That sounds like a good conclusion, yeah. So I think we can wrap it up at this point, guys. So that was like a really nice podcast. And we went almost 3 hours now, almost exactly actually. So I wanted to keep it like to like 2.5, 3-ish. So that seems good. Was a lot of fun. Thank you guys very much for joining. I also want to give a shout out to the rest of the Maxwell team. So these are all Maxwell guys here for the viewers. Lizard, the team lead for Last Epoch, and then we have Bina and Tarek, and some people that are also on the team, Volcar and McFluffin and Vision and Boardman, right? These are all of them?
Amarathi just joined.
Amarathi. Okay, we also have a new one. Okay, I didn't know that. Nice. Yeah, so we had only limited spots actually. Like I've been, asking the Maxwell guys to join us for the podcast, and yeah, not everyone could be here unfortunately. But yeah, thank you very much. That was cool. We had actually a raid from McFluffin earlier, and I think Volker was in chat and so on. So the guys are around.
Yeah.
Make sure you drop some likes and some subscribes and follows on all of them. I'm gonna post the Maxwell team link page actually here. These are all of our Last Epoch team. So these are the guys you need to watch in the next days. In addition to me, of course. So I'll be blasting probably for like a week myself. And well, I would like to do a bit more, maybe when I come back, but I will be in the US for a little bit after that. So we'll see how it looks after then with my schedule. But these guys are always here, basically. So
well,
any
good
closing
luck on the
statements?
race, Woody.
Sorry?
Good luck on the race. Good luck on the race.
Yeah, thank you.
I guess we're gonna see each other tomorrow on the hardcore.
Everyone here is gonna
in
hardcore,
the world
right?
of Eterra.
So yeah, so it's gonna be fun.
Vina, you're hardcore?
Yeah, I'm going hardcore. Obviously.
Okay.
He's going hardcore. He's going hardcore till Act 1.
Yeah.
Hardcore till I die. Okay, and then we'll see. Hopefully, we don't die.
He's trying to set a new record for a personal best, I guess. Like, can he make it to Act 2? Is that a plan?
I don't know. In practice, I actually died in the second zone, so we'll see.
Oh my god. How many hours?
How many hours played?
Yeah, in total?
I don't know, multiple thousands.
Me?
Oh.
Yeah, limit testing, Limit testing.
Yeah. Limit testing in hardcore, I see.
On
All right.
Steam, I have right now 11,500.
Yeah,
without
Lizard likes to
City.
brag with his number. I know that.
Yeah.
You must
Hey,
be
they
one of
asked
the
him.
most like highest numbers, I guess. Maybe the
No, there
highest.
is a botter who has 20,000 or something. One of those achievement guys. Uh, uh,
Okay.
greatest.
Anyway, so I want to say thank you and good luck tomorrow to everyone. I hope you enjoy the launch. I mean, this is like your time as well, like as the last Epoch streamers. So I hope everyone has a really good time. I'll try to make sure to rate everyone here when I can. All the Maxwell guys are great people here on the last Epoch team, and they've also helped me out with like lots of information and so on. So big shout out. And then thank you. Have a good one, guys.
GG.
Yeah.
GG.
GG's.
All right. Oh, that was it. Guys.
Insane!
Okay, I just closed the call. Not sure what Lizard was doing there. All right, hope you enjoyed it, guys. For the chat, that was fun. I'm gonna fix my screen again. All right, that was cool. Where's my YouTube scene? My Twitch scene. Here we go. This one. Boom. All right. We are back to normal. We do this. We do this. We do this. All right. Yeah, I hope that you also got like a lot of like info and stuff like that out of this. So I tried to like kind of ask questions to also hear from the guys, you know, like what is new, what is exciting, like what changed, especially for returning players. There's like a lot of like new stuff in here that's, you know, maybe gone unnoticed from the patch notes. Yeah, we should do some shoutouts here. So the people who are on the podcast, that is Lizard. Then we had Tarek. And we had Bina. Is it Bina QC, just like that? I think so. Yes. So those are the three guys with us today. And as I mentioned, Maxwell team, click the link, follow them. We're not done streaming yet. I'll be here for a lot more. Remember, Bina might stream later. Yeah, if Bina's up later when I stop, I'll raid him. I mean, I'm planning to like try to go through all the Maxwell guys and give him a raid at some point this week, so let's see. Part of the recommended builds. Well, we have LE tier list. Exclamation mark. So that is what I can recommend. Yeah. Corruption tier list is probably like one of the most important ones. That depends on like what exactly you want to do. Yeah, speed farming, if you're on blast, bossing. So check them out. But I guess this is probably like the most exciting tier list. Hardcore tier list, huh? Glacier Sorc. Yeah, Glacier Sorc seems to be pretty hype, so a lot of people seem to be going for that. Okay, I'll BRB. Give me like 2 minutes, I need to get up. And then we continue. Alright, we're here. Hello guys. Lizard is in chat. Already updated. Let's go. Pretty fly for a side guide. So, should we log in a little bit or what? Can't see Avalanche, Stormbolt, Shaman. Yeah, we just talked about like new builds and stuff, so Avalanche is something they're gonna keep their eyes on. But no guide yet, since no one has really like played it yet that much and stuff, I guess. So it's mostly like a theory craft that people have. I think. So I'm gonna log in a little bit in last Epoch. And I think later we're gonna do some. I have to do offline. Servers are already down for patching until tomorrow. I started like a little bit of like a test run earlier. I think we were at like 1 hour and 3 or so, if I remember correctly. So, can I do this? Edit splits. Is that how it goes? Aha. So, I'm gonna do a bit more on the campaign run, because I want to warm up a little bit. Unfortunately, I didn't have that much time to really blast in last Epoch. Man, I wish I would have like another week and I could just like log in, I don't know, 5 hours every day. Just like practice a little bit, level a character or two, do the campaign and whatever. I guess here we go. Level 19. That's how far we made it so far. One second actually. Tarek coach. You can give me some tips live. Yeah, sure. If you want, Tarek, you can hang out a little bit if you're up for it. I have been starting a Falconer here. I'm doing Umbral Blades, so that's kind of where I'm at. We can invite Tarek again on the call if you want. Why not? I'm gonna call you. Boom. Let's go. So. Special guest appearance again, guys. Tarek, who was just here on the podcast. Hello again.
Hello, hello. Is my sound okay? Should
Yes.
be, right?
Yes.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for joining. Yeah, actually, it's something I asked about, and then I was like, okay, like everyone is busy, and I understand, right? You guys are like in a rush to get all the guides done.
Hey, I was done 2 days ago, so.
Okay, not you, I guess. You Giga Chat, like speed leveler, you get it done, easy peasy, but.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you tips, no worry.
Well, I mean, I'm kind of like you know, I've done a lot of rogue campaign runs in 1.0, right, before the launch, and you know, I mostly did all of the practice on Blade Dancer, and then on the real race, I did the Falconer, and I'm kind of like just doing Falconer now, so I'm just like kind of wondering what to expect with. Can I still do the Umbral Blades the way I'm doing it? We talked about, okay, you can't do the like, you know, throw and forget kind of playstyle, but I think that's okay.
It's okay, the throw and forget is the shift and forget. That is not okay.
Shift and forget, okay.
Because like basically how I was speedrunning to Empowered before was I was just shift in the echoes. Like I wouldn't even like attack or anything. I would just shift
I remember.
I
I watched your runs, but this felt a bit too spicy for my taste, for like hardcore at least. And I was okay, kinda underleveled, kinda undergeared. It was like, okay, if something goes wrong, that's it, right? So
yeah, it relies a lot on like monster knowledge and like gameplay.
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm just not that experienced, I guess, to make sure I dodge everything and I know like, what they do.
Yeah, exactly. And plus, you know, like it's basically like knowledge, like habits that you take from playing a lot of the same class and knowing the movement. Like for example, the dash, you know exactly the distance you'd travel with it. that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's right. That's always the same.
So you're leveling a Falcon, right?
Yeah,
I can see
I'm
that.
doing Falconer, and the plan is that I get to like, I don't know, basically end of campaign and then switch from Umbral Blades. So is that how you would do it as well? Like if you were like speedrunning a Falconer?
Speedrunning, in
I
hardcore
know
or
the Falconer
softcore?
guide on Maxor is like, you just stay bow all the way, right? But I'm currently not doing that.
Yeah, I use the bow because I can get like more damage out of it and more sustain. Because like you use Cinder Strike and basically like Cinder Strike doesn't cost any mana, so you proc the passive in the rogue passive tree that gives you mana whenever you use a skill that doesn't cost any mana. Plus you have the buff from the tree of Cinder Strike that also gives you health and mana. So it's kind of like the problem with like Falconer is actually sustain. Like I kind of find it like hard to sustain if you wanna, except for maybe like melee, like you're doing. Because melee you can deal some pretty good damage and holy, all of those 10 gifted.
Oh shit. Wait, thank you so much. Wait, I was just like updating my title and stuff. I was not even looking. Oh shit.
Yeah. But yeah.
Okay, yeah,
It's
I wanted to
basically,
ask you about the Sinner Strike actually. So first of all, Althol, thanks so much for the 10 subs. By the way, appreciate that, man. But I wanted to ask you, Tarek, about the Sinner Strike. So I have not actually played Sinner Strike. I tried it briefly earlier when I saw it in the guide and with a bow. It feels kind of weird. So what's the advantage over Puncture, for example?
The advantage is that you get dodge out of it, plus you get more mana back, and you get health back, a bit more health. So
okay.
it might not shine at your level that you're at currently, because the thing is, Shadow Dagger, you equip like Chris daggers, even if you're a Falconer, like it's crazy.
Yeah, once you get those, they're really good. I know.
Yeah. Plus Falconer, you get Dexterity, so you get like 12 Dexterity, which is like 60% increased damage for free. It's on the right side. And yeah, at this point, like you're pretty much like outperforming anything. But I think it's later when you try to transition to the monolith and in later like chapters. Okay, here you have to go to the top.
Yeah, like I need to get familiar with the layouts again. Like I'm kind of like.
The thing is, there's one good thing about the layouts in this game is that they are completely static. They never move. Like,
yeah, I know, but it's always like, man, it's like this this zone. I think it's in Act 1 actually. Like you have to go over the bridge in like this I don't know, barracks or something, and they always go into this like dead end, like one turn too early, where there's like one chest behind the bridge. I think you know what I mean. I always go into this dead end behind the bridge, and then I know, okay, I have to go around to the left and to the other bridge, like every time, man.
Yeah. Basically here it's just move forward. Just move forward. Anything that goes on the side is not the way.
There's a question in chat right now on YouTube chat. We should ask them when they will be releasing a 2.0 loot builders. Are you guys preparing those already? Like, can you prepare them even already, or do you have to do this like after launch?
And the thing is, now we have like tools for loot filter, so it's basically like automated. All the loot filters in endgame guides. They're automatically like generated. We have like an internal tool on Maxwell.
Do you do like any curating, or do you just like press a button and that's it?
It's literally press a button. I think maybe there's like some sort of parameters that the guys like send to the dev for like certain builds. I don't know, but it should be like just press the button and you have it. But the worst part is I cannot do that for leveling, because leveling you have breakpoints that differ depending on each build. Like it's not possible. Like for example, you want to transition from Glacier to Frostclaw, but Frostclaw you want to do Ignite, so you have to change how you gear. But how do you translate that into an automated like program? Like it has to be manual at somewhere. Like
Yeah, so it sounds really nice though. But I mean, there's like these new options now. You can filter for multiple affixes and stuff. Do we have any logic for that already?
oh yeah, this is pretty. We didn't talk about that during the podcast actually. But this is gonna change. Like this is a huge quality of life for endgame farming. Actually, being able to filter with LP. So if you see like a unique, like without LP, you can actually hide it and only show the version with LP.
Yeah, but it's kind of funny that they do this in the
huge.
patch where they introduce eggs, so you kind of want to use the 0 LP anyway.
Yeah, yeah. It's kind of weird. What else? Yeah, you can have like you said, like multiple rules. I mean, it's not multiple rules, but inside one rule you can have multiple criteria. Like say you have a rule that shows boots with T7 movement speed, and now you can say, okay, I want T7 plus a T5 of any of this list of affixes. Whereas before you only have like one affixes, like one. How do you say that? You could only say, okay, I want all of those affixes of T7 at least. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yes.
You can have like multiple affix rules inside of one rule.
Yeah, that's really cool. I think that's gonna be nice, especially once they're really geared, I guess, right? You can like say, okay, I really want to only show bells and have like exactly the combo that I want. You know, it needs to have at least like a tier 6 of this and a tier 5 of that or something like this. It's kind of cool.
Okay, here you have to go forward. Yeah.
I only activated one thing. And is this actually a bug or something?
No. They changed that. Before you had to do both, and at 1.0 they made it so that it's only.
Yeah, I was very surprised about this. I always thought, okay, somehow I bug it out, and I only have to do one, and it's like, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's actually intended. All right. Interesting. All right.
Also, what I do now for the Umbral Blade is that I go for the Explode Umbral Blade version.
Yeah, I've been doing that already actually, and I just really enjoy it. Like you throw it and you know it explodes. You get the 2 stacks, and it feels very nice and smooth. It's like not as good for the like just run shift all day and that's it. But it's very nice. So like when you throw it, and I guess since that's the strat now anyway, it's nice.
You should still go for the node that drops the blade whenever Shadow expire.
I'm actually doing that right now. Next one is gonna be the upgrade.
I think I'm gonna do. I don't know if I'm gonna do the explode one first or the one that drops when the shadow expire, because I think even if it's like 40% chance to apply Shadow Dagger on the blade hitting, which they hit like 2 times per second, I think it's still decent to clear mobs because like the blade itself deals enough damage to kill like low HP mobs.
What build is everyone playing for launch, chat?
Also, Lizard talk about something pretty important for Falcon is like the crit scaling node inside the Falconeer, not the Falconeer, but the Falcon skill tree.
Yes, it's not working really. So there's something I didn't know.
I mean, it's working like intended, but the intended is kind of weird. Like,
yeah.
I even thought it was a bug. Like I reported that on the CT Discord, and they straight up told me, no, this is not a bug. And I was like, what?
Yeah, it's just kind of like useless in that case, right? So that's basically
like basically what it does is you if you use a bow attack, it's gonna convert your bow crit multi as bow crit multi for the Falcon. So if you use like melee attack, because the Falcon mostly use melee attacks, he's not going to get the crit multi because it's going to be like bow crit multi. So what you actually need to do is play melee and build crit multi for melee for it to be worth it to buff the minion.
I mean, that's also kind of nice because most Falconer builds I see are actually bow builds, right? And maybe this actually gives you like a bit more of like an option to like. There's also like this like 2-handed like I think polearm stuff that is on the tree, if I remember correctly. Yeah. So it might be kind of cool to actually, or spear stuff, yes. So it might be kind of cool to make something out of that. It's actually something that excited me at first. Because I like the idea in general of playing like a 2-handed rogue. It's always something I wanted to do, and now we have the new Lethal Mirage weapon for that. I might want to try that as well. But I like the idea.
Yeah, you could definitely do that. I think there are spears. Let me look. I think there are spears with crit multi because you could definitely do like a puncture, because now puncture is buffed with the shadow dagger node. Basically, you can apply a stack of shadow dagger with puncture. But if you use it yourself and it's not procced, it applied like 2 stacks instead of 1.
Mm-hmm.
And you need like 4 stacks to proc the shadow dagger damage. So effectively, you just attack 2 times, and you can even like add like mirage, like or shadows around you when you use puncture, and they will also apply the shadow dagger. So it's kind of like on big bosses, you can proc like the shadow dagger stack every time you hit.
Yeah, sounds good. I mean, the boss damage actually seems fine. Like, I'm not sure, like, you were watching the boss kill earlier. Is this like a good boss kill that I just did?
Did you go for... Oh, yeah. I was gonna ask. Here you can go bottom, by the way.
Oh,
It's
there's like
faster.
another path. Okay.
Or is it here? It should be here. Apply... Yeah. It just doubled the chance of applying the stacks. But you're gonna put 2 points in it, so it's gonna apply 2 stacks. You're never gonna put like only 1 point in the puncture. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't run puncture right now though. But it's like just an option that you're talking about.
Yeah, it's like very sweaty, min-maxi. Like you would probably not even spec into the Falcon. You would go Umbral Blade, then Shift, then Puncture, and so you just throw the Umbral Blade, not the exploding version, so it stays, and then you use Puncture all the time. You're gonna, like, in average, apply more Shadow Daggers.
Okay, I see. I mean, the Falcon is also good enough to just like nuke down the bosses a little bit, so
Yeah.
it seems okay. And it kind of is like a natural transition for me then to just go back to bow at some point, and that's it. I have the Falcon already the way it should be.
Yeah.
Which is,
also,
nice.
bow is... I think bow is safer, right? Like...
Yeah, like, I
that
mean, I
just,
think
like,
last time
melee.
I did like, I don't know, the first few monoliths or so, try to find a good bow, and then I swapped. By the way, is there like any reason to like kill these named monsters here? Is there like a point?
No, it's a waste of time.
Yeah, that's kind of what I expected. I was never sure. Sometimes when I have good damage, I just kill them, but otherwise it's like, yeah, it's like wasted.
Oh.
Are people playing this? You can just load into offline from Steam. NASA says, Tarek, you're the best.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know, I'm gonna save my expectation puncture until I see it. Doesn't specify you can... I mean, I tested it on CT, so I guess I'm breaking NDA by saying it does apply 2 stacks. Like...
But if that's what it says on the tooltip, then I guess...
Yeah. I mean, it's doubling the chance of applying Shadow Dagger.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? It's like the same with like poison, ignite, whatever. If you have 200%, that's 2 stacks.
Yeah.
So it's just the same principle. I'm fucking dead.
Where are you going? By the way, I'm getting an ad, so I'm actually looking at you on the...
It is this named monster here in Imperial.
You shouldn't go there. Oh my god, I should have... it was during the ad. That's why. Okay, here, go. You don't need to go there, by the way.
But I have a quest there, no?
No. This one is useless. It's not going to give you anything.
Wait, what?
So what you do is you go top left directly. Don't
Really?
care.
But wait, isn't this the main quest?
Yeah. No, you don't care. Hey, it's not because there's a yellow sign that you have to do it, you know?
Ah, I thought I have to. Really? Just skip this guy.
Yeah. Basically, there are some part of the quest that... Ooh, that's really nice.
That
There are
is a
some
big
part of
drop,
quests
yeah.
that auto-completes. And there are some part that are, like, optional. I think this one is optional.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay, interesting. Dude, here I got the flask, this a cold acid flask item at like level 2 or something. I was like, man, I really wanted to try that build at some point. It seems very funny.
I mean, this one might be good if you actually have like a cold skill. because there's like chance to apply frostbite whenever you
Yeah.
use a cold spell.
Yeah, Frostbite
Like,
is very good.
Yeah, it even got buffed. Like it's 50 damage
Unethical.
over I don't know how many
Hey,
seconds.
Dev, thanks for the subgift. Yeah, 50 damage. It's like a, I don't know, 50% buff or something almost. Frostbite, I believe. It goes from like 30
Yeah.
something to 50. Yeah, very
Yo,
cool.
by the way, Karen, now that you are in chat listening, dude, upgrade your weapon. I was watching you yesterday. You were with the base weapon that like has chance to apply ignite, bro. Of course, it's gonna suck. You could triple your damage. Just craft a weapon with like bleed on melee hit implicit.
Easy.
Okay.
I wasn't doing it on purpose.
But to be fair, like the hammer throw setup is also kind of nice. I just don't use it because I feel like it relies a bit on getting the affix on the rings for the mana cost. Oh, I see, yeah.
I have to get better at like sorting out my loot on the fly
But I
and
mean,
so on again.
you know what you can do, Karn? You can actually gamble like you have weapons with like bleed implicit. They cost literally nothing. You could literally gamble them to have them guaranteed, and then you craft on it. Like, there's no way you're not gonna get like any affix.
Oh yeah, right. At what level can you gamble Chris?
No, you go. Yeah, you can gamble Chris, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, what level? I was just wondering. I think
Yeah,
last time I did
alright,
that.
I mean, yeah. Sorry, I'm talking to Karn at the same time.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
26,
it's level 26, yeah, Chris. So pretty much whenever you reach level, like, I put them in like a different color and I show every Chris drop until level 27, I think. And if I didn't drop any, I go literally the next checkpoint to the gambler.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't have Chris. I know Chris is like really good for Shadow Daggers. It's a guaranteed crit.
Yeah. Before it was even better. It scaled to like 80% crit multi.
Yeah, I remember. It was pre 1.0, right? And then they changed it.
Yeah. Shadow Dagger even got nerfed like 2 or 3 times. Like the first version of it was crazy. Because you could get like Shadow Dagger effect, which got converted to physical pen for Shadow Dagger now. But what it would do is actually like give you more damage and also reduce the number of hits to proc the full damage. Like it was crazy.
Yeah, that seems very balanced.
Yeah. Right. By the way, this you don't have to do it.
Really,
You
the
can just
event
skip
here?
it. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's another thing. Like, I didn't realize you can skip so much. Just like, I mean, it seems like main quests, and you can just like everywhere where there's a path, you can just run through the path, or what?
Yeah.
Okay, is that like a general rule? Whenever you can run, you just run.
No, it depends. Sometimes you have to talk to the NPC in order to do the quest, but sometimes you can like skip part of the quest.
Okay,
There's no general rule to it. You have to go on the
So-
left.
so very interesting though.
I do think it's reliable to upgrade weapon probably because you probably won't have shard for that. Yeah, but you can buy the shattering runes to shatter like weapons or that are not good for you but have like good affix. I think it's pretty reliable, not for like chapter 2 and 3, but after chapter 3, like starting in like the after you finish with the void areas. Yeah. I mean, oh, yeah, I mean, yeah. I guess you could technically prepare for the worst case scenario, the 1%. Like, it literally never happens in my runs. Like, I always get at least something. And if I don't drop anything, I check like vendors, I gamble, I like, there's so many options.
Still feels like pretty smooth here right now. But I guess I
Yeah.
might be kind of high level right now. I'm level 26 in the 27 zone. I guess usually try to be a bit under level, right?
Yeah, but for hardcore, I wouldn't really push it because of chapter 5. Like, I would prefer, like, being at the same level. Yeah. Do you have melee leech, by the way?
Not yet.
Yeah, it's pretty important.
Where do you get that from? I guess it's like on gloves, right? Is it gloves?
Gloves and weapons, yeah.
Yeah.
Weapons, it scales higher, I believe, than gloves.
Isn't that like something on the tree as well for each? Or is that a blade dancer?
Yeah, it's the blade dancer, but it's pretty far. You're not gonna get it now.
Yeah.
Also, I wouldn't do like any of those guys. Fuck them.
Yeah, I know, like the exiled mages is like in the
Yeah,
map, like
yeah,
it feels like they're like really high scaled in the campaign and like kind of easy in the maps.
Exactly, yeah. And in the campaign, honestly, the affix are pretty whatever. Like, you don't really care. But I guess Nemesis, I'll probably do them even in hardcore. Like, especially on my Forge Guard, because
But they will
I'm gonna
appear
have,
later,
like, so much
I guess,
damage.
right?
The Nemesis,
Yeah.
they're gonna appear, like, I think everywhere, right? I don't know.
Oh. Okay, so they appear everywhere, but later on they have guaranteed uniques.
The guaranteed unique is above level 50. Once you reach level 50, it's good.
There were 2
think
crystals
it's-
instantly on the...
Yeah. Boom, boom. Look at the
Okay.
implicit though. Like the range is pretty high.
True. I got decent ones,
Like,
but no affixes that really matter. Let's see if we have a
the
chaos.
first one is really good
Cool.
because you get melee leech and insane implicit roll.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna cool it anyway, I suppose. And here can add. Okay,
Yeah, you
let's
can
go.
craft like shred, armor shred if you have on it. And this one is pretty whatever. I would actually gamble for another one here instead of crafting on this one.
Chill, blind, big face. This is gonna last me a while. I was gonna do like a second melee fire. I guess he's doing another one. Let's see. Cliff of
Yeah.
Hope. Oh, because it's level 28. I can't. Okay, easy.
Oh, yeah, physical damage. You would want okay. On this build, what you like is not actually flat damage. Is actually it's actually increased damage that you like.
Because of Falcon or what?
No, because of the how you say that? The weapon itself plus the smoke bomb. When you spec smoke bomb, it gives you
I
like
get
a
a
bunch
flat.
of
Yeah.
flat. Yeah, so you pop them on bosses and you delete bosses with that. It's literally crazy. It's like doubling your damage, which was already like insane to begin with.
Health on kill, health on melee hits. Okay, I'll take it. Okay, I think I got something. Let's go. Okay. So it's just like the Chris has so much flat damage that he doesn't really care about that much more flat, basically. And then...
Yeah, plus you have so much flat in the passive tree. Like in the Blade Dancer passive tree, you have like, I think 32 flat.
Yeah, I'm not going for Blade Dancer tree right now. I'm actually specking into Falcon right away. I guess I could go for Blade Dancer and then just respec later, right? It's not that costly.
Yeah. You should
maybe.
actually.
Yeah, maybe.
Because like most of your damage is not your Falcon, is your
Yeah,
it's your Shadow Dagger.
that's true. I actually didn't consider just like specking into Blade Dancer anyway.
Yeah, there is a cost, but the cost of respecking is actually pretty small. Plus, it's pretty fast to respec with just press enter. Like, it's not like before where you had to manually put your cursor on. Yes, I want to respect that note 20 times.
Okay, it's like there's like refund all now and these kind of things, but yeah.
Yeah, like before I had a macro just to respec. Like I had a run where I had to respect my entire passive tree. I was like, fuck no, I'm not gonna do that.
Log out. Any changes that make one faction a lot better than the other? No, it's still like kind of preference. Okay, if you play SSF mostly, go COF. If you want to raise and these kind of things. And if you want to have easy mode, you go Merchant Guild. So that's kind of how it goes.
Also, one cool thing about the new setup I did for
I will stream
Falcon
the Spirit
is
Ball Nuko, yes.
since you get so much mana,
On 18th.
I went with the point in the Falcon tree where you can spam Falcon Strike, but it costs like plus 35 mana cost. Something crazy, but you can actually sustain the mana cost with it. With
And you
the
gain mana back from the Falcon Strike as well, right?
yeah,
back one of
and
the
from
nodes.
Cinder Strike, which is like crazy mana back. Like it's how many? You get. Where is it? Where is it?
So if Cinder Strike, you still play bow anyway, right? Not melee.
Yeah, you play bow. Why you play bow is because if you play a bow, you can convert the frailty chance to critical strike, to crit vulnerability, which makes you deal like 50% crit with your. You basically have like 50% crit chance with the Falcon with minimal gear, with that setup, because it basically gives you like 20% chance to crit on top of the chance that you have.
Okay, come back.
There's like a lot of stuff to Cinder Strike. There's like the dodge. It gives you a bunch of dodge. Yeah, dodge, crit chance, and mana and health. Pretty crazy.
I think I need to prep my loot filter a little bit tomorrow as well, when that's always go online. I don't actually have like a super streamlined loot filter right now.
Yeah. Also keep in mind we don't have the new loot filter options, so you probably have to at least
Yeah, I mean, it's something to worry about
leveling
like
one.
later, like once
Yeah.
I empowered monoliths, and it's gonna add like some rules or so. That's not such a huge problem, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
That's actually really nice boots, yeah. Wait, 112 health on this thing? What the fuck?
This is insane. Those are the best boots for you.
Yeah. The terrace.
Yeah. Insane movement speed, insane health, like
That's kind of wild, yeah.
I always gamble for boots if I have a Rune of Ascendance, by the way.
Okay.
Because
Yeah,
you
I feel
can
like-
also get like Advent of the Erased, which can roll like T7 stuff, plus you have like more movement speed, and movement speed is like it's like insane, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like they're legit like areas in the campaign where I get carried just by the movement
It's
speed. I
offline
don't get
right
hit
now,
a
yes.
single time.
Well, that was
Yeah, this thing is wild. So I also need to find some necrotic rest that we can put anywhere.
Here you probably need poison res as well. Do you have poison res?
25 and 22, not looking that great. A little bit of poison.
Yeah. At least you have melee leech, so you always want to have like a blade up to leech, because there are gonna be like a lot of dots in those areas.
Yeah, I know, but I have the exploding blades now, so it's not really the same. But it still helps me to like sustain, I guess, to the leech. Actually, I don't really know how leech works exactly in this game.
I mean, you have a percentage of leech, and it's gonna leech based on the damage that you dealt to the monster, but not over the health. Like if you dealt like 60k damage, but the HP of the mob is only like 2k, you're only gonna leech from the 2k.
Okay.
And then you have like overleech, which is also like percentage wise, like percentage based, where it's like all the damage that you did on top of the health, which is really powerful, especially in a game.
Yeah, I know, there's like also the new unique chest, right, that has lots of overkill leech.
Yeah.
nice.
Plus, if you are like max health, you're not gonna leech like the. Let's say there is like an instance of leech. If you reach max health, it's gonna stop that instance. Which is why, like for example, having dots, leeching from dots is like so OP, because the moment you lose HP, bum, the leech kicks in.
Mm-hmm. Are you gonna do some campaign skip strat for tomorrow for the hardcore? Yeah, I think hardcore is like really risky, man.
Yeah. The truth is, I don't really play hardcore that much outside of speedrunning, so I don't have much experience in any game in hardcore.
Okay.
I'm
so-
gonna just play it safe, hoping people die to Harbingers. And sleep well, I guess. I'm not gonna go degenerate mode.
Okay, fair enough. I always like these races, and you know, even though I'm not that familiar with LE, I mean, I have played it quite a lot in 1.0, and it's nice, you know, like having a bunch of other classes. There's Karn, for example, who's gonna go hardcore for sure. I guess every other people, I'm not sure if like Kaiser or these people are playing, maybe. I'm not sure about Rax. I guess Rax might be blasting hardcore as well. I mean, he does a lot of hardcore. I'm not sure if he's doing hardcore in LE. Hey, Fubgun, thanks for the raid, man.
I don't
Welcome,
know.
guys.
I don't know what he does. Okay, here you don't need to kill the guy on
Sleeping.
the left, the big Scorpio.
Okay, chat says Rax is doing hardcore. Okay. Wait, you said I don't have to do this
Okay.
guy?
No, you don't have to do this guy at all. You can
Alright.
literally skip that step of the quest.
Why can I skip like half the quest, man? This is insane.
Hey, it is what it is.
Okay, so we
That's
skip
how
the
I'm,
we
that's
skip the
how I'm
guy in the
faster than
city. We
you.
skip this scorpion.
Yeah,
Oh, interesting. Okay.
yeah, sleeping, bro. The thing is, I have to work next week, so
Really?
if I don't sleep like for I don't know 2 or 3 days, my sleep schedule is fucked. Like.
I remember back in 1.0, there was like this Act 5, kind of like the big difficulty jump because of the new monsters they introduced and these kind of things. But I
Yeah.
actually personally never really noticed that. Like, what actually is the hard part in Act 5?
It's actually those areas. Like if you like, of course you play like a good build. Plus you play very methodically, like you kill packs per packs. But if you just
Yo, thanks
run
again, Alpha.
without killing too
Alpha.
much, you're actually gonna get overwhelmed. Plus if you play like a subpar build, where you don't have a lot of regen or a lot of damage, you're probably gonna struggle.
Okay, I see.
But yeah, it's not like, okay, this is like super hard or anything. It's just, it can be hard if you don't have the requirement.
Okay. Armor shred effect. I guess armor shred, even getting like a few stacks, should be relatively powerful in the campaign, right? Ah, here we go.
Yeah, it's just a multiplier.
Yeah, but I guess in like low level monsters, you don't need much armor shred to be very effective, right?
Why?
I know, but
It
just
doesn't
imagine
scale
they have
based
like
on the
less
level.
armor, right? So do you still want to stack up like, you know, 50 stacks, for example?
I mean, it's always like a more multiplier. Like there's like diminishing return, but it's like you could get easily like 10% more damage out of it. I think there's gonna be like a actual boss race. Yeah, I was answering chat. I'm not the one doing it or like.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a max boss, right, so we should hear about it very soon, I hope.
Yeah.
I thought they wanted to do something about it, but I think there was no announcement yet.
I don't know. I mean, we can do it. Like basically, the guys doing the tools on Maxwell gave us a way to do races like ourselves without the need for like extra dev time or anything. So I don't see why it wouldn't be possible. But the thing is, probably we probably need a price or some form of like incentive, at least. I don't know.
Where's the Starforge PC?
Yeah. Bro, where is it? I need
Where
it.
is it when you need one? Where are those mods? What's up with the mods?
Okay, here I'm really
Okay.
I'm paying attention to the necrotic like looking guys, like big robes. Okay, this guy, holy! I don't know if they nerfed that guy. That guy can be quite scary.
Yeah, he jumps on you, has a lot of HP
But half HP from one hit.
for the race.
How crazy
Okay.
is that? Even though you're like over leveled and
Vision said they couldn't get
crazy
the
gear.
stuff sorted for the race. Okay, so Maxwell won't have one. Okay, that's Sage.
oh, sad. I didn't know.
And I wish there was WSD movement in this game for like sorting inventory while running. I do this a lot in D4, and man, I'm kind of missed it.
Okay. I have a few tips for you. On the inventory management.
Okay.
So actually, if you shift right click, you're gonna drop the item directly.
Yeah, I'm doing that.
If you if you right click to equip it, you can also like quick swap from the crafting forge, like the UI.
Mm-hmm.
Like you, I think you shift right click on it, or you right click. I don't remember what was it. Try to put something in the forge UI.
Yeah, it's shift right click to put it into the forge at least.
Yeah.
And right click without anything to put it in the inventory. I guess shift right click might equip it. Oh, shit.
Then you just shift right click and then right click on it. Oh.
Yeah, it just goes in
Yeah,
inventory anyway, so.
There are ways to limit the number of like how much you move your mouse basically.
Mm-hmm.
You don't really want to like drag and drop items. Because now they also improved the sword system. I don't know if they put that in NDA maybe. Hello. They improved the sword function on like the inventory and the chest.
Huge NDA
now,
info,
like,
I guess.
Yeah, huge NDA info. So basically now it's gonna take into account like the subtype of items. So before when you had like multiple keys in the stash, you wouldn't like sort them out like per type of key. Now it's gonna do that, and it's gonna be basically the same for like anything.
That sounds kind of nice.
Same for like idols.
Yeah, I've never really used the sword function at all because I felt that was kind of like doing more harm than good to me. So
yeah. Also, my strat, at least when I speedrun, is to actually have as little as possible showing. So only like the really good stuff shows, and I don't spend much time like doing inventory management or.
yeah, I get
also,
that. Like my filter is not super optimized for that right now. This is like an old filter I have from like 1.0. I need to like tweak that at least. It's also good to just do like a run again to kind of min-max that filter so that okay, at level 20 I can stop showing this, at level 30 I can stop showing that. So that's kind of like how I do it.
But it's kind of like a double-edged sword because you might like drop something that is useful later on. Like for example, you don't drop any like item with necrotic res because you hide them in the filter, or like good enough items with the necrotic res. So now you're kind of stuck because you don't have any necro res, and you're like, okay, I guess I'm gonna gamble items. I'm gonna maybe find items in the shop. So you kind of have to like judge based on what you really need in a run.
I think it will be in-game shoutout for the boss, but not in-game leaderboard for it, I think.
Like I don't filter too much either. Like
there's probably going to be like a blog post, I guess. Like they are literally like tracking who's killing it first and then unlock the boss for everyone in offline mode and so on. Yeah. Would be nice though if there was like a tracker. Hmm?
Oh.
Yeah, I have push to talk here, so if you see me speaking, I was talking to chat.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, if you want, I can open my microphone.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Don't worry.
All right.
Share your filter, Tarek. You can find them on Maxwell or on my YouTube channel for the speedrunning ones. But for the leveling one, they are on Maxwell. Yeah, I was just worried because sometimes I have like some freezes on Discord.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. It's only Discord that is doing that.
I just saw that there was a question about set pieces. Do you know anything about what happens to set pieces in the future? I heard they wanted to do like some, similar to Legendary Potential kind of like progression system, but is there any news about it?
No, honestly, no. I think it's kind of forgot. I mean, was there some sort of like roadmap for 1.2?
Yeah, there was a roadmap, but I'm not sure if it was mentioned on the roadmap.
I'm not even sure. Check. Last Epoch roadmap. it's not
time to
even.
craft a bit.
It's not even there. It's not even in there. I forgot about the set items, I guess.
Sedge.
Yeah. By the way, how do you like the unique item power during leveling? Like, because for example, PoE has like uniques that are like really useful, but most of them are kind of useless. I don't know, during leveling. Whereas like D3 has like really powerful ones. I don't really know about D4, but yeah. How do you find the uniques in there for leveling?
You mean here in LE?
Yeah.
I would say it's generally fine. Like the good thing about LE uniques is they're all usually very interesting. They always have like something cool and special, and yeah, some of them are like generic enough. Like these boots here. Okay, there's just move speed and health. I mean, sure, right? Usually I don't really have many uniques in my build because they're so kind of like build defining, which is nice, at least later on. But here, if I get lucky, I get a unique and use it for a while. I mean, sure, why not, right? It's just it gives like a nice little power spike. I like it more in LE than in D3, for example, because in D3 it's like very much like black and white. Okay, either you have something that gives you like a 400% damage boost, or you don't. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
you know, you can go up like 4 difficulties or something. Like, it's a bit too much, if you ask me. Here it's just kind of like a constant balance of, okay, how aggressive can you go, like how much can you really, you know, like try hard basically, and like keep running and skip monsters, or you know, do like a boss fight very early without really farming XP or something, right? So it's like constantly like just up and down, and it kind of evens out very fast. Like even if I get like a big drop, you know, like that is forgotten really quickly because I will just like skip more monsters, get less XP, and I will be at like a, you know, baseline power level back again, basically. So that's how I feel about it, and that's okay, you know, that kind of works for me.
Yeah.
Rainbow Edge.
Yeah. Oh, you got. I thought you got the. You got Viper Tail. As a build. There's one that is really good for you. It's the Thorn Slinger, which gives +1 to all physical skills and some movement speed, throwing attack speed, and I think
Dark
some
Stride,
chance to apply bleed.
What is Dark Stride?
Dark Stride is like void boots, melee void boots.
Okay, that's just something
right at home for Karn. Yeah.
Wait, is Karn going?
Insane.
Karn going for the Void Knight or Paladin, or what are we doing? Forest Guard, Allscare.
Yeah, what are you doing, Karn? I didn't.
Yeah, what are you doing with your life, man? Dude, requires
You have
over
no
44
idea? Oh,
forward,
shit.
no idea. That's a good thing to say at this point.
Hey, I decided I was gonna go Giga Chad Melee Sentinel Hardcore Enjoyer, you know? But,
It's kind of funny,
I have
man,
no idea
because
there.
there's actually, it seems like everyone is going hardcore, but everyone's doing like completely different builds. So it's
Yeah,
probably
yeah.
very cool.
I mean, the thing is, I didn't have time to test stuff. Like, I was mainly testing leveling, so endgame I'm completely clueless about like what's good for hardcore, because you both need like a really tanky build, but it also has to deal good enough damage, but also it has to be like easy to gear. So I don't know, man.
Oh, I got a Viper tail.
Yeah.
Do these Primal Serpents actually do something?
You get some chance to apply poison in it. She's okay. It's not crazy.
Goodbye. Actually, I should maybe sell some of these, right? They sell for like 500 gold or something. How much should we sell? Yeah, I think it's 500. It's a good. I have 8k right now. I'm gonna sell them. I wonder if I can do the decoy. Yeah, I can do decoy and just throw. No. This guy.
Boom. Yeah, this guy is pretty annoying.
Raptor, start or bust. Someone was very motivated by the new unique. Yeah, I wonder how Raptor is gonna be compared to the squirrels. Like it seems like the same build basically, right? It's just with raptors instead of squirrels.
Yeah. Also, like current harbingers are like way more powerful than bosses. Like, plus, you have to fight both of them in one fight. Like, you have to kill like the timeline boss and then the Harbinger. I don't know.
Does Primalist leveling always
I'm actually quite scared of them. Sorry?
Someone's asking about Primalist leveling. Does it always kind of
Always kind of sucks until you get 6 points in Spriggan. Yeah, it's kind of complex. You can do like some trickery with the Primalist, but it's not the strongest at the start. Yeah. There's no shot they're stronger than a Pinnacle boss. No, there's no shot. Yeah. The Yuba boss is probably the strongest. I didn't test the Yuba boss, but I did test the Harbingers.
I mean, it sounds kind of strange though. Like, so if these Harbingers actually scale corruption, then I guess you can actually go to high enough corruption where the Harbingers become stronger than the boss itself, right? If the boss is static, which is a bit strange to think about.
Actually, true.
But I guess it's not bad to have like a certain baseline difficulty boss. I mean, it works with Jura and so on as well, right? So why not?
Yeah. I mean, my guess was like from theory crafting, you could get to the boss like super quick, like the boss with the.
I mean, you just have to do all Empower timelines once, right? That's it.
Yeah, and you basically do ping pong in one timeline to up the corruption in that particular timeline. And then, you get a part or a portion of the corruption of that timeline in other timelines. And the reason why you're doing this is because there is like a corruption requirement for fighting the Harbingers.
Wait a minute. So you can up the corruption of other timelines? Like, how does it work?
You know the catch-up system, like the when you up like the corruption of one timeline, and then you go into another timeline. Then, when you kill Orbis, you gain like a % of the highest timeline that you push in terms of corruption.
Oh, I didn't realize that other timelines also get upped. I thought it's like each timeline on its own.
No. There's like a catch-up mechanic, and the further you go from the center of the timeline, the higher the amount you're gonna get from the catch-up mechanic. So let's say you have like 500 corruption on your main timeline.
Yeah, okay, I mean, if you get Orbis, yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, I understand. Yeah. Okay, there's a catch-up. You get extra corruption when you do like the boss. But is it like something you do one timeline and then you get corruption on all other timelines for doing that?
No, you have to do it each timeline, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so why do you want to ping pong exactly? Or what's the point of that?
It's because you want to... it's like... It's going to be much faster if you do that. Also, you probably like it depends also on the timeline that you want to farm. Maybe it's going to depend on your strategy, but my point was the earliest that you can unlock the Yuba boss, you're going to need to do that strat of like upping one timeline and then going to other timeline just for the Harbinger.
Ah, okay, I understand. So you want to like have like your main timeline and then go go like one by one through the others. I mean, you can just boost one timeline to like a certain level and then just go the others anyway, you know? You don't have to ping pong, but I guess you get stronger on the way.
Yeah, the thing is, if you, for example, you have a main timeline, then you switch to another timeline, you're going to lose some progress because it's not like the catch-up mechanic is going to give you like back to 100% of your main timeline.
Yes.
So,
but do you have to defeat the Harbingers at a certain corruption? Or does it not matter? I thought it doesn't matter.
It does matter.
Oh, it does? Oh.
Yeah, it does.
Wait, what is the minimum then?
I'm not saying.
Okay. Well, I guess it's probably going to be somewhere in the range of 200 to 300 or so. So that's usually how it goes. I had to guess.
20k corruption to fight the Huber boss.
Okay. Okay, so that's like probably part of the Forgotten Faction thing, right? Or you have to like do a certain corruption to get the progress or something. Ah, right, I remember. I think this was said in blog post that there are like these certain milestones or something that you have to reach to up the faction, right? And then you have to hit the faction level to fight the Aberroth at some point, I suppose. Okay, so this is probably kind of how it goes. We'll see. Yeah.
I mean, it also depends on what blessings you have to farm. So if, for example, you have a really important blessing for your build, like let's say the all res blessing or, I don't know, the block blessing. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
You might spend like it might become your main timeline for the time being until you get the, the blessing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because you do the boss, the timeline boss, then you get the harbinger. It drops like needles. So then when you do like the boss again, I believe, or no, when you do Orbis, sorry, when you do the Shade of Orbis, it's gonna pop the needle to get you even more corruption. So it's like always back and forth in your main timeline between Orbis and the timeline boss / harbinger.
Yeah, okay, I see. You basically take the needle and carry it back to your main timeline.
Yeah, because
then,
you're gonna get like what 60, 70 corruption out of one shade. Like that's crazy. Like.
Yeah, I mean, you might actually like overdo it, like on hardcore at least, right?
Yeah.
So
in hardcore, you might be like, whoa, calm down. I'm not gonna pop the needle. Like.
yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on like, kind of how you feel with your build. Like if you have some good stuff and you have a strong build. Yeah, my plan is to like maybe rush to like 200 plus corruption really fast, so at least get the extra blessing. And then I guess we'll see like how I will feel with my gear and with my power. Especially like since I'm gonna fight the Harbingers for the first time, like I have no idea what they do, and okay, they absorb some of the abilities on the boss, but who knows what else. So
yeah. Also, the Harbinger, they are different depending on each timeline. So there might be like timelines that are easier to farm in hardcore, like at higher corruption. Like let's just talk, for example, about the level 90 ones, because you have the choice.
Nemesis are scanning, yeah, they're like extra mages, I think. Sorry, keep going.
Yeah, you can already see some of them. Even the Uber boss, I analyzed the Uber boss on the video footage that they shared on the official YouTube channel of Last Epoch. There's quite a lot, actually, they are showing. But yeah, for example, Gaspar, the Void level 90 area. Oh, by the way, you don't need to do that quest.
But it's like a skill point, I thought, yeah. But maybe I have too many.
No, you have too many, bro.
Okay, goodbye.
No. Go back.
Wait, how many do I have, actually? Do you know what this bug is? Like, I have these weird, like, white blocks here, and
yeah, it's the... Yeah. The icons are getting, like, deleted for some reason. I have that too.
Okay.
But yeah, the level 90 ones, for example, I'm not gonna do Gaspar. Like, that one's gonna be too scary for me, I feel. Like, it's the boss, that has the triple elemental beam that rotates. And he can literally spot it in a corner. How do you evade? Well, like, on the video, you can literally see it being in the corner, like, not in the center. Like, so fucked.
What the hell? But I mean, you have to do him at least once, right? But you can probably do it like a lowered corruption, and that's it.
Yeah, I want to do it like, I don't know, when I'm geared,
Yes.
So I just, boom, one-shot it.
Yeah, goodbye, never again.
Yeah.
Okay, that's kind of wild.
Or you can just rebuke. That's it.
Rebuke.
Easy.
It's like, there's like a sentinel skill, right? Or something.
Yeah. It's like the cheat code on Sentinel.
So like a shield wall or so?
It's basically, it gives you 80% less damage taken while you're channeling the skill.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I've not played really Sentinel, so but I kind of vaguely know what's up.
Yeah, you can heal through it, but Karn, you can heal through it, like at level 90 maybe, but then there's the Harbinger targeting you. Like, what? You get hit 2 times, you're dead, bro.
Yeah, I guess Harbingers will not be the major problem, though. I think the major problem is still Amarok itself, right? So.
Yeah.
What else have you learned about the fight?
Like, about Abaroth, I think it's a fight where you have to play not in melee range, but semi-melee range. Like, you don't really want to play range on the encounter, because it looks like some of the AoE, if you play range, are impossible to dodge. I mean, you could play like a build that literally tanks the abilities, but you might as well not, right? Plus, he does like some sort of like necrotic spell that grows size as it travels. So there's not really a point in. Yeah. I mean, there's also like, if you're a Giga Chad, you can also iframe the. Like, you have certain abilities that have invulnerability. That's pretty OP for bosses. So stuff like Healing Hands. Like, if you convert it to like a dash, you're basically immune when you're dashing. You have the Rogue. What does the Rogue have? I mean, the Rogue has the dodge stuff thingy. Is there something? I don't remember. Actually, but oh shoot! did they patch it?
What?
The invulnerability on the Healing Hand. I'm gonna check the patch notes. That's pretty big. Where is it? Patch notes. Healing Hands. It doesn't say in the patch notes that it's, yeah. Well, I guess I'll just rebuke then, right?
I mean, 80% damage reduction sounds good enough to tank anything in the game to me.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, some of you also want to have like a lot of ways to cleanse yourself, because there were some leaks, you know, on some websites about some of the elements he applies.
Actually,
those are pretty
how
nasty.
is it with like logging out? Like, I tested it a little bit ahead of 1.0 launch, but I never really done much of like hardcore like logout tech and stuff. So logging out kind of gets you out of the game pretty fast, I believe. Right, and I guess you have 10 tries, right? So even hardcore, you could like log out, worst case, and come back and do another attempt.
But yeah, I was actually asking myself this question. I should probably test that shit myself. Logout not safe. So you just TP out, please?
I guess
This probably knows.
I guess TP works, but TP has a delay as well, right? Like if you're not done with the echo, there's like a 2-3 second.
In online, like yeah, if it lags, like you're pretty much done. The 80% DR is from Rebuke, the skill. TP online,
takes 10 seconds. Yeah, the question is, do you log out or do you TP? Like,
Yeah,
TP is probably safer because you
banned?
click it and then you run around and hopefully you don't die, right? And at least you know when you're out, you're out. But you have to live until then.
Yeah, it's like a no TP allowed race. Like, if you TP, you're dead. That's it. If you log out, you're dead as well. There's no escape from the boss.
I mean, I did test the logout stuff a little bit before 1.0, but I'm not sure if they changed anything about it. But I noticed that if you live for something like 2 seconds, you're usually fine. But yeah, I mean, 2 seconds in the fight might be too long, right? So if there's a lot of stuff going on.
No. At 1.0, it was not 2 seconds. Like,
Okay.
the TP was way longer.
No, not TP. I mean, log out. When you log out.
Oh, log out.
And your character leaves there like I don't know, 1 or 2 seconds, and you're fine. Like I tried, for example, like making a pull on like a low character, and going down to like I don't know, like 10% life, logging out, and sometimes I would actually live with that. So.
I guess like Kari is saying, like you just TP and then rebuke, and that's it. Just wait for the TP, even if it takes 10 seconds.
Easier. Stand there for 80%. Yeah, but at that point you can just keep playing, right? Like what's the point, right? So if we just stand there and tank it with rebuke anyway. I mean,
In a
I guess
speedrun, are
it
you
gets you
deep in
out
it?
in case you realize you can't do the boss, right? If you're like, okay, I have to come back later, I need to get stronger or something. Or like, okay, I need to solve this problem, like maybe I'm gonna respec slightly or whatever, right? Then, okay, then this is like where you want to do that strat, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. For the campaign skip, the thing is, when I speedrun, like, I'll get to drop a key like pretty fast in terms of timing. Like, so for me, it doesn't matter if I do the full campaign or I just do the skip in softcore. Because someone was asking, like, it's pretty like if you do the skip at chapter 5, you're not gonna get access to Oh, nearly died. I saw you. You're probably gonna. Where is it? Yeah, you're probably not gonna unlock it until like, I don't know, 10 hours into the monolith if you're a new player.
But I'm not getting what exactly?
No. So someone was asking about the factions, unlocking the factions if you do the chapter 5 skip.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so for me it's like pretty fast. Like I get to key around like, I don't know, 5 hours, 4 hours. So I do the skip after 4 or 5 hours. And then I unlock my faction.
Okay, so you actually just go to monoliths early, you stop lasting a little bit, and then you come back and do the faction.
Yeah, but that's because I'm a speedrunner. So if you are like a noob, like if you're a new player, you should definitely not do that. You should do the full campaign up until the
Yeah, I'm a noob, I'm doing the campaign.
factions.
To discuss.
Did one full run, only got the key at level 65. I mean, you still get to 65 pretty fast,
Yeah.
though, if you do XP and monoliths, I guess.
I mean, keys are dependent on like the boss drops, but also the chests, you know, that you can encounter in like the big chests. Some of them drop keys. So I try to aim for those if I'm doing the skip.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the hardcore strat is, I think for me, definitely just do the campaign. I guess if you really want to full send it, you can try to do the monolith, but you have to be very careful, very practiced, I guess, and yeah, I'm definitely not there.
I mean, the ramp up in the in the monolith is really fast, but it's that weird section where you're kind of underpowered, but can still do enough damage to kill monster, but they can literally one-shot you, so you have to be very careful.
Yeah.
I mean, it's faster, but I don't know, I wouldn't risk it. Plus, you have to do Jura. Oh, heck no, dude. In online. What if you get DC, like, not DC, but desync. You get desync in the fight, and you because it
Against who?
happens on the Jura fight. Like
Which one was that?
the one that you switch between time, you know. The dungeon.
Okay. You mean okay? I see. Jura. It's Jura.
Yeah,
No?
Jura.
Okay.
Right.
The temporal sanctum.
Yeah, temporal sanctum. Pardon my French.
Yeah, true. I guess she's like level 55 or something, right? So you have to actually fight her and do it.
Yeah, it's not scary, but it's scary in online, just because of the desync.
Not happening.
Yeah, I'm at 10 skill points and 2 idle slots. I think I've kind of overdone it already, right?
Yeah, the unfortunate. Yeah, correct.
Try doing that on Forge God.
I mean, I'm starting Forge God, so I think Forge God is actually insane leveling. It's one of the best one. Paladin as well. Paladin is giga cool. I mean, so far it's going pretty good for you in the run.
Yeah, I mean, I died a bit too much for my taste, and tomorrow I'm definitely gonna play it a bit safer.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, but I mean, I'm on voice with you. We talk about other stuff like.
yeah, I guess that contributes a bit. But also kind of like, limit testing, right? Like I didn't craft any wrist for a while.
Of course.
And then I started dying.
Okay, go on the right. Go on the right. You have to kill the.
Actually, I missed the guy here.
Yeah.
Too easy.
I'm doing straight shield rush, Tarek.
Yeah. First, I'm not gonna level with that because it's literally impossible in hardcore. I would just do like forge weapons and then transition to shield rush once I have enough gear. Yeah, I'm doing it a bit for the memes, you know. I don't expect it to be like giga powerful, but I don't know. I wanted to play meta hardcore. I don't know. I had this, I had the need for it.
I mean, it sounds very fun. I've done it on Beastmaster with Tempest Strike last season. I did it to level 100. That's cool.
Nice. Yeah.
I'm done here, right?
Plus, I need like something that pretty easy to gear, and like Shield Rush is pretty easy to gear. I could have went for Warlock actually. Warlock is like also really easy to gear.
Yeah, Warlock is a pretty good hardcore class as well, I'd say, in general. I felt like pretty safe on Warlock. Just like do the Fisher, run around, everything dots up, you have ward, easy clap.
At 30, 35, let me know because I give up. Yeah, it's gonna be weird because you want to have like healing hands plus like maybe like even the holy trail for javelin for getting like always up in terms of recovery. But the thing is, like your weapons can die. So what I would do if I would go into a monolith at level 35, 30 on the Forge God is I would re-roll if I see a bad mono with like bad monsters.
So they don't always have to say monsters. They have like a certain pool of monster types they can roll, right?
Yeah. You just TP out and go back in, and you don't lose anything. You just re-roll the objective and the monsters.
Yeah, but you definitely have to practice first to actually understand what is the good and the bad stuff.
I mean, it's pretty easy to tell. Like you're just gonna see like you're gonna enter and you're gonna see like big monsters that literally don't die, and you're like, okay, I'm out.
Okay, I guess it was try to get like these swarmers, nuke them down to some area.
Like for example, if you see like let's say you see like those small spider, like cold spider in the mono, when you're level 30, you're like, oh yes, give me those. They have like so little HP, plus they don't deal that much damage.
So here on Herod, you can just like talk to the guy, right? Is that still a thing? In the boss fight?
On
the boss fight, there's like you can just skip the boss fight and just talk to the thing. Is that still how it works?
Here.
Not like in the next zone. I think somewhere it's a boss fight, right?
Oh, in the next zone. I think you can talk to the guy.
Like there's like this floating elemental or something.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I don't know. I don't think you can skip it. The ice guy here, you can skip it right now. I don't know if they fixed it for 1.1. Okay. Yeah, it's on the right side.
Well, what do I do with my points now? An Umbral Blade. No idea. Attack speed, I guess.
You go on the attack speed. You could also go for the explosion area.
Ah.
But you can do the chill as well. Yeah, that's true. You can go for the chill if you don't have any chill on your items.
Where's the chill again?
It's on it's the cold looking. Yeah.
Ah, yeah, true. I remember doing that actually. That was really cool.
Chill is pretty important because it reduces movement speed, cast speed, and attack speed for mobs, and it stacks 3 times. So it's like 36%
made like
less.
half value now on bosses, right? For next patch.
Chill?
I think so.
Are you sure?
I think I read something about it.
Let me check.
So here, that's what I mean. Like, you run past the boss And just you enter the door basically. It's not a real boss, I guess, but the mini boss. Yeah.
No, they didn't change anything about chill.
I thought they changed something about boss CC and chill and stuff, but maybe
Yeah,
not.
but chill is not CC. Chill is just like slowing down the action speed of the boss, basically. It's freeze that got changed on boss.
Okay. Not too
Like
important.
they have 50% more EHP against freeze, because freeze is not based on your damage. It's based on like your freeze rate that gets multiplied by different stuff. And then it's based
like a
upon
very,
the
very
health.
complicated formula,
Yeah.
it seems.
Yeah. I mean, in the end, it's pretty simple. Like you have the base freeze rate that needs to be high, then you have the freeze rate multi, and then you have the freeze rate multi per stack of chill. Those are like 3 different buckets. And that's it. And now they nerfed a lot of the one of the bucket, which was the chill. No, the freeze rate multi per stack of chill got nerfed a lot.
Yeah, I'm not really planning to play much with freeze anyway, but chill is nice to have. Chill and slow, they get it easily on Falconer. And there you go.
Yeah, you also want like frailty for the less damage taken from mobs. It's like the
Yeah, frailty is nice.
the three elements that you apply on every build, or at least try.
Yeah, it's like really powerful. You know, stack them up, there you go.
Yep. Oh, you didn't go for that. Are you gonna go for the Silver Shroud?
Yeah, it's very nice. It's gonna be good for Lagon. So by the time I get back from, I'm gonna just like tank the slams or something.
Yeah.
Like, he does hurt a lot if you don't have good physical rest. Dude, I had like one of my runs where I actually ripped right before Lagon. And I had like just no physical rest. The entire campaign, I had like physical... I made like an extra filter for physical rest. I could not find a single item that had physical rest. It was wild.
Really?
Yes, I had no shards, no item, nothing dropped with physical rest. I couldn't shatter. It was so insane. That was in Act 8 at the end, and right before Lagon. And I ripped,
Oh my god.
and I ripped because of fucking bug, actually. I had this... is that still a thing, actually? When you play Umbral Blades in online, sometimes it flies too far. It does like twice the distance or something.
Yeah.
Is that still
It's
happening?
not on your cursor. Yeah, it keeps happening.
Oh my god. And that's not fixed. And it's so annoying.
No.
Yeah, and this is actually...
Okay, by the way,
like,
here, on this boss, quick tip, I don't know if you knew, but whenever his 2 front foot goes up in the air, that's where he's gonna stomp the ground. So when you see his foot going in the air, just back off.
okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what to
Actual
do there.
mechanic, you know?
Just walked in.
But they simplified the fight a lot, because now you have the NPC freezing the boss, so he's not actually doing his abilities. So... Okay, now you're pretty much done, right?
This was Act 7, right?
Yeah. You should be going to Mono.
Really?
Yeah. Because you have all your passives, all your idle slots. Chapter 9 is actually harder than the first Mono.
Okay, so I'm at 220 now. So you just skip Lagon and then later come back from
Yeah.
Zura and go, or what?
What are your passive points and idle slots? Look.
10 and 5.
What? You skipped so much? What? Did you do everything in the Rune era? You mustn't. You must have not.
So here's
There's a lot of free
Ancient
stuff
Hunt.
that you...
I didn't do Ancient Hunt. Should I do that one?
Yeah, you should do Ancient Hunt.
Okay, I didn't do Lesser Refuge.
Ancient Hunt, you go from the Rune era.
And the Sapphire Tablet. Ah, and it doesn't need to turn it in, actually.
He did not.
And I guess I need
Last
to go...
season, who gives a shit about chill and frailty? You had word true. Now we're back to ethical gaming, you know? No more war, no more 50k war, you know?
Ethical Gaming, 1000 Corruption.
I bet there's still gonna be outliers with like 30k ward, I don't know. I can already see it.
So I guess while I'm here, I should get the waypoint for Jura anyway, because I have to go there at some point. So
Yeah.
I'm just gonna do this side zone no matter what in the campaign tomorrow.
Yeah, you should do that. You can literally do them as you unlock them, like the side quests and stuff. Because those are gonna be areas at your level when you do them.
Yeah, exactly. Now
Because
overload,
if you
I
do
don't get
them
anything.
later on, you're not gonna get XP. So
Yeah.
you're actually gonna miss XP by doing them later.
Yeah, for sure. Next time I go here, this is like start of Act 5, right?
Yeah, you need to reach the town, speak to the NPC, and then you can do that quest. So you go to the town, then go back to the first area.
So Imperial era, right? So this is like Oracle's abode or what?
Imperial era, it's the Oracle's build, yeah.
Okay.
Let's
Yeah.
reach that.
I didn't realize that the quest popped up there. Okay, yeah, that seems good. So I guess I'll stop here, probably get like half a level just running down to the waypoint.
Yeah, I mean you do the last campaign chapter for the plus all stat and the factions as well. You could also like do the full campaign to unlock the factions, I guess. Just 1.5 more chapter.
I'm gonna try the monoliths and just see what happens. Oh,
You'll be fine. Don't worry. Like honestly, like you have like more than enough damage.
it's gonna be less tomorrow though. You're rogue, you're good. Let's see.
Yeah.
I guess you are just like kind of chronically underleveled anyway, so that's just what it is. Let's put this stuff
But I
in
mean,
here.
before going into mono, you definitely do all the side quests. Like so you don't backtrack or anything.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the only one I kind of missed now, I guess. I mean, okay, Ancient Hunt you said, but I'm at 11
You
passive
should be
points now.
you should be full. Like you should literally be full.
At 11
full
and
passive
6,
points and-
everything.
Yeah. You're missing so much.
But you get so much in Act 9 though, no? Like, there's like really fast ones.
I mean, you can do that. You can do that. You can do that.
Yeah, I think I like that more. Okay, I'm gonna try the monos. Let's just see like 1 or 2 runs and see what happens. I mean, I'm only like, I don't know, let's say 12 levels away from what I would be after campaign or so. Maybe less, right? I'm 43 now. So,
Yeah. It's like 12 passive points and 60 health.
Falconer will be nerfed AF. It will be, but turns out it's fine. So,
Yeah, it barely got touched.
barely got
Like-
touched. It's like a minus 60%, but it's fine. So, doesn't
I
hurt the class too
mean-
much.
There's new items as well. Like there's the new rings. Like those are crazy. Like
I mean, you have to get those rings first, I guess.
+2 to minion skill, plus 4% flat crit chance. Like
Okay,
what?
first Echo has Tomes of XP. Let's see. The other voice is Tarek, yes, Alex.
Yeah, that's me.
I mean, it's not just about doing 2 extra acts, it's also about the safety, right? Like if I go monos, okay, this is like aerial 58. It's not too crazy compared to what I am. But I guess you want to be careful.
I mean, you could, like, for example, this area, like the mob types, is good. Like you have the profane flesh, but now they don't have that much HP. Like pre 1.0, those profane flesh, you wouldn't kill them. They had as much like health than like a mini boss. I'm not kidding. Like it was something like crazy, like 10 times the health of like a regular monster.
Yeah.
But it's not even a
and
rare
they're
or
still
magic,
kind of tanky. I mean, okay, the thing is, like, what kind of resistance do I need for, like, this timeline? I guess we need Necrotic, Fizz. It's like Imperial era, kinda.
They from 1.0 they shuffled a lot of the mobs, so now you need a bit of everything, but mostly like Necro, physical, of course. Lightning a bit, fire a bit. Yeah. And
Gone is
also,
way more
like Lizard
dangerous.
said, like the first map RNG is super important. Like when the first time you go into mono, if you get like bad RNG, if you're under level, you're cooked. You need to reroll.
I mean, not at this level anymore, I suppose. It's kind of okay. But if you go like level
Yeah, you
20,
need
I guess
gold.
it's different.
Cold res. So fire, any elemental, physical, and necrotic, and maybe void as well.
So basically everything.
You need everything. You need everything.
Great.
You need everything.
I have a whole 0% void right now. Don't think I ever had more.
My testing is cold plus necrotic plus fizz. Yeah, that's what I would say. Cold, necrotic, and fizz are probably the most important. Yeah,
Oh,
void
that's
is only
interesting.
for the beacon, but sometimes you want to do beacons. You know, you don't have the choice. I guess in hardcore you just skip them. Like, but you know what? As a sentinel, I don't care. I'm cap void res already without gear. Easy. That's one of the nice thing about sentinel. It's like even like as a forge card, I'm even more cap res. Like I'm cap fire res, I'm cap physical res, I'm capped void res. It's like giga easy. Plus you get insane recovery. I think it's the one of the easiest, if not the easiest, class in hardcore for leveling.
Which one?
The sentinel.
Okay. And someone just asked me how to stay alive as a blade dancer. It's like HP, glance, cap resist, don't stop moving. Yeah, I mean, that's basically it, right? Yeah, that does definitely go pretty fast, yeah. Even at this point.
I mean, yeah. Rogue is tanky because of the movement speed. That's literally it. Like you dodge stuff. You have the guaranteed dodge as well from the Silver Shroud.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 2 souls of
But
silver
it's
shroud is
definitely
pretty
more
good,
of
yeah.
it's definitely more like a methodical gameplay kind of class where you have to dodge stuff in order to survive. At least if you rush during leveling.
Is there like any kind of like objective types that you should avoid here? Like the ambush? I don't know if that like, can be like really hard when you
Yeah,
download it.
ambush is can be pretty crazy. I mean the best ones are the spires because they're kind of easy. The patrolling are also easy, and then the gates, I guess. But the problem with the gates is sometimes you have like mini boss that spawns out of the gates, and like especially the Wengaris, like the Patriarch and the Matriarch. Those guys, holy, I'm always scared. The one that casts like a cold boulder on like an avalanche on the ground and buffs the resistance or the armor of the mobs around it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I don't like gates too much, but it's fine. I think the worst are the ambush, personally. Plus, you have to wait so long for the ambush, like
Dive bomb unlocked, let's go.
insane.
How do I target blade dancer? Mine just goes off randomly. You mean the Umbral Blades? This is a node on the Umbral Blade tree where you can select the target location. It's up here.
It could also be like you play online, and in online sometimes it's not very precise. Umbral Blade build. Do you want to build crit chance? You don't want to for Umbral Blade. You play with basically Umbral Blade applies Shadow Dagger, and it's guaranteed crit, so you don't build crit chance. So what you need is mainly increased damage, crit multi as well, and then lastly flat damage if you can. But you have so much flat damage for free that increase and crit multi are probably the best.
I gotta say, now that I've done like one of the campaign skips, well, I mean, so far I haven't done the dungeon, but after doing the dungeon, I guess I will successfully have skipped a part of the campaign. But going to Monolith without finishing the campaign is kind of weird. Like, it feels strange.
Yeah.
Yeah, usually I just
I
go
mean-
for the entire campaign and that's it, and it's like, okay, I guess I don't have to. But it's good enough.
I mean, that's the beauty of AD, I feel. Like you, depending on the build, you can skip early or later. It depends.
Yeah, people say like Golden is like very dangerous also, but I don't know. If you have a bunch of like lightning, maybe cold and fizz res, and you dodge the big slams, you're actually fine, I think. So
Yeah, Lagan is especially the campaign one is it's pretty easy.
I think a lot of people just get shredded by Lagon because they just, you know, don't dodge the beam properly, or they just stand in all the slams, don't have healing, or something like that. So
Yeah.
But
They actually changed. Do you remember when they changed Lagon? Do you know back then where there was no like tentacles on the side? It was just like Lagon as an entity. You would fight. You would hit the eye of directly.
I mean, I
like,
did fight Lagon when he came out, but
yeah.
I guess so, but I don't remember the fight that much.
So basically, you would actually hit the 3D model of Lagon instead of the tentacles to deal damage. And this made sense back in the day because, like, for example, the beam, you have to look at the eye. When it goes red, you know that it's going to do a beam or something.
Mm-hmm.
But now that they put like tentacles on the side, you're not looking at the eye. So actually, the fight is harder now. Just because you're not actually looking at the eye all the time.
Yeah. It's definitely like a nice trick to remember. Like, look at the eye, look when it goes red, and you know you have to dodge.
Yeah. Plus, it has like the same sequence all the time. If you want to learn it, it's pretty much like always the same.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what are you going for?
That's a good question. I'm just clicking random stuff now. Not quite, but
Yeah.
Silver Shroud, here we go. I do feel surprisingly tanky considering I entered Monolith like 43 or something.
Yeah, see? Like the chapter 7 difficulty compared to like Monolith is not crazy. Like it's pretty much the same. Like if you go and you do the full chapter 9, it's actually harder than what you're doing at the moment.
We're also gonna skip part of chapter 9, I guess. Like, where did we come out? We come right out in front of the town, right?
Yeah, you just go to the town, grab the your faction, and boom, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
But if you do the skip, yeah, it's like right next to the town.
Okay, maybe I'll do it tomorrow as well. Go to, like, finish Act 7, skip complete Act 8, and you skip, like, I don't know, like a third of Act 9 or something, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you just have to do the boss fight. That's what you need to remember.
Majasa, I mean.
No, not the boss fight. The dungeon.
Yeah, okay,
You have to fight,
does take a little bit.
Drulor is like, I mean, if you don't pay attention, or if it lags, because it definitely can, it can be scary.
I guess we'll see. Like, you know, I can still decide on the fly. Like, will I go for the dungeon, or will I just like do Act 8? Like, I guess Act 8 is safer than Jorah.
Exile Mage.
I have way too much stuff on my filter.
You skip entire Act 9, right? Not to just walk to Lagan. I never actually did it myself.
No, you don't skip entire Act 9. You skip... I mean, you can do the skip from Act 5 to Act 9, but I guess in my case I finished all the way up to, including Act 7. So we're gonna skip Act 8 and then we're gonna skip like the start of Act 9.
Yeah.
Is there actually like dungeon key reward and echoes? No, right? It's just arena keys.
No. The boss has a pretty decent chance, the timeline boss, to drop one. Or you have the chest that can reward keys. You know, the special chest that you can sometimes find.
Mm-hmm.
I think there is one at the bottom here.
Ah, so these
This one.
chests they can
Yeah,
drop
yeah.
the keys as well, yeah, I remember.
It's very rare, but they contain like you're guaranteed to get the key, or like pretty much guaranteed.
Yeah. I guess, I mean, these keys drop at some point, so I'm not super in a rush to get like in the last few points or in the finish the campaign, right? I just want to do it at some point. So,
Yeah.
I guess it would be nice if it was like around level 50 something to get some XP as well while you go for Act 9.
It's also like, okay, you grab your faction, you're gonna drop more items, right? Because you go COF.
Yeah,
But
okay,
the thing
true.
is, is that really gonna matter for like the progression? Like, not really. Plus, okay, I lose XP by not doing it, by not going for it and doing the skip. But the XP that you're gonna gain like later on, you're gonna catch up to the thing that you lost like super fast.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, insane gameplay.
Like all these items are like such high level requirement. Oof. Like I've been doing, you know, like 10 echoes already or so. I still can't wear any item. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, that is the only problem.
Do content creators have early access? Yes, you're playing the patch. We're playing the cycle one day earlier on offline with patch 1.0. That's what we're doing here. Special
Yeah.
treatments.
I mean, in a sense, we have like a lot of content creators have access to the test room, like the CT servers.
Yeah, I guess that is closed now, though, right? Or is it still open?
I think it's closed. I don't know. Like, I have no idea. Like, I don't see who goes in, goes out. Like. Yeah.
You need a temporal sanguine key for the skip, yeah. And there's other
Yeah.
skips. You can also do the Soulfire Bastion, and you can also do the Lightest Arbor. Like, you can go from, I think, Act 2 to Act 5, right? With Lightest Arbor? Or is it Act 3 to Act 5?
There are like other skips that are only useful if you're on an alt. Or there is
They're useful if you're what?
if you're playing an alt character, like a twink character.
An alt, okay.
Alt. Yeah, but there is also one to get to the arena. You know, the area where you have like dummies and stuff to test your damage. You have a dungeon exit that is right next to it.
Yeah, that's the Lightest Arbor.
Yeah, I believe. So if you do the chapter 5, so if you stop basically at chapter 5, you can do that skip plus the Temporal Sanctum. So you unlock both chapter 9 with your faction and stuff, and the arena map, basically.
Dude, can I die here and outside of the echo? I had like a dot on me when I TP'd out. Can you die
I
here?
think you can, yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Imagine you get ticked from the duct during the loading. Like,
Yeah, I mean, it can happen, I guess, if it actually
Yeah.
processes.
but they made it so that it's instant when you leave the.
Yeah,
The,
online
echo.
it's instant. It's just like, it's kind of weird. Like, you have like the loading screens in offline, but not in online. So
Yeah. It's
But
like different.
it
coding
feels
or-
good though.
Yeah.
Oh, first $6. That's a lot of necrotic rest.
Or do you play old patch offline? There is an option when you launch the game. You can decide to play fully offline. Mm.
I just need to find a good time to switch back to bow. Like right now I'm still kind of pumping with this blade stuff, but I need to I need to do the switch at some point. I guess I just need to put it on my filter properly, wait for a good bow, and then...
Yeah. Exactly. What I would do right now is just wait for the drops to happen, and once I have enough of them, like a bow, a quiver, some maybe some. The melee version has pretty much the same stat except for like melee damage and melee leech, but you'd actually just need to wait for a good bow, yeah, and a quiver. And the bow, like, when you switch to a bow, you need like just a bow that has like up to 4% base crit chance.
Hey, Snap. Snap is in chat. Oh, it was a
Yo,
raider from
Snap.
Top Gun. How's it going? I guess you guys gonna blast softcore tomorrow, huh? Big group action. Oh, Temporal Sanctum, here we go. I'm level 50. Should I do it at level 50? I guess it would be a good time, no?
Easy.
I'm gonna try it. Oh, can I tank this with a Soul Shroud? Oh, we can. Easy.
I'm here to steal a strat. Okay.
Yeah, okay. No one believes
What
that.
do you want to know? What do you want to know?
Snap kapow. Well, I'm getting taught by Tarek here. Also, someone's asking about D3. I'm not gonna play D3 season 32 this time. Not happening. Okay, I have a Frailty Chris here. That seems kind of nice, actually. If a good implicit. What can we put on this? Malefice. How many Glyphs of Hope do we have? Critical success. Alright, I'll take it. Okay, let's try the Temporal Sanctum, I guess. Also a lot of res here, easy clap. 7 elemental res even. Uh-oh. Void res. Poison res. Lots of stuff. They're all actually all kind of fun. 6 void res. It's gonna be great. Okay. Alright, so how does it work? We press on this, right click, and kapow. See. Why are so many people playing a Forge Guide? Can I see this planner that baited everybody? I mean, people are just hyped for buffs, I think. That's the main reason. It doesn't have to be necessarily, you know, really great or something. It just needs to be buffed, and then people are gonna be like, Porg man, log in. And then you combine this with a bunch of clickbait videos, and, you know, everybody's starting Forge Guard. It's not bait, but it's slow. Okay. Melee is actually a thing in this game. Really now. I guess there's like no like increased area of effect and stuff, right? Temporal Sanctum. Okay, let's try it out.
Right.
What?
Right.
And were you AFK or what?
Yeah. I'm rooting for you. That was I received a message saying, don't leak NBA stuff, bro. What is this? Like,
wait, what?
Onka. No. It's just the stash sorting thingy, like Or he was not in the patch note. Like,
Oh,
oh,
no.
fuck.
Oh no. I mean, it's got to be like tons of little stuff like that that probably also just forgot to put in patch notes, or you know. But I wouldn't really say there's like
Yeah.
a huge, you know, secret spilling.
True, but at the same time, I want to be the guy like who share NDA stuff when you have an NDA.
Ah, look here, inside the dungeon, I get the key chest.
Whoa.
Nice,
Nice, easy.
wonderful. Well, I can do round 2 if I die, huh?
No, they just improved how they sort items in your inventory and stash. That's it.
It's actually really good boots I got down. Well, there's a door. Here's a door. Dude, this boots is level 61, man. And it's level 55 zone. Oh my god, dude.
It's probably what's gonna happen with the Nemesis system, where you're gonna unlock, I mean, not unlock, but improve items that are
Yeah, true,
rares
like
to,
it gets like higher and higher level with the tiers of these
Yeah.
stats, right?
It's gonna get exalted, and you're not gonna be able to equip it.
I mean, that's fine. You know, you have something to look forward to.
Not happening. That was close.
Stash sorting is coming. Apparently something like that. I heard somewhere. Allegedly. Something is coming.
Guys, nobody heard anything, okay?
Yeah, when Diaphragm was already critting for like 15k with no debuffs. Okay.
That's so
Seems
crazy.
Seems legit. Dude, can I still do the shift? I can't do the shift strat, right? Straight for the door.
Yeah, you can.
Oh.
I think there's like... There's
Oh my god.
like a particular spot or like an orientation of the door. I don't remember what it was.
Yeah. I think here and there
I think
I'll
it's
try my
the door
luck.
in the... it depends on... Yeah.
Okay, let's see Jova. I've never done it at a low level.
I don't think they fixed that. I don't think they
yesterday
fixed
I
that.
was doing it and there was no difference. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
Not happening.
We can't dodge the big explosion, right, from Jora? I think.
No, it's not dodgeable.
Yeah. Is there like any other such mechanics that you can't dodge from bosses?
Yeah. I think there is... what was it? I remember there was something. I don't know if Liz is in the chat. He probably knows. I think it was Volka that told me. Vodbird. Oh yeah, the second timeline.
The pie slices. The bird that does the circles, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
That's not too bad. Okay, what did I get here? Jura's Stardial. Stardial?
Easy.
Spell damage and mana spent gain as ward. Ah, great. And it is actually
It's
a
not
pretty
that bad, you
powerful.
see?
It's a pretty powerful ring for like the mana stacking stuff, I guess, next time, right? This might be pretty good.
Yeah.
And since it's dropped so low, this might have easy potential for 2-3 LP, I guess.
Yeah, it's like guaranteed drop plus it drops with 1 LP, I think. Is it a guarantee? Let me check.
Big ring here. Unfortunately, it's any damage. I think it might be time to replace this thing. What? Oh. Oh, it's level 58.
Yeah, it is. It is a guaranteed drop.
Mm-hmm. Many rings. There's not only rings here.
Insane. Physical res. Anything else?
Okay, now we have to go out of this here and let's see where we arrive. I'm gonna just like do the Act 9 now and see where we are at with our idols and the passives. If I do some of the side quests. Forge it. And what am I gonna do with this thing? I mean, what do you mean forge it? You're here. I mean, I don't have
insane spell damage for your meta build. Nice.
Yeah. I don't have the waypoint. I guess I don't need the waypoint, right? But let's do it anyway.
You have to on the right side of the waypoint.
Oh, I have to go on the bottom right. Oh yeah, okay. So I have to go
Yeah.
for the waypoint anyway. I guess you want the armor. Fucking hit. What do I go now? Can we kind of stop here? I'm supposed to put more into the marksman tree. Okay. I think not. I think we're just gonna go for armor dex. Man, I have so much to learn. I'm used to D4 where everything is so much simpler. Is it though? I don't know. I don't think that Diablo 4 is necessarily a simpler game than LE.
I didn't play much D4. Like, is it? How is it from the start of like the season 1, for example?
It has changed quite a bit actually. Like season 4, the current one, is like a huge success. They reworked the entire like loot system and the items and stuff.
Oh, thank God.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and people really like it. So there's you know, stuff to grind and stuff you can do, like cool stats you can put on your gear and so on. So pretty nice. It was a huge turnaround for the game.
Nice. Is it gonna be like the expansion, like the next?
The expansion
patch?
expansion is in October actually. So there's one more season in
October.
August, and then only 2 month season until the expansion.
Oh shit, it's pretty close.
Yeah, it's surprisingly early. Yes.
Yeah.
So I figured it would be like November, maybe even December, but they're actually doing very early.
Yeah, I hope it does well. You know why? Not because I want to play the game, but because I want Ellie to have more players. We're gonna yoink the player base. That's it.
Yoink.
That's the plan.
Worked pretty well last time.
Yeah, I mean it's beneficial for everyone.
Okay, this dive bomb is destroying already, man. It's insane. Definitely good start though with the 2 Act 7 and then skip Act 8. I think I'll probably do that regularly now.
Yeah, it's safer than doing chapter 5 because chapter 5 you're way under level for like the monolith.
Yeah.
Just remember there to like reroll the first timelines if they're like bad monsters, so you don't end up with like getting killed first timeline. Actually, you kind of got lucky with the drop. Like usually, I don't even get the keys and the key in the first timeline.
Okay. Good to know.
Yeah. You can go for the heal, I guess.
I'm doing that.
Boom. Are you going for the health and mana on hit?
Yeah, I wanna get the Hunter Spoils now. This is gonna make it a lot more smoother.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny that
I'm
you
going
can
for
pause the
the node on
game
the
and
left.
you don't show the menu like in the cutscene.
Yeah.
I did that once. I was sitting here like 2 minutes. I was like, What is happening?
Yeah. You don't even know how many times I watched this cutscene. Like, you don't want to know. The worst one is the Majasa one at the end of chapter 9.
Yeah. You need to
Because,
open your
like,
skill tree in the right moment and your talent tree, and then can like stack a few
Yeah.
things.
Exactly. Because before, like when it came out, it was super hard. Like even chapter 9 mobs were like overtuned, so I had to practice a lot just to kill her. And I probably seen or watched the cutscene like 200 times.
Okay. What quest do we have here? Arjani gives us an idle inventory expansion. We need 2 more of those, and I think one of the quests I have is already done. There's a treasure which also has... Okay, so I have my idle inventories from this guy and then the other quest. So I'm done with that. Then I just need a few passive points. We need 4 more. One is on the other quest, I think, which has both. Okay, so I need 3 more. Alright. Dude, I almost one-tapped this guy with type bomb. Alright. It's insane. People are asking if Falconer is still good?
Yeah. But it's bait because people see like leveling, how powerful some classes are, and then endgame it's not like it's literally like not the same. You can have like giga powerful classes during leveling and super weak during endgame. Like,
Yeah,
it doesn't go 1-to-1.
Yeah, it depends on like what is the late game scaling, but that is relatively good here on these builds. So.
Yeah, I mean Falconer, like don't even worry about it. Like it's good everywhere. it's good during leveling, during end game, during mid game. Like there's also gonna be like more chapters to come. Like there's gonna be like 1 more in next patch, next cycle.
Oh,
1.2.
really? Yeah, I know they want
Because
to expand it by 3 chapters or something, right?
Yeah.
But the question is, anyone gonna do them? People are already skipping half the campaign, so...
Like, what is the point? Like, okay, for the story, but is there gonna be like something to like? Will you have to do like the full campaign, or at least reach the end of the campaign at least once?
I guess they're gonna force
maybe-
you for the, something like that, what they did with Manjasa with the +1 all attributes. There might be something.
You know what? Maybe they're gonna be like something that you have to grab in the end of the campaign, but there's gonna be like skips if you're like good enough at the game, like we have right now with the dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be something similar, but it would be nice if... I mean, the good thing is if they do extra campaign, they probably do new monsters, new zones, and this also converts into new monoliths, right? So it's kind of like they still feed off this or other content, right? So this is also part of the reason why they do it. So I think it's fine. The story does feel a bit incomplete.
Yeah. And you don't really know what happened after killing the snake lady. Like, doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, apparently, there's gonna be like a lore hunt event that,
I read that.
like an official one. Yeah, it's the one on the right, by the way. The one that you have to go. Oh, there's also this one, right? Yeah.
I have my yeah, no, I always go to the left one, but I learned it's always in the right one, right? Ah, wait, they want me to go in there again for the other quest. That's kind of funny.
Yeah.
Okay, but they always have to go here, right?
Yeah, this is for the main quest. Yeah. Ellie should fix that. I mean, it's like balancing. Like, of course, there's gonna be like with the passive tree, the skill trees, the items that have level requirement. Of course, if you could equip like any item in the game with reduced power at level 1, I guess it would be like pretty. Will feel pretty similar between endgame and early game.
Yeah, I mean, this is just how it is. Like some builds like have certain like stats they really want, and they only appear later. Or like
Exactly.
I think
yeah.
it's fine
I
that
mean,
certain builds are good early and good late or something. That is okay as long as there's enough options for both.
yeah. For example, Glacier, like you need like there's a threshold of mana that you have to reach in order for the build to perform like decently, because it costs a lot of mana, and like you regen like percent based of your mana, your max mana. I mean, every time you crit, so you need like 1.2k I think mana minimum to be positive in terms of mana regeneration / mana cost.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff like that. Like, how do you do that during leveling? There is no. There's no equivalent.
Okay, I'm at 8 idols and 12 battle points. Do you get 3 more here at this point? Or do I actually have to do
Maybe
this
also
like
turn
instant
here.
hunt quest?
A lot for the average area. Yeah, I agree, Gotham. I agree. I think it's more of like for like you might want to play a similar kind of build where it scales the same stats, so you don't really have to change too much your gear. Maybe your skills, but the changing like respecing skills is pretty easy in this game. Like,
Yeah, I agree with that. They're making it easier now, right? There's like higher minimum levels of skills now as in the next patch and these kind of things.
yeah.
And I mean also,
The trick is, yeah. Go ahead.
I mean, I was just going to say, like, you have your maximum leveling guides, right? And they literally make, like, you know, okay, kind of like a class fantasy style leveling build for each of them that probably fits for, you know, at least multiple things on that mastery.
Yeah. Because I remember some people telling me, dude, why are you not doing straight up the best leveling builds for like the fastest leveling build and stuff? I'm like, this is not the target audience of Maxwell. People don't care about what is the min maxi most like the fastest build. People care a lot about like the fantasy of what they're gonna play, like the fun of the build. Like, I think it's part of it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I do a bit of both when I make builds. Sometimes I try to make like the craziest things. Sometimes I just like in D4, I also like really focus on the fun of a build much more than the performance of a build. And I do have fun with builds that are like, you know, that they would consider like B or C or D tier or something, just because they're cool to play, right? It's just like, you know, they have like a cool flow or something like that. So
yeah. Also, like something to note on Maxwell leveling builds is that there is always or nearly always an equivalent into the end game. We have like an equivalent end game build for it. So there's never going to be a case where you play something and then there's no build for it in end game, or at least maybe there's one or two. I don't know, but I try to do that on most builds. But yeah, there's sometimes with the balancing of early game, which is not the priority of the devs, it's more like mid game, end game. Sometimes you have builds that don't feel great to play, but performs like 10 times better than other builds, and you're kind of like, huh, what do I do? What do I recommend? Do I recommend like the one that feels good but is like 10 times worse, like performance-wise, like HP, recovery, damage, or do I go for the more clunky one but it's like giga powerful? Like, yeah, sometimes that's the case.
Chat is asking, isn't Falconer super nerfed or did I miss something? You are damn right, but do you understand the starting point of Falconer? It's very far up. So that's not a problem.
Yeah, the Swarm Druid, for example, was like a build that was kind of clunky to play, but was giga powerful. But no, it's not. they nerfed it, so now I don't have to put it. Easy.
I mean, it can also like, come back and maybe, you know, make an item for it, or, you know, like rework the skill a little bit or something, right? There's always some options to remove the clunkiness, change it.
Yeah.
It felt horrible to play Swarm Druid. What's so horrible about it?
It's because you have to basically apply bleeds to the target without killing them. Then you use an ability that generate like a righteous fire around you, like a big AoE around you.
Mm-hmm.
And depending on the number of bleeds that you would pop on the monsters around you, it will increase the damage by so much, and you would literally one-shot everything. And then you shapeshift to increase the duration of the thing, of the AoE. So it's quite like, it requires like not button mashing, but you press a lot of buttons on the build.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
buff
see.
management as well. Yeah, but it was so OP. Like in the campaign, the bosses they would last like 3 ticks. It'll be like boom, boom, boom. Boss is dead.
Okay.
So I'm like, okay, am I not gonna recommend this? Like, come on.
Yeah, I guess it always comes down to like making a bit of like a gut feeling decision, right? Once you have a bit of experience, okay, you know, kind of like what can people handle in terms of clunkiness or like complicated builds or so, versus okay, how good is the build? Like, is it really worth doing that? It's always like a bit of like a decision, right? Like if you have like the Druid leveling guide or something, right? You have to make a call, right? On what do you put? So
Yeah. But thinking back, I think I should have went for like smoother playstyle than the OP one. But it really depends on like the limit of it, because some builds are okay. I have 1 buff to maintain. Okay, that's enough. But if I have 2 buffs, that's too much. Do you do the full campaign? Okay.
but I
mean,
still
you
have to
do,
kill Mashasa. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, what else should I do? I have to kill her, no?
You get like +1 to all stats, so yeah, that's pretty good.
You want to
If you
skip
can
that, or
handle
what?
her, like,
You're planning to skip that, or what?
yeah, I don't care about +1 to all stats at this point.
Really?
Yeah,
Interesting.
I mean, unless I do it later, like the skip, because you did it like super early. That's the thing as well.
yeah, I mean, I'm actually exactly on a zone level, right? So this is like perfect. I guess I got a bit lucky with the key,
Yeah.
but for me it's kind of nice currently because I have the zone level.
I think on my speedrun I'm level 40 here when I do the full campaign.
I mean, I'm at 3 hours and 6 minutes now, and I have like part of the first timeline completed. I guess like 3 hour, how much will it be? Like 3 hour 12 or so, 3 hour 15 is when I'm gonna finish this. And I was kind of chilling,
Yeah.
reading the stuff for a bit.
Yeah.
So that's actually
I mean,
pretty
for
good. Yeah.
hardcore, yeah, for hardcore, I would say it's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it's not exactly hardcore right now. So, but yeah, I mean,
No, but I mean, you're gonna do the equivalent in hardcore, even though you're gonna play more methodically. But
yeah, like if I can stay like to stop 3.5 hours, I would be kind of happy with that, I guess, with everything done. And I guess partially one of those completed, even if I do the Act 8 skip, which seems okay. As long as my resistance are not terrible, I'll do that, I think. Comes down to like what kind of rest I have. I guess I'm gonna try to like save my rest shards as much as possible. Just get a bit of cold rest for Act 7. I guess cold and fizz is what you want in Act 7.
in Act 7, cold, fizz,
Maybe fire as
a
well.
bit of lining for Lyeth.
True.
Because she can actually be scarier than than Lygon sometimes.
And who?
The boss before Lygon.
No, we're not doing
No,
Lagon. Like I'm talking about Act 7.
Oh,
Like one Act 8.
oh yeah. I thought you meant like Act 8. Yeah. Act 7, yeah, cold and physical is enough.
Yeah. Like all these Vangari guys and whatever, like
Although the first area, you know, when you get teleported after killing the 3 bosses, that one can be quite scary with the fire mobs. Like,
the Osprey guys.
yeah. I died a lot
Good,
there.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, me too, Rody. I'm going Forge Guard, bro. Easy.
Free
Let me
rest
get
on
my-
Paladin. Is that on a 3 there?
Yeah, you have like a lot of elemental res. You have like basically like 40% physical, capped void res, probably capped elemental. Plus you have the skill, the mastery skill from Paladin, the Holy Aura, that gives you elemental res as well.
What is your fastest campaign run ever? Like full campaign clear?
I was actually going through it. 1 hour 59 minutes, plus all idols and passives.
Yeah, nice. Okay.
So 2 hours.
But it's also with devs, I suppose. Was this with devs or was it hardcore?
I think I died once or twice in there. Actually, I don't know. Let me check. Probably died. Otherwise, I would put like deathless. Yeah, probably died. But for example, like chapter 7, unlocking all passives and idols was 1 hour 20 minutes. No. Actually, it's not 1 hour 20 minutes. This is the bugged. What was it? Let me check. I remember I had a video about it. Chapter 7. Yeah, it's around like 1 hour 24. Hour 24 minutes.
Okay, I'm actually missing 3 points still, and I don't think I have much to turn in. I have 1 to turn in.
Oh, God.
So I actually have to do Ancient Hunt and another quest, I just realized. Damn. Or I
think
do the
main quest?
Undercity, yeah. Should I do the Undercity quest? In Act 5?
You should go back to the Rune City. I bet you missed some of them.
That's the Refuge. I can do that one. It's 2 quests. It's in Act 2 or 3, I think. Act 3. Is that fine?
Yeah. Okay.
Do I miss any other quests? I've never really done the That's the Refuge, so I'm not sure what I'm missing, yeah.
I can show you the quests that you probably haven't done. Depends on where you went on the areas, in the void areas.
Okay, I have Ancient Hunt. Oh, there's actually idle inventory. Never mind. Ancient Hunt, we don't do that. So that's a Refuge.
Okay, show me the Rune Era. So Rune Era, yeah, you missed the upper district. In the last refuge, upper district on.
I don't have a quest title, so I didn't pick it, I guess.
No, it's not showing until you go to that area.
Okay, so I have to go to upper district.
You go to the precipice.
Shit.
Yeah, and
I
then
thought I was
the upper
already doing
district.
the cutscene here in the background, but it's not.
Oh no.
Can you open the map while doing the cutscene?
No. I think the only thing that you can do is if you have like already UI open before.
Yeah, like what if I run and then press the map? That's what I'm saying.
No, it doesn't work, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, Holy Aura is also like poison res as well. It's pretty crazy.
40 LA, 20 poison. That's pretty good. What build is this? This is like some unholy abomination of a blade dancer that actually... or rather, it's a falconer cosplaying as a blade dancer, I guess. It's just like blade dancer leveling build, I guess, from Max Roll. Made by the guy on voice. Tarek.
Oh, no.
And playing as a falconer. She's gonna attack you. I realized last time, somehow I managed to kill her before phasing. Like before she was doing the heal and stuff. That was kind of wild.
Yeah, if you kill her before she has time to heal, she'll die.
Yeah, I didn't realize that's actually possible, but somehow once I had enough damage to do that. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, I might be able to do it now. Or is it like only next phase? Maybe it's in the next phase.
It's next phase.
And then she was like suddenly dead and was like, what?
On actual, this build does not exist. Yes, look at the Blade Dancer leveling guide.
Yeah, that's what I
It's
just said.
equivalent.
It's I'm playing Falconer, but with the Blade Dancer guide, basically.
If you kill her, sure. Yeah. I mean, sometimes like here you kill her, but she doesn't die. You know. There was even like a bug.
okay.
Oh. What? You bugged her.
Yeah, she did like a heal from far away somehow.
What was that? Like what? I never
was
seen that.
She healed once from far away and then she went to the other side.
She has like superpower. She can open stuff from afar.
And then you can basically play everything. Yeah, basically.
Yeah. You're not gonna get like giga punish for playing like something that is not meta. But obviously something meta is gonna perform like way better than something that is not.
You can't play offline, server unavailable. Now you have to start offline directly from Steam. It gives you the option to select offline.
Farewell, traveler.
Oh, yes?
Okay, but you see Majesta, she has like 2 sarcophages from each side, right? That's where she actually heals herself in the last phase. There was a bug where I think it was before 1.0 that I used on my runs, where you would TP in the middle of the arena, and when you go back in, it would despawn the sarcophagus, so she couldn't heal in the last phase.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Ruined
I dashed
Era. Upper district, you say. Let's try that. So there's 1 point there.
There's 1 point there. There's probably like. I wonder if she did the quest before the council chamber.
Where's that?
The area before the council chamber. Before you get to the council chamber, there's like a side
Yeah,
quest
but-
in there that also gives pass point.
Is that also Ruined Era?
Yeah, just right next to your area. Like before the town, before reaching the town.
last refuge, this one.
Yeah.
I don't have a quest
Like the
there.
last refuge outskirt. There's like a side quest in there. I don't know if you did it, so we'll check. Did you do the 2 passive point quest?
I don't think so. If you, you mean lesser refuge? I didn't do that.
Okay, you shouldn't kill stuff here. Like you're not gonna get anything.
Yeah. But my haste buff.
My haste buff. I mean, if you just dash, it's gonna hit stuff, you know. Plus, you can insta-cast the minion ability.
Okay, so
Easy.
we're done. Alright, so this was time, I guess. 3:17.
GG.
Too many deaths though, so I need to do that better next time. But it was a good warm-up.
So the area before you get a TP to it.
Let's see. Last refuge. Outskirts. This is the one?
Yeah. Check if there is like a side quest that you can take around the.
No, I've done this one, yeah, I remember this.
Okay.
It's like, you have to save the guys or something.
Okay. Then go back to the, where was it, the 2-point quest. It's on the right. Yeah, you didn't do the Lost Refuge one.
Yes. Should I do
I
this?
guess that's it. I
But
mean,
you have to
how
go
many
all the
points
way
do you
to
need?
do zones, right? You have to go up there.
Yeah. I mean, it takes a minute with your build.
Okay, maybe it's not too bad. Yeah, maybe I should do it. I get like 2 points pretty early as well, so... I could do this, skip the one I just did.
Just do the level quest as a level, and then...
Okay. I'll figure it out. I mean, worst case, I have like an extra minute or so just doing a quest at some point. It's fine, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Tarek. think I will stop with last Epoch for the night, though.
Okay. Yeah, no problem.
It was fun, though. Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, sure. No problem.
Yeah, and then like a nice practice on, so at least one time for the campaign. Maybe I'm gonna do like a bit of early monoliths tomorrow. See where I do the respec, fix my filters. Maybe do like, act 1 to 3 or something like that. I mean, when is it starting? It's at 8 p.m. CET, I think, right? Was it 9 p.m.? No, 6 p.m. CET?
For me, it's 6 p.m.
For you it's 6, so for me it's 7. So this is in 15, in 16
I have a
hours.
timer. Actually, I have a timer. Boom, boom.
Okay, for me it's time for Torchlight. Log in. We're going to do one last blast in Torchlight today. I've been playing this. Have you tried Torchlight, by the way, Tarek?
At the start, I tried like the first season or so. I don't remember. Yeah, it was fun, but I don't know. I have no motivation to play it.
Okay. I kind of like it. It's really fun. Like I have it like as a kind of game on the side, for like the season downtimes. It's cool.
Yeah. I have other games to play on the side. Like the streaming is not like I'm not doing that full time, so I guess I play like stuff with friends and like multiple games, like MMOs.
Yeah, fair enough.
But yeah, I like the Torchlight. All right.
Alright, and get a good night's rest. I guess. Are you going to sleep now or what?
What time is it? 1 p.m. 1 a.m. Sorry, not 1 p.m.
Or is it too early?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to wake up before the start, and then.
I'm trying, but so far it's not going well. I'm waking up at like 1 p.m.
One is not too bad. It's like 5 hours before.
Yeah, 5 hours before. So.
Yeah, it's kind of what I'm planning to wake up like. Maybe 3-4 hours before or so is like a good time. Usually I have like time to get ready. They're streaming. I can start a stream a bit early.
Yeah, but it's not gonna be good at release. Like the server, there's no way servers is gonna be fine. Like it's gonna be 1.0 once again. I bet.
Maybe.
I'm not a doomer, but I don't expect much. I'm not gonna be like, okay, it's gonna be fine. I'm gonna like rush the campaign in like 1 hour. Let's go. No way, dude.
I suppose, yeah.
Hopefully, it's gonna be good. Hopefully, but I don't want to get hyped and then just wait 5 hours to go into monos.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna suck, like, if you log in and then, like, it's like in 1.0, like, the servers just didn't work for, like, how long? I mean, it was pretty wild, for sure.
Yeah. Okay. All right, I'm gonna go. Thank you, thank you very much, Woody.
Oh, thank you for being on the podcast earlier and for, like, the coaching, I guess, and that's very helpful, that's like refreshing a lot of things, and like a lot of things that these little details, I guess, that you just know from playing so much. So
I don't know if you're gonna retain like all those everything I talked about, but at least if you remember like 10%, it's gonna be good.
Well, it's my job to learn these things and remember them. So.
But the thing is, once you learn it in Last Epoch, it's not gonna move. Like it's never gonna move. Like the skips are always gonna be the same. Maybe they're gonna shift the quest at some point, but
yeah, I mean, in general, they're trying
yeah.
to think very hard about the stuff that they introduce, and it seems like there's not a huge like rework coming later or these kind of things, right? So
yeah. kind of like knowledge that you build upon, because you're not gonna lose that, and it's still gonna be useful in like 2 or 3 or even 4 patches.
Yeah.
I'll need some time.
Yeah. All right. I need to eat. I haven't eaten dinner yet, so please let me go, Woody. I need to go.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Have a good night.
All right. Yeah. Good night. Have a nice stream, and good luck for tomorrow.
Your reign
Yeah, you too, man.
evil ends here.
All right. GG.
Insane. Okay, so that was Tarek, guys. One of the Maxwell Last Epoch boys. Also, I just noticed I am probably not strong enough just yet for tier 8 lasting. I should look into getting some upgrades. Do I have Muns? That's the question.
Your reign of
I'm
evil.
gonna check how much FE I have. I do have an idea though. We have no soul candles. I can check for some soul candles. That can be really good.
Look who will record this debt for you.
This was Omega on steroids, no sleep. I guess he had like that no sleep high. Like, I know that as well. Like, he can suddenly become like super active
Buy or sell.
and stuff.
Help yourself to the catalog.
Okay, I have 30 FE actually. I can buy some soul candles. Let me check that a little bit. I have none so far. Actually, I think I need to unlock the second slot if I'm not mistaken. Where's that? Here. Soul candle slots unlocked. Okay. Relatively easy to do though.
Buy or sell. Help yourself to the catalog.
Okay, where is this? If you have any questions about Torchlight, guys, by the way, feel free to ask away. Or we can just keep discussing, it's fine. Soul candle. Can I... Can I set like a certain like limit on the price? Let's say price is maximum 11. Confirm. What can we get here? Seems like a lot of stuff is very expensive. Holy. Area for triggered skills. Yeah, we barely even find stuff that is like cheap enough, yeah. Damn. So stuff around 20 and so on. I guess it's too early in the season. 20% injury buff when there's no elites nearby. Interesting. There's like some other like pretty good stuff here. Fire pen, physical damage. We don't need that. Holy. Okay, let's look for damage taken. Is there something like that? Here. Search. Surprise filter, maybe, let's say 30. Okay. -8, parabolic projectile skills, sentry. No. -2 additional damage taken, kick. Can search, I can save this one. This might be something to go for. As like a starter. Wanna get a bit of damage reduction. My character is a bit too squish. He also needs... Oh, that's nice. Move speed. And the use of a non-main skill, make the exit of main skill plus 3 damage. Interesting. That is not terrible for 10. Seems like a nice little upgrade here. That is relatively cheap. I like doing these podcasts, especially with, like, you know, other people. Like, you know, do a lot of like the 4 podcasts, for example, and then doing like the LE podcast today. It was kind of interesting and I learned a lot from the guys and discussed kind of like, you know, their opinions and their alleged predictions, let's say. Kinda funny. Plus 10 lightning pen. Damn. That would be really good as well. I'm doing full lightning damage on my build. Oh wait, I think we return. We somehow back on the original page, yeah. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, okay, so maybe it's gonna buy these two. So what do you have here? Is it here? My collection? Okay. This is good. And this is better. We have 30. Confirm. Cooldown recovery speed and skill area and projectile damage. I'd like to get this one. But for now, let me take this. Connect. That is a nice little upgrade here. Gear. Okay, can we do the Eterna thing? Where's the lady? I think she's here.
The boss
South of
ruined
Eterna.
my daydreaming again.
And I think somewhere here is the... Wait, we have some. No, insufficient items. What is this? Pages. Upgrade nodes. Oh, we need 20. Okay. So we cannot do anything.
Boss ruined my daydreaming again.
I need Eterna Reverberations. How do I get them?
The boss ruined my daydreaming again.
I think we are...
Happy I could cry.
Buy or sell. Help yourself to the
You have to do like 1 run or 2 runs, I believe. How does that work again? Beacon. Dark Surge, Primal Core. Map material. Fuck. I don't remember which one I have to get for this. Soul candles are here. But I want to unlock the second slot. So for this I have to do Eterna. But I'm not sure what is the item exactly. Not these, not this. Desire. This is for the bosses, I think, right? This is Queen of Eternal Sun. This is like the Eterna thing. Pages. Is it here? No, no. This is Proof of the Brave. This is all the dream stuff. Is it another? Search. Page. They come from the cards. You can't get it without the cards? Finding key, season item. This might be something here. Eternal Reverberation. Is it this? Open passage to the ruins of Eterna, stage level 83. It might be this. Search. Not sure how much I need. Costs quite a bit though. You could also try to spec into the Eterna stuff. How much do I need to open one? I think I found what I need. Alright. Eterna map. It doesn't really tell me. We need 1 only. Okay, so that should not be too bad. Let's try to get 1 if you can. It's this thing. Yeah, I've only done this like once actually, so. Oh man. I don't need that much stuff. So let's see if like someone is selling like a few of them. Price filter, let's say maximum 5 of E. What? So like per? Ah, this is like total price filter and this is what you're looking for, okay. Let's see if anyone is selling like a small amount. Here's one of 8, maybe I'll take that, worst case. No, it's 8 for 1. Okay, kind of wild. Seems like no one is really selling small quantities. Can I search for quantity? Is that a thing? Search? No. Damn it. Ah, maybe you can buy the pages for the... Okay, maybe you can buy the pages directly without doing the thing. That might be actually... Wait, is that a thing? Can you buy the pages? Pages of Eterna. Okay, let's see. So it's like half an FE per page, roughly, if you look at this here. Up to like 1 FE per page. Okay, so roughly 2 pages for 1 FE. Now, how much do I need?
The boss ruined my daydreaming again.
I think you have to hit this one, right? Is it this one where I get the second candle? I think you have to go straight down, but I'm not sure where. Is it this one or this one? I think it's this, right? So it'll be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's like 200 pages. At that point, I should definitely just buy some Psalm of Eterna and just do it myself. So that seems like pages is not the way we do this. I guess we do like max 10 and see what we find. Someone bought the thing for 8. I was going to buy that one actually. Here's 8 for 8. I'm doing it. Okay. Maybe sell the rest. You don't get the whole skill tree stuff in the rifts. I mean, if you've played PoE, then you'll kind of understand. It's like the Atlas passive tree, I guess. Okay, start. How hard is it actually? Can I do it?
No risk, no reward. I guess you already grasped that far.
Okay, seems fine. Ooh. Beam hurts though.
I shall purify your tainted soul.
My spirit is tanking the beam. That was kind of funny. God. And the beam starts exactly on me, man. 2 times in a row. Does a lot of damage. Looks like it does fire damage, so I gotta be careful with that. Okay, we are destroying though.
Your reign of evil ends here.
Let's go. Wait, it's like a boss shadow. It's basically pit.
It's your honor to be
Okay.
judged by a member of the Herman family.
The boss ruined my daydreaming again.
She sounds so like annoyed with life. The voice. It's kind of hilarious.
The boss ruined
Okay, turn on map. Continue.
I'm so happy.
Place. Confirm.
Why don't we just give up? I've
Okay.
already done that several times.
Okay, so I have to unlock it.
Light the candelabra. Give them a good thrash.
Alright, I remember now how it works. Oh, that's an FE. Oh. That fire beam, man.
Right?
I'm really weak to fire damage right now. I have no fire res. I was trying to fix it yesterday, but it didn't really work. Was it yesterday? I think 2 days ago when I played Torchlight. Anyone here still blasting some Torchlight? I know a bunch of people were blasting as well, like it started on Friday.
Violence is not the answer to all, but it is the answer to your
Maybe I can get
sins.
to like 95 or something. Okay, boss time. I am mostly AV farming. Nice. How far are you? What are you playing?
Your reign
Oh, can I just talk to her instead of being to town? I think we can, right? So she just pops up with the map.
I'm so happy I could cry.
I guess we do this.
I'll
Optimists would say we're rebuilding the city of Eterna. But so many
Dancing
candles
for sure, it's
here.
been very fun.
Like
Nice.
nothing more
What
than
builds are you guys
snuff them
doing?
all.
Yeah, just stand in these circles, right? Is this game pay to win? It's slightly, yeah, but it doesn't really matter much. It's a lot more about, you know, playing the game, grinding, and, you know, making good builds. That matters. The pay to win element is like for the super high end, like min-maxing, where that really matters, I'd say. Like before that, not really. Oh, actually, we can after music win a little bit.
The boss
Okay, turn on map.
ruined
Nice. So
my
we can just.
daydreaming again. I'm so happy I could cry.
Okay, so if I don't connect this, can I even do it? No, right? We have to make sure there's always a connection, so this wouldn't work. We have to do something that actually goes like this. So let's do this, yeah.
Optimists
That's probably
would say
safer.
we're rebuilding the city of Eterna.
Okay, that one works.
So many candles here. I'd like nothing more than to snuff them all.
It's your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family.
Is that Calendar Lake? This is a bit of a mix of like Ritual and Calendar, I'd say, yeah. So you build like the city with the layout, and then you go there and like read the rewards. It definitely feels like it. But I think actually this came before Calendar Lake,
Your reign of evil ends
if I'm not mistaken. Like Eterna is already in the game for quite a while. It was like, I don't know, season 3 or something.
The boss ruined my daydreaming again. I'm so happy I could cry. As long as you work hard, the city
And you have one more
will
tile.
gotten
Ah, you got like a
as
Joker tile or something.
and as little.
Oh, I didn't realize that's a thing. Enter? Okay, here we go.
I'm so tired, tired. How about you carry me?
Playing Moto, you made 1.2k, very
I
nice.
must say, it's been smooth sailing with you.
I guess we want to try to... Dude, why do I have like a 20-minute timer, by the way? Look at the timer on the top. What's going on? 1,000 seconds, okay.
Violence is not the answer.
Hope I can see it this time. Well, seeing anything will do. Alright, one last trouble to deal with.
Blind Vision, that's actually an item I'm looking for. By the way, I have these like double, like 2-star, 2 legendary aptitude items. But so far I've not managed to actually get 2 stats on any of them. Is it just so rare, or what?
Yeah,
Do you have to do something special to get a second stat on it?
I didn't sleep this time.
Because I tried rolling, like, I don't know, 50 times or something already, and I never got a second stat. I was like, Is there something I'm missing?
Jeez, when does it end?
Unlock all. Okay, we have to do everything first. Let's see if I have enough after this to
Where are we going next?
unlock the stuff.
Anywhere is fine. Fine, we keep going. I'm
Gonna pull to the boss.
ecstatic. Here comes trouble. All done? Great. Wonderful.
Nice. Okay, page.
do that a few
Got 50 pages. I probably need more. But it's a good start. So I guess we do another round, or maybe two, and we should have it. Let me get a second candle, just need a bit more FE, we can buy one. I guess we get out of here. That's not really a point to grind more, I guess.
The boss ruined my daydreaming again. I'm so
Attainer tier upper limit, okay. Boss does one additional slow candle. Ah, wait, it's right here. Unlock the second slow candle slot. Okay. You don't have to go all the way down to this, it's right here. Okay. It's kind of funny because if you happen to like start on a different path, like if you don't go down, you can just miss this and you don't have the second slot. Okay, so we actually got what we want. Easy. I wonder if I can sell them. I have 20 pages. I'm gonna try to sell them.
Buy or sell. Help yourself to the catalog.
So, where's that? Here. Price check. List. Let's say all of them for, I don't know, let's say 8. So underpricing it a bit. And also these here, let's say all of them for 3. So I don't know, I'd buy it. I don't want to do more, so it's fine. Let's go. Just sells, I can buy my second candle. I think I want to go back to 7.2 a little bit instead of farming 8. 8 is a bit too slow currently. How do I change this again? Okay. Can we do time mark 7 point? Select. Okay, here we go. We can juice this up a little bit more. Target processing. I tried. Okay, let me try this next time when I get like some of these items that have legendary aptitude again. For example, I have a blind vision here. Has 2 aptitude. I only have 1 stat on it, which is 9 lightning res on the full. These guys are... Oh, this is the invincible thing. Okay. It's like, Let's see how 7.2 feels compared to 8. Seems much smoother.
To be judged by a member of the Herman family.
Might respec my I have the cube of rapacity league mechanic right now. Oh. That's hurt. I've been doing a lot of rapacity farming and I have like good divinity slates, so I think I'm gonna change it to one other. Maybe we can do a bit of like the pirate stuff.
Your reign of evil ends here.
Look who will record this death for you. Desire brings
You can reroll the first, and then you have to... Okay. Greed? Pass on to all skills level. Max divinity effect 1. Motorcycle steel turrets increase damage. Actually, that seems nice. Maybe I want to use that. Got goggles. Lightning res. Ah, look. Ah, wait, this is not what I want actually. What is this here? Kaleidoscope. Additional erosion. I can't sell it. Yo, wait, does it fit? Wait. Install? Heck yeah. Just +1 to all skill levels, cause why not? Easy. It works. You can't do anything with this for crafting and stuff, right? Okay. This game good, it's very good, It's free as well. Yeah, check it out. If you're looking for like a nice little ARPG to play, it's a very, very intense game, I guess. It goes very fast and crazy. Can have a lot of fun here. This thing has fire res. Okay, let me try it. So first of all, install. We have 50 res now. That's so good, man. I really need a fire res. Okay, so Select. Like, I can't lock. Ah, here, target processing. Ah, I completely missed that. I was doing this on rare items, but I was never doing it on this. Okay, so what can I do? I guess it can only be suffixes, right? It says craft affix. It can be anything, it seems. So I can do life. We already have this, I guess. I can do dex. Dex would be nice. Can do crit as well. Is there like no indication how far we have scrolled? Okay. Combat's physical is damage taken as lightning. Also not terrible. There's max life. That would be nice. Okay, confirm. So this is 100% success rate for crit, 100% for dex, and only 22 for life. What is this? Reroll all single resistance affix on the gear. Ah, so you can change resistances. Oh, that's nice. Reverse the values of craft affixes on the gear. Okay. So this means I can change one resistance into another, right? With the reincarnation. Should we try to get hit alive? I kinda want some extra life for now. We did hit here too. 21%. So what have you selected? It goes out to 48 for tier 1. No, tier 0 actually. Okay, I'm taking it. This thing is nuts. Okay. Easy. Very nice. Tier 2, tier 2. That's what we'll do for now. So I can do the same here actually. On a lot of these. Can we see how much we are overcapped? We have 81% lightning res, 65 cold, 81 erosion. I have a lot of erosion, a lot of cold. No, a lot of lightning. Can we remove lightning? Seeing as cold and erosion, for example. If you change the neck is probably like an item I want to change actually, because you can get like really big necks. So maybe I'm not gonna touch this too much. Cold is just fine. So let's try this. Target processing. Select. So there's life. There's armor maybe. I'm not sure if I want to stack it that much armor. There's elemental damage. Maybe it's gonna try to stack like physical damage taken as a different elemental type. There's stacks you can maybe do. Additional damage taken at low mana. So additional damage taken at low mana should work. Like, when I have reserve mana, right? This applies. It says current mana is under 35% of max mana. So that should work. What else is there? Damage pen. There's also a requirement item to 100. Deflection. How do I get deflection? Okay, 6 to 2% additional damage taken at low mana. Wait, are these only the tiers that I can roll or what? 1 to 3% elemental resistance pen? Is this correct? What about the dex? 26 dex, not that much. Okay, not stun shot us again. 2%. 3%. Okay, look, actually it disappears pretty fast. Tier 3. Hello, quacks. Oh boy. I think you're gonna go to -6. Okay. That should work, right? It looks like my survivability did go up here. I think it just moved. Wait, let me clip that. I think it changed my survivability when I came out of the menu. Just yeah, it says here it goes up plus 2,800, so it does work. Okay, nice. What else can we do? This ring. This ring is very nice. Already has the elemental and erosion rest. Good roll. Select. Target. What can we do on rings? There's flat damage. Not terrible. Maybe dex. I have like very low dex. I think each point of dex is like 0.5% damage. Which is relatively good. Crit damage. Confirm. So I'm not really sure what's the point of like selecting 3 stats. I guess it's like, okay, you can choose this or this or this. This has 100% success rate. This also, and this crit damage is kind of low. So I think I might just do some flat damage. Tier 4. Tier 5, Tier 4, Tier 6. Tier 3. Tier 2. I'm gonna go with that. Damage went up. 110,000. It was like roughly 7% DPS or something. What's my dex right now? 75. I should try to get some dex on another item. We could try dex here. Actually, I have a tier 1 lightning roll. Let's try dex on this, just out of curiosity. Tier 3, Tier 3. Okay, here's 27 dex. There was 186k. Okay, we got a lot of damage there. Should probably do more. He's also these boots. Very nice. Big move speed I hit there. Select. Let's see what I can do on these. There's life. Melee damage. There's more dex. I wonder how good the elemental damage roll percent would be. There's also percent life. Get a lot there. It's again, there's like a pen. Dude, T0 is 11 to 15%, but we can't roll it anyway. In fact, I can't even roll. Oh shit, okay, this is too low. I don't know. I can only roll this. So what can we do on these? I can only roll tier 3 on this. Sedge. Tier 3 dex. Okay, confirm. So I guess go for like a nice tier 3 roll and that's it. These are too low item power, unfortunately, to roll really high. This thing is level 70. Wait, we don't need these gloves, right? They have lightning res that we do not need. Let's see if I have other glove. Here's a glove. This is 82, 82. Lots of life on this thing. I think I can just do this. Equip it. Survival goes up. Lightning Res is 64. Let's craft on this. It's actually only tier 4 life. Maybe we can try to roll the life as well. We can upgrade to tier 3. It's costs a bunch of plasticity. It's not terrible. Should we do it? We don't have enough plasticity now to go to tier 1, but it's a lot of life. So how's the target processing? What can we do in a glove? Yeah, so flat again. I think at this point we want more actual dex as attack speed. Pen. You can get 4 to 6 pen. Chance to deal double damage. 5 to 7, it's not much. I think it's 2 dex. What are the odds? King at tier 2. Does it cost plasticity? It doesn't look like it. Craft. Watch. 30 dex. I'm taking it. Nice. Damage going up. Okay, anything else? The chest. The chest is 82. Has a bunch of life on it. Let's see what else you got here for chests. Curse, armor. Skill area. This thing has nothing. Very low. Can we see what the armor does for me? I have life, mana, shield. Armor, physical mitigation against monster of the same number up to 80%. What if I equip this? 30. Dude, this 2000 armor actually did very little, I gotta say. I guess we're not gonna try. So let's try to change this thing. We can. Okay, it has 60 to 100 cost. I have 67 left. What if I do this? It says upgraded, went to 0. Okay. Lots of life. So we can do lots of armor. Crit damage mitigation. Doesn't sound bad. It's basically crit damage reduction, I guess. There's dex. Can be a lot of dex. Big percent life, 10 to 16. Additional physical damage taken, also not bad. %51% chance. Blemish. Minus 11. Okay, I'm taking it. Alright. Looking much better than before, at least. Let's unlock this. Let's unlock this. We have some pretty decent gear now. Everything has 2 stats crafted. Yeah, I was totally missing this. I'm not gonna touch the neck for now. The neck has erosion rest and cold rest, which I currently... I do need a bit of cold. I do not need the erosion. And there's nothing else that I really care about, so I can get a better neck. I'm not sure what exactly. I guess I can check a little bit on the market. Okay. Cool. Let's get rid of everything. Recycle. Boom. Alright. Let's see what happens. I wonder if I can actually do a T8 now. We should be quite a bit stronger. Gonna try it. I was doing some T8s last time already. Did I test this integrate for 1.1 in LE? I did not test this integrate, no. But it's getting a lot better. Although I don't really like channel skills too much generally. Oh, we're actually kind of blasting for the stuff here. Let's see the rares. Doing like easy 50 million crits at range right now. That was a nice little upgrade session. We have a lot more fire rest now, so I don't have to be scared of fire damage all the time. If I can up it a little bit more, that would be perfect. Actually, I realized, can I target upgrade one of the target processing stats? That would be cool. Need to check that. On anything that has plasticity left. Can I like boost one to the T1 stat? It's a pretty big upgrade. Oh yeah, we're actually pumping. Wanna check my target DPS. Also feel much safer now. I have almost 6k life. Bunch of extra fist damage reduction, a bunch of extra damage reduction from the candle. And from being at low life. I hope to make an end build for it, and good luck with the disintegrate. Personally, I am not such a fan of extended skills most of the time. But what did I want to do? Wait, did I unlock the second slot already for the candle? I think so, right? Did I sell something?
Help yourself to the catalog.
No, we sold both things. Collect. Collect. Okay, we have on this thing. Do I have enough of this? We have 24 FE. Okay, I need 1 FE to buy the candle. Easy. Can I change this? I wanna... Can I respec the entire thing? Revert. I have to do it one by one, I guess. Wait, do I have spent anything for this? Reset all. Confirm. Ah, here we go. I do have some points for this. So what else can we do? What is this? Nether Realm, Talent. Ah, it's just like basic stuff. This is a War. This is Eterna. Machine. I don't want to do the machine stuff. No folklore stuff. I've done a lot of the Mistwell. Dark Search is kinda cool. We can do corrosion on our stuff if you want. It's always fun. Commodities. What do we got here actually? Flame Sand Drop has a 10% to be replicated. Rare Gear has the chance to become Flame Sand. Oh, that's kinda cool stuff, yeah. Energy cost dropped have a 10% chance to be replicated. Okay. Maybe do this stuff. Ah, click to activate. Ah, here we go. Ding, 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 ding. What is this? Additional Oblivion, additional Truth Embers. Let's not do this for now. Where are the pirates? Here's Black Sail. Okay. Okay. Maybe we're gonna go Dark Storage, maybe we can get something cool. Plus 10 corrosion. Okay. Okay, we have like basically almost guaranteed chance for this to appear. Ultimate legendary game. It's precious and powerful but cannot be crafted. So that's like the Uber uniques basically, right? Plus 3,600%. Okay. Okay. So let's do this. I like these talent trees, they're really cool. This was like a really cool idea they had here with adding these trees, I think. What is this again? Consume half the energy. Sure. Do you want the bosses? $26 points left. We can also invest into something else if we want. The commodity stuff. Let's do this. There's gear. What's that? Okay. So let's try this ultimate legendary gear. Zero 0.007% chance for legendary gear to drop with 1 tarnish the stars. Seems like a card. What else do we have here that is like useful? Gear talent stuff. Okay, we have additional drop quantity, so this is just generally. It says the gear drop quantity, but we convert that gear, I guess. So why not? Let's do more Dark Surge. Let's try the boss stuff, I guess. What are these things? Bosses to appear in pairs, huh? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Let's try it. Game is good and free. Yeah, it's a really nice game. I've been having a blast with it every season. It's like, I think in total, if included betas, I think like season 7 now or something, and it has really come a long way, man. Every season they introduce a lot of cool stuff. Cool boss fights as well. Actually, I can check if I can do the cube boss. Maybe drop something nice. Oh, what's all stuff going on here? Yeah, just massively increase our power here. Let's put it pumping now. Probably doing like easy 1 billion DPS already. I see like 1 billion crit there actually when I shotgun properly. Very nice. I want to see target dummy damage a little bit.
Your reign of evil ends here.
Let's check. How much are we blasting? Probably like 2 billion damage now on a peak.
Please select
I think last time was like 500 million already.
for invincibility number 2.
Oh man, damage is very good. Yeah. I was about right with the 2 billion. Nice. That feels decent. So like 2 billion damage is kind of what we're looking for. Can we do Great Void? Cure opacity, do I have anything? We have one of these. I tried this guy once off stream actually last time after I finished my other stream. Because I had one of them. I was kind of like, okay, let's see. And I barely killed him after like a few deaths and like 5 minutes or so. Let's see how it is now. It was the first time I did a boss. It's not taking any damage though. We have to wait for something. There we go. This kid looks really cool actually. Oh. Yeah, even if I 2 billion damage though, he's kind of tanky.
You shall not escape the punishment of the law.
I'm a bit early.
I'll need some
Can we just
time.
tank this? Not too bad.
I cannot hear your defense.
1.2 billion I saw there.
My
Yeah, it's like some phases.
perfect. Who are you to think you can find a loophole?
But just standing there or what? Okay. Do I have to go in there to remove the invincibility of him or something? I'm not 100% sure how he works. Sometimes I don't do damage to him. Like he's immune right now. Ah, we have to get a debuff here or something, I suppose. Or what? Okay.
Witness the evidence of your crimes.
Cool boss fight, and I'd like to understand it better though.
I cannot hear your defense. Don't even think of breaking the law. My laws are
Oh.
perfect. Who are you to think you can find a loophole? Listen carefully to your verdict.
I'll need some time.
Listen carefully to your verdict. Your crimes cannot be judged by the law.
Okay. That was okay. I guess it could be a bit faster. It's like one of the endgame bosses that we just did there. If I get to like 5 billion DPS or so, I think I'll be feeling pretty good here. Oh. This looks like a mobile game. Well, you are damn right, it is.
How can I help you?
It has crossplay, PC and mobile. And it's really good.
It's your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family.
This guy's doing some weird slimes here. Holy
Your reign of evil ends here.
god. Wanna try it out, by the way? Scratch my Torchlight, so free. We're doing like pretty endgame stuff already here. Time mark 8 is like the highest time. That's like time mark 8.1 and 8.2, which makes it much harder. But kinda an endgame. So that's kinda what this looks like. It's really fun boss fights this game. Let's actually get to do them all. The boss I just defeated was kind of slow, and there's like a hard mode of that boss, where probably like should probably have like 100 times my damage or something to feel comfy. So I guess the goal for me is to like get something like I have like 2 billion DPS right now on a good nuke, maybe sustain roughly like 1 on a boss fight like this. Maybe I should try to get something like 100 billion or so would be comfy. Yeah, well, let's do it.
To gain more,
Pretty successful.
you must first sacrifice more.
What am I starting tomorrow? We're gonna start Falconer. Just did a bit of like a practice run as well earlier.
Welcome to the Clockwork Ballet. How can I help you?
You're doing Blade Dancer, nice. I'm gonna try to do the Lethal Mirage stuff. The new sword. That is definitely exciting. I wanna try that.
Violence is not the answer to
But I have to make a Blade Dancer for it.
but it is the answer to your
So yeah, I'm gonna try to farm that sword and make a Blade Dancer and see what we can do with Lethal Mirage. That will be fun.
Emerging.
I need to rest.
Defiant.
10 billion damage is okay in late game. That's pretty good. You won't be able to do everything with 10 billion. I'm not sure exactly what is kind of like a good number to reach to like, you know, blast like 8.2 timeline and all of the like upgraded bosses and stuff. But with 10 billion, you're gonna be very comfy already in time like 8 and all of these, at least standard versions of all the bosses. For example, the one I just did. It's like the standard version, not the high-end version. I'm not sure how much you want to have for the high-end. I guess 100 billion plus, maybe. It's kind of strange, it's still appearing all these like cube capacity thingies. Even though I respect this already. Confused. The game is down 24 hours before, it is. But you can play offline, you can just start as offline.
Welcome to the Clockwork
In Steam.
Ballet. How can I help you?
I shall purify your tainted soul.
Emerging.
Ooh.
Your reign of evil.
I can buy the second second candle now. I'm gonna get another candle. Also max damage. Yeah, I just checked the dummy after doing some upgrades. I'm at roughly 2 billion nuke DPS.
Violence is not the answer to all, but it is the answer.
Maybe like 1 billion sustained on long fights. So pretty solid so far. 493. I didn't really buy much for this character besides a weapon and some soul candles. So kinda satisfied. I guess I don't really have to pick up all these like random legendaries, right? It's just like clutter.
It's your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family.
Path of the Brave recommended DPS is 2193230000000. Oh man, how is that? We need like commas, man. Yeah, I guess this just like applies a multiplier and stuff, and they notice like when they arrive at that number. I guess I could check how far are we with Path of the Brave with my DPS number. Where's the guy? Is it here? Path of the Brave.
May the darkness
So it says red already. So wait a minute. Wait, why do you have a different number? For me, Path of the Brave 5 is like 22286, and for you it's like 219323. Anyway, we could try and see what it does. We have 3 Path of the Brave 1. Challenge is too high. Let's see what happens. This is like the ultimate like build test basically. Seems like we are destroying stuff. I wonder like how the damage taken is in these Path of the Brave. Does it also like mega scale up? Like how do you become tanky enough to like tank monsters that do like I don't know 10 times the damage or something? Or I guess the monster life mostly scales up and maybe not much the damage. I'm not 100% sure how it is with the monster damage done. I guess the main problem is like if stuff lives too long, you take too much damage. But I'm not sure how the actual defense is that you have to build. Because I already have 6,000 life. And a bunch of like damage reduction effects in my setup. I feel somewhat tanky.
It's your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family.
But yeah, it's that like I need like a certain like DPS and I'm like absolutely destroying everything here. Including the boss, yeah, right? So, boom, boom, that was the boss, so. We can try the Path of the Brave 2 as well if we get a token. Let's just see what happens. I think I need to check my loot fit as well. Maybe I can like switch to intermediate just to like clean this up a little bit.
I shall purify your tainted soul.
Basically just the rares and bosses in here, man. Look, everything's like rare monsters. I wonder how much XP that stuff gives. You can also do some hero challenges, I think. I haven't done those in a while. Maybe get some skill points there. Or maybe mats. I think I get mats now. I think I have all the points. Oh, actual boss.
Both of you know not when to stop.
Oh.
Think. Freeze. Buried.
Almost got her. Yeah, it's Path of the Brave 2. Good try. Is that a portal opening or something? Or just, yeah, exit. So, how much harder is the Path of the Brave 2? Like times 5 maybe, I guess? Is this recommended DPS? What does our DPS say on my skill? Can we see it? 2.1 million.
Light friend, may the darkness devour you.
Continue. Oh, it just plotted me into the same again. I don't want that.
Light friend, may
And
the
challenge.
darkness devour you.
I don't know. Let's try. We have one proof. Let's see if we can do it. Red monster still looks fine. But I suppose they start hurting more now. Feels like I recommend DPS as a speedrun. Yeah, I mean, it already gave me a warning on the first Path of the Brave, and this one is like, I don't know, double, triple as hard or something, and I mean, I am basically one-shotting everything. So, I guess it just doesn't really understand how much damage I'm actually doing. You know? Like, it doesn't really know that I'm shotgunning with my lightning arrow, for example, right? And these kind of things. So maybe this is also why, you know, because I multiply my damage thanks to those effects like shotgunning. So it thinks that I'm much weaker than I actually am, for example. But I mean, it's definitely like I'm not one-shotting all the bosses now. You can see that, and it's a bit dangerous. Because there's stuff going on here. The rare waves still seem okay. I'm getting like caged in, yeah. It's like some guy casting a bone prison on me or something. And I can't teleport out of it even. That's kinda nasty.
I need to rest. I'll need some time. Your reign of evil ends here. I shall never rest.
Unfortunate. That was some big boss spawning, yeah. Yeah, stuff definitely hurts quite a bit, I gotta say. And I've way too much loot, man. I also don't see anything. Holy. Random other boss spawning. I wanna change my filter. I forgot. Yeah, this cage, or whatever they're casting on me, is really nasty, man. I can't attack sometimes. I have like some weird attack. Break, or I don't know how to call it. My character just stops attacking sometimes, I'm not sure why. It's not my ammunition. I have enough.
It's your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family.
Yeah, I'm not gonna start the third part of the Brave though. It's gonna be too tough. I already died once, yeah, so I'm not gonna overdo it now. But I wanna see the difference in, like, you know, how much damage do you want me to have for this one and versus the next one? It's actually the boss there. Nice. I'd like to see like how this compares to like just Time Mark 8 version of this boss. Oh. Kind of teleported in the wrong place. Okay. Up the Brave 3. Oh. The fires are still going, man. Guys, exit? Let's see the difference.
Light friend.
And so now this is like, oh, how many zeros, man? They should really need to add like some commas here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this is 9 digits. 10 digits would be a billion or a trillion? 7, yeah, there's like a billion, 1.3 billion basically in increment DPS. So this was still okay. So yeah, this is like 1.9 million or 19 million. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is 19 million, 45 million, 163 million. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes. 10 digits will be a billion. 163 million for this one. 699 million. And then this is like 2.2 billion, I guess. But it's like on the scale. And I mean, it goes, okay, roughly times 2.5, times 4, and then times 4 again, and then times 4 again. So the change from like Path to Brave 1 to 2 is much smaller than after that. Like it's like times 4, times 4, times 4. So yeah, now I need like 4 times, and then times 4 times, it's like 16, like 50 times the DPS. So 50 times the DPS for me would be like roughly 100 billion. If you have 100 billion DPS, we're good, I guess, for this. Which is probably like some of the hardest content out there in this game. I'm not sure there's like something much harder than this. Any cool stuff that we got here? Erosion resistance, movement. Guess we just recycle everything. Anything good here? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What do you have here? Critical strike damage for every additional projectile when using projectile skills. That is kinda good stuff. Do I actually have 3 bullets? Yes. I'm gonna try both these kind of. Just to see if I notice a difference.
Please select the calibration.
Wonder if we can do like a
tool
quick
for
test here, just like holding right click.
number 2.
Okay, we have this kind of calibrated. We had the same earlier. Install. It says movement speed anyway. Okay, it doesn't really matter. The lack of crit damage is noticeable. I think the crit damage per additional bullet is very good. We need to upgrade these, yeah. I could check what we got there. Also, I want to buy the soul candle.
Help yourself to the catalog.
No! They're both sold! I was looking to buy one of these. Ah, okay, we have to check for another one. Skill cost, attack speed for channel skills. Wait, this is actually... Is this correct? 7, 8, okay. That's the price filter, confirm. Let's see if we find anything. Hit plus 8 on the Heartseeker, nice dude. That is huge. Horizontal projectile damage, not terrible, this one. I like to have a good first start as well, if you can. I think soul cannons cannot be altered, besides like melting it into each other, right? -6 skill cost, I think doesn't help us. So I think we do this one. Collect. So nice extra damage reduction again. I like having the damage reduction candles. Kinda cool. Where is it? Here. Gear. Alright. 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 Does it show DPS? It says horizontal projectile damage, which is actually my lightning shot. For some reason it doesn't really go up. Don't understand why, but okay. I wonder if I can buy the precise projectiles. That would be another big upgrade to go for here right now. Also, there is Divinity Slate. Something with Blessing that I had last time. Chance to gain 1 stack of Tenacity Blessing on defeat. I think it was this one. There's chance of hitting, getting Agility Blessing and hitting an Elite. I think it was the first thing. You get to see all the blessings. 100% chance to gain 1 stack of this, this, and this on defeat. That's really good. But it is a legendary one. So let's see if we can find anything like that here. Kind of cheap ones. This is softcore. I mean, hardcore in this game is, yeah, They gotta be kinda insane. I mean, if I would play this game for like thousands of hours, I'll probably try hardcore at some point. I think they're changing the game a lot every season, and I don't play it enough to really keep pace with that. And there's like so many things I need to learn about the game still. So, yeah, not really recommended. It is very hard on hardcore because you need to know the game very, very well. You need to know the build that you're playing very well. You can die very easily from stuff, yeah. And also the jumps in difficulty are extreme in this game. Like, you know, you go from like time mark 7 to time mark 8 and boom, you know, everything is like 10 times harder or something, like it's crazy. And then you can go 10 times harder from there and then 10 times harder from there. Like, there's like some incredible scaling that you can have. I think I was actually looking at the wrong thing. This thing. Okay, so I think I want to have the legendary one. Get all of the blessings, price filter. So I get a bit of FE and I'm trying to get one of these. This costs free skill used recently, plus 2 skill cost, plus 60 mana regeneration speed. This might not be too bad. Plus, I don't know, 10% skill cost or whatever. Let's just mark some of these. It's gonna take any of these. Let me get all the blessings, which is nice. 1% armor for every 15 strength. Okay. But we need some FE for that. Let's go. Dude, I have no beacons, man. What? Where are my beacons? I have like nothing. Does this guy have something for me? No, not the interpretation. This guy. Can do something here. Maybe get something cool. Confirm. You know, I agree. It would be cool to see like the hardcore playthrough on Torchlight. But yeah, as I said, like, you know, if I ever had like, I don't know, 1 month to just play Torchlight, I'll do a hardcore character at some point. You know, go for the entire end game and then do it again on hardcore, and I would kind of understand, you know, like, what do I need to reach a certain breakpoint or like a certain, you know, progression step or something. But yeah, it's like kind of too far out for me to understand exactly, okay, how strong do I need to be for certain things.
Traveler, please bring back the glories that exist in
We don't want blessing from the gods, do we? Although there's FE. Refresh 250 FE. Interesting. Buy 600 divinity fragments. I'm not sure if this is a good trade. Maybe. Ultimate Ember. $1,500. Can I sell these divinity fragments? Let's see what they're worth. We have 1,900. I can't really tell, like, what? That price check was not really helpful. Search. Okay, there's like 999 for 5 FE. 1,000 for 5. Okay, so nothing crazy, but maybe you can try to sell these. List. Let's say 8 FE. Sell them all. It's fine. Okay, how do I get beacons? Which one drops? Yeah, this guy? Ground quartz beacon. Here we go. Time mark 8. Okay, we need... No, this is time mark 7. I guess I can only find them. I actually run out of beacons. Interesting. Guess I have to stay here a little bit. Ah, we have to do Glacial Abyss. Zero out of 12. We have to do this here, so I can finally do my big Netherrealm talent points. I have 2 talent points already unlocked from killing the Traveler, but I did not kill tier 7 Glacial Watcher from this region. Which means I can't spend them, because you have to unlock it first by doing that. I've killed all the other Watchers to unlock Traveler. Killed Traveler, have the points, and I can't spend them. That's funny. So I skipped this one. Running from the bosses. Ah, so you only get the beacons from the Watchers. Okay. So you basically always have to go back to time mark 7? I guess the idea is that you kind of like mega blast time mark 7.2 for a while. Get like tons of beacons. And then the rest you can buy from Trade House, I guess.
But it is the answer to your sins.
Like, do we really want to go back to time mark 7.2 all the time, right? If you can already farm like 8 point something. One tap the boss. Okay, I'm kind of so confused. I still see like these things popping up all the time. I've spec'd out of this a while ago. For some reason they just keep popping. Oh, I got what is this? Bring. Got an FE. Here, those points. Can't spend them. Profound talent. What did we get there? Plus 3 life, 10% chance to consume compass. Confusion card. Wait, is this still a thing with the cards? Ah, these are the random cards, right? Plus 10% chance for 1 additional progress, that's cool. Max base affixes. -4 attempts. Star shots to have a chance to be replicated once. Okay. So that's some cool stuff. Ah, you have to finish a card rotation. Okay, I see. So you can't just like, you know, get like some cards and then change your tree. Okay, that kind of makes sense, I guess. Thank you. Yeah, I still get the rapacity guys and I spec out of this, but now I went to a different time mark and a different region. So it makes sense, I guess. I wanted to change the filter actually. How do you do this? Loot. Auto advanced loot. It is not here. Loot filter. Drop filter is here. Okay, let's see. So it like just sorts out all these random items and random low-level legendaries that I don't really care about. I see way too many items. No, nothing is showing, I guess. Set item still show, so that's good. So now it should be updated, I guess. We don't go the capacity guys anymore. Let's see, we should get Dark Surge now. Yes, Dark Surge is here. Because I spec'd into Dark Surge earlier.
Emerging. Defiant.
That's speed buff, holy. Nice.
Your reign of evil ends.
Good things you can always make it a bit harder here in 7.2.
Can I help you?
It's your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family.
Hey, I'll take. Right now, I'm not planning to play Season 42. It looks like a really cool season, but it doesn't really fit in. I'm gonna be blasting, well, for now, Torchlight and also last Epoch. Maybe when I return from US, I might do like a day or two, but you know, it's gonna be like late in the season already, and yeah, who knows? We'll see. Okay, give them some pretty heavy mod here that makes them tanky. I noticed. So many monsters that I skip accidentally here. Look how much is left. What's up with V though?
Your reign of
Anyone else was playing D3?
Welcome to the Clockwork Ballet. How can I help you?
It's your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family.
Emerging. Defiant.
Ow.
Your reign of
Can we do something here? Unlocks after any plane reaches time mark 8 to time mark 8-4. Oh, it goes to 8-4 actually. Okay. Let's see how much FE we're getting here in this one.
Welcome to the Clockwork Ballet. How can I help you?
I think I also totally forgot to use my Dark Surge, like multiple runs now. I only had Dark Surge monsters on the stage, but I actually didn't use it at all. Totally forgot.
Emerging.
Violence is not the answer to all, but it is the answer to your sins.
So far, nothing crazy. Dropping here.
Defiant.
Jo, Daniel. Nee, sieht nicht so aus. Hey, Valas. How are you doing, man? Thank you for the tier 3 sub, man. Appreciate that very much. Big sub. Oh, yeah, what are you doing?
Your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family.
Courageous.
Ja, Season 32 ist ziemlich schlechtes Timing. Okay, it's kind of 4 drops here. So many monsters popping out.
Violence is not the answer to all.
Oh, here's a free aptitude. I think it's my first one, at least that I remember seeing. Is this sellable? It's level 85, so we cannot actually sell it, right? Only prizes can be traded. I'm not sure what I have to do for that exactly. We're already pretty far in the endgame and I can't trade anything of this. Which is kind of strange. Yeah, I know, but how do I get high level 100s? Like, I'm already farming like time mark 8. And I can't sell the items that I'm finding here. And I can potentially find like basically all the crazy loot in the game, right? So what exactly do I have to do to get the item level 100? Or is it like only specific items that I can trade, like, I don't know, boss loot and whatever? Yeah, there's I saw some stuff on the tree, yeah. So I kind of like just like SSF by default, so to say, until you spec into it, or what? Is that how it's supposed to go?
Courageous.
In the flame stolen from the gods, he forged the Aegis.
How to move off of Voyager to get stronger? Yeah, I mean, for this, we have to grind up a bunch of stuff. At some point, you know, this will be the time, but I mean, this is still like a, you know, quite early game, right? Like, this character is less than 10 hours old or something. And we're already chilling in time like 8, which is kind of nice, I guess. So, yeah, at some point I would not run the set anymore. I definitely want to replace my neck. My neck right now doesn't really give me anything. Just one of the Voyager pieces. What is Frozen Heart? Hero Relic, okay. You can play this game in multiplayer. I did it on Friday actually. We were blasting with pals around for like an entire day. That's cool. Not everything is super perfect in multiplayer, but it works. Heavy. Let's go. Do compasses. Let's get some ammo on core so I can do some corrosion later. That'll be cool. Truth. What does Truth have?
How can I help you?
Ah.
Violence is not the answer to all, but it is the answer to your sins.
Emerging. Defiant.
You're getting one sellable item every 150 to 200 legs. So one sellable meaning it's priceless? Or meaning that it's like, wait, how does it work? Like you can have any item that rolls randomly as a priceless. Like how do you identify it? Like you have to take the note. So you take the note and then sometimes it rolls as priceless, but does it have some identification? Can you see it somehow? Besides the item level, does it like, show up on the filter? Because, you know, if there's like a bunch of legendaries, I don't want to like, look at them all to see if like one of them is priceless. I guess actually on these season mechanic things I can also press my dark storage here while you're waiting for the loot to drop and for these monsters to spawn and stuff like that, right? That's not really a downside, I guess.
Your reign of evil ends here.
Let me spawn a boss.
It's your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family.
Let's see, we can see truth here, I guess. Curious, what is this exactly? Engineer gear. Trinkets. Are these like the ultimate legendary items? The red ones? Yeah, 1 to 3 all skill levels. Oh. How much is that? Holy shit. Okay. It seems like a very rare item since there's only like so few of them. And very expensive. So we're probably not gonna get there. So everything is level 85. So it means everything is kind of whatever. Right, recycle, goodbye. We're not gonna... should stop picking up these legendaries, to be honest. For the most part. Let's finish this here.
Welcome to the Clockwork Ballet. How can I help you?
Okay, they're only expensive because they're priceless. Okay, so is there like any special like indicator on the loot when it drops on the ground that is priceless? Does it tell you in any way, or do you have to look at the item power, item level? It has to be 100. Does it say priceless or something like that? It's just it's priceless in the name. Okay. It's kind of ironic, considering that this is the only item that can have a price on the trade house. I guess it shows priceless and maybe like big on the filter.
judged by a member of the Herman family.
You will know. Okay. Interesting system, so that, you know, just occasionally you find an item you can sell, and then everything else is just like, okay, you can't do anything with it. Some pseudo SSF, but yeah, it feels kind of like a good system, actually. It's a good mix. What do you guys think?
Violence is not the answer to all.
We're gonna raid from Bina. I was supposed to raid you, man. But it's getting late, I guess. Anyway, thanks Bina. He was with us on the podcast earlier about last Epoch. Watch the Maxwell guys. Welcome. I'm doing some bit of Torchlight right now. Last round before LE Blast. You need to sleep? Yeah, fair enough. Thanks. I'll raid you back at some point. I said earlier I want to try to catch all of the Maxwell guys on the last Epoch team. But guys, Bina QC. We're logging in. Last Epoch tomorrow.
Welcome to the Clockwork Ballet. How can I help you?
I'm not sure I'll do all this like pocket watch stuff. There's nothing special you get from the clockwork mechanic, right? What is this pocket watch stuff exactly? Actually, I don't really tried anything with it.
It's your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family.
Courageous.
Ah, frozen ring prices. Okay, now we know. So it's like purple. So let's see what I can do with that. I didn't check the note though, so how did that happen now? I guess there's like a base chance anyway to happen.
Your reign of evil ends here.
What's the inheritance axle making endgame legendary gear? I'm not sure exactly. Okay, so like purple. And customer ask if her have a chance. Price check. Has T0 armor. Is that normal? What? $99? Cold resistance. Okay, this has like a T0. Elemental resistance, erosion resistance. Seems like this actually worth something. Nothing listed. Okay, I need to see this item. I don't know it. Legendary gear, a ring. What is it called? Frozen. Frozen ring. Oh wait, this is not a. This is not a legendary. This is like a rare, because it came with the T0. Oh, I understand. I mean, I guess only the T0 is really important here. In that case. Okay. So I guess we just list it and see what happens. I don't know.
It's my duty to cleanse.
Yeah, I was a bit confused. I thought this prices stuff is only for legendaries. This means I can't even trade my rares, basically. Unless I throw priceless. Interesting.
Welcome to the Clockwork Ballet. How can I help you?
You can craft other tier zeros, okay. So these are like the big crafting bases. Alright, I get it now.
But it is the answer to your sins.
I do have, for example, here the projectile speed. So I bought this thing. It has 159 plasticity. I could do something with this if I wanted. It has this random 9 dexterity. You can also try to upgrade some stats on our gear. Let me check that. Okay, you can't trade non-priceless. So it's just like a special case of rare items that have prices have a T0. And then legendary gear cannot be traded unless it's priceless as well. But priceless doesn't change the stats on uniques or on legendary. Just on rare it's a T0. Okay. Interesting.
Violence is not the answer to all.
Let me see what I can do with those pocket watches.
Your sins. Your reign of evil ends here.
What other thing sells? Okay, one more for the Watcher.
Welcome to the Clockwork Ballet. How can I help you?
I shall purify your tainted soul.
What if we're gonna keep this clockwork stuff in the game, actually, since it doesn't have any unique reward on its own, right? I think there's like nothing that it can only get from this. Ah, sort of free-to-play shop. Ah, wait, I can turn this in, right? Okay, let me see.
It's your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family.
Courageous.
Okay, Lokram has all the info, man, thank you. Complete success.
I need to rest.
Okay. How many beacons does it drop now? Let's see.
That young girl, do you know her? No. You're here for her. I will sink below.
Okay, 1, 2. That's it. In the beginning. And then Traveler. Okay. I see like stand. I see. Alright, it's a fun game. Hunter's Forge. Requirement level 90, 90, 90. Let's see how far I can go. Here's a bunch of AV. 15, 10. Also an Ultimate Ember. Could be good. And then the tax marchers. Let's see if we can like blast through some of these. Start. Get a bit of currency. Maybe we can upgrade. We want to buy a bunch of bullets. Need to see if there's like some cool stuff for the bullets. Ah, actually. Okay. Not too bad. Next dimension.
You will lose your mind.
Lose your human flesh and blood. Become a war.
Yeah, not trivial, at least, already. Yay. Let's see if we can get to the FE.
You will lose your mind. Lose your human flesh and blood. Become a ward and frenzied monster.
We're gonna die at some point in like the next 2-3 rounds. 100%, okay.
You will lose your mind. Lose your
Oh, there's two of them.
flesh and blood. Become a ward and frenzied monster. She said she would come back if the name was written here 1,000 times.
Okay. Is that a 10 FE? Thank you, yeah. Okay, so we can probably do the next one too. Easy FE. Hey, metal spuddy. Start as if in error. Which game are we talking about now? In TLI? I'm not sure if you can opt out of it. I'm kinda tanking these guys, but we're getting it. So like 2.8 billion there. Alright. Nice. I think we don't care about the tax vouchers. Oh, should we try one more? We can try one more. Maybe we can do it.
You will lose your mind. Lose your human flesh and blood. Become a ward.
I think you have to kind of YOLO DPS. Let's see. We are doing damage, but it might not be enough. We have 1 minute. Good thing is it's 2 targets, not just 1, which helps me tremendously. That's not enough. ATP. Easy. Alright. So he's just missing... I'm missing the ultimate ember. How much is an ultimate ember worth, actually?
Buy or sell.
Out of curiosity.
Help yourself to the catalog.
Ooh, quite a lot, actually. Okay.
Buy or sell. Help yourself to the catalog.
Hero memories. We want to get the bullets, right? Vengeance bullet. So what is there? Chance of what might... There's projectile quantity, which is something we really like. We want to get projectile quantity, I suppose. Plus. Okay, William max charges. What else is there? Reload speed. Doesn't matter too much for us. Let's have some multi-ability skill cooldown each time projectile hits an enemy. That seems nice. So the minus max projectile spreading angle is kind of cool as well to like not necessarily always shotgun. Okay, strike, break-in, movement speed. 7% additional damage for 2 seconds after using mobility skills. That's also kind of cool. Supply that is cool. That seems very good. 5 additional damage for 6 seconds if the projectile skill hits the same enemy at least 6 times in 1 second. Seems very cheap there as well. So let's do advanced. I actually wanted to buy one thing there as well, right? This is 15, okay. Advanced, hero memories, projectile, quantity. And it's this is legendary. Alright, let's see. Price filter, let's say. Okay. That is an instant buy. I'm gonna take this. With the crit damage. Very nice. This one is not bad. Very cheap stuff you can buy sometimes, man. If you look at this. So we take this one as well. Boom. One more. That's projectile speed. Not bad. Maybe we say no mate. Maximum 15. What? This is okay. %9 additional damage for 6 seconds. I'm gonna take this one. That seems very nice. So I have 3. Collect. Collect. Cancel. Okay. Unequip all of these. They're not gonna be worth anything. Install. 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 Can we upgrade this one? I wanna see if I can get a better one of this. Trade search. It did not actually like show me really any filters or something. Dude, it's actually really big what you can get there. Okay, this is projectile range and then damage coefficient for subsequent projectiles and shotgun effect. So this is kind of big.
Help yourself to the catalog.
Advanced. Hero relic. This one. Move this. Criteria. Type shotgun. Clear. Can I choose which of the affixes I want to change? Ah, here, this one. 25 base damage, something like this. Okay, that looks good. So now we're looking for price filter. Let's say up to 30. And I messed it up. 4% additional damage. One projectile quantity for 8 seconds each time you use mobility skill up to 2. Also not bad, to be fair. 30% maximum life. That's actually for 3 FE, that's kind of wild, this one. How much is proximity? Within 4 meters. I'm not sure how big that is. Is there like any indicator how much is 4 meters? Or how much is any meter? This one seems good. There's an additional damage for 3 seconds after using mobility skills. This one looks very nice. I think this is the one I'm gonna take. Get it. Okay, buy. Equip it. So, unequip this one. This is a crit damage for every additional projectile when using projectile skill, so maybe I made a mistake here. I forgot about this stat. I did not actually find it. Can I try to find one that has both? Critical, strike, and damage. This one. Maybe I did a mistake there. But I can try. You have a decent roll there. And there's not many of these. Because you do have a lot of projectiles now. Let's see.
Please select the calibration intensity for invincibility number 2.
2.5, 3 billion, 2.8 almost. Four. 4.5. Okay, I'll stop recounting. Let's see this. Oh, das ist without the bullet. Oops. Okay, let's try this again. Probably gonna go up to like 5 billion now. Hey, Amanda. I'm enjoying it a lot. Yeah, looks nice. Okay. Stop recounting and let's unequip this. Change this. Get our bullet back. Yeah, I think the stat there is actually too important. It's not even close. Damn. This stat is insane. The crit damage per additional projectile. Gives you like nearly double damage at this point. It's wild. Not quite double, but at least 50% extra, I would say. Holy. Okay, let's take out, I think this. I guess we keep our old one. I found this on myself, and it's insane. Which also means that the extra crit damage that I have here is not that crazy. Because I have so much extra crit already. And this means I need to sell this thing again. I just bought it. That was a mistake. Let's try to sell it. Okay, lock this. Why is this locked? Let's get over everything here. Recycle everything. Do you have any rest that is like way too high? You have erosion rest that's way too high, which is mostly from the neck, I guess. I want to see if I can get anything from neck. But I just spent too much FE. Can we spend our points now? How do you do this here? Now I can do it. What do we want to do here? Max base affixes +1, -4 attempts. So if you die, we're out basically. Star shots have a 30% chance to be replicated. That's kind of cool. 10% chance to not consume compass. And this is like basically no bosses. That seems kind of bad. So I think we could do this here. There's also just like 5% drop quantity we could take. I think we do this. -2 confusion cards is not too bad. Pack. If I get free thing. Nice. Outfit shop. What do we have here? It's also a free thing. Special effect. No, okay. Okay, what about the event? Where is this event stuff I can turn in? This one? Event, exclusive. Obtain clockwork vouchers. Exchange for cloud gathering, searching gold. Defeat monsters collect reverse pocket watches. Exchange for great rewards. How do I exchange them? Ah. Ah, this is at a certain time or something. Let me see. So this is over. Stage preparation. This was before the season, actually. Okay. And then this. Okay. Pact Spirit. Additional flame, the referral drop currency. Wait, we can just get this guy? Noink. Okay. What? Seems very good. Behind the stage, that's the current one, right? Alright. And this one, grand opening with teleport effect. This is on August. And then this is also running right now. No. This is later. Okay, so I have to do this here right now. Pact Spirit Crystal, we can get these. And there's like a specific one. What is this? Voucher, clockwork voucher. Collect free to exchange for the final reward clockwork gift in behind the stage. I'm not sure. We are there right now. But I'm not sure what this is. Golden cogwheel. Ah, there's more. Clockwork gift, clockwork voucher. Teleport effect. Here's hero emblems. You can get 30 of them. You need 100, I think, to unlock a hero completely, right? So that's cool. What is this here? Super Terminal Portrait. Okay. I think I want to try to do this, yeah. Let's get these. Let's need more of these vouchers. During the main king's flanks and turns by the exact time a character defeats a traveler. How are we? Traveler tier 8 is probably going to be kind of tough. How hard is he? What kind of Path of the Brave do I have to do for Traveler tier 8? Can I just buy a ticket and do it? I wonder. That'll be kind of tough, I suppose. Okay, 4 times the end. Check Legendary Vision in the previous menu. Ah yeah, we've done that actually. Legendary Vision we've done. For some reason it wants to do more though. We have this. Maybe I can change it now. Like I guess you can. Envision something else. We don't need this. Cancel, cancel. Blind Vision is good though. I'm not sure what else I would like to go for exactly. Probably not gonna go for this bow. Nothing else is really good. Has fervor. Movement speed. No. Nothing to lose. Okay, let's see. What is that? Why is this with a star here? Howling Wind? Is it just like something specific for the character or so? It's like, has like a flame, it's like hot. Gale, what does it do? I think we have Gale already. But I guess you can. Maybe you can like select something else there, I can check. So what else? Lots of uniques, man. So anything that has fervor, that'll give us like an extra. I guess it would be glove, right? There's like a glove that has fervor, I think. It's like an entry-level character. Vow of Endless Dusk. Yeah, we're not gonna do this one, I think. Like, you have full lightning. You can only get, like, realistically, I guess 2 stats on it. Maybe 3 if you get very lucky. I mean, you can try it. You can do that. My bow is not that crazy, I guess. Can we craft more on it? Let's see if we can do anything. It has plasticity. Can we upgrade this? So, what is our target processing? We have tier 6 dexterity. Big projector speed, quant. This needs 60 FE. That is a lot of FE. This needs 20 FE to go to tier 2. That is a lot of flat damage though. Maybe I'll do it. Actually, let's see. DPS 2 for 6. I'm gonna try it just for science. Probably not really worth doing it on this bow right now, but I'm kind of curious. I could do this. Okay, it was like 7% damage maybe. A really crappy range. We can try to roll this actually. I think it's kind of crappy. So, select. Here's the values of all affixes on the gear. Damage is minus kick. Plus 9.6%, okay. Wait, how? Because of the projectile speed. But this is like minimum, man. 241. And this is also minimum. Projectile speed is pumping though. That's kind of hilarious. Okay, it's funny. So where's Gale? I think we have Gale here. Yes, so we get this, and then we can do whatever. 5 additional damage. Resetting after taking a hit. It's taking up to 8 times, 40%. That's kind of big. Every 0.3 seconds, so it needs 2.4 seconds to stack to full. This is kind of nice. Up to 40% DPS. If you don't take a hit. So, okay, that works. What's this? Okay. Now, anything else you want to do? We have a lot of void lands. Let's do void lands.
Welcome to the Clockwork Ballet. How can I help you?
Violence is not the answer to all.
Yeah, what else can we go for that I have not actually interacted with yet at all? I have soul candles. I have hero memory, bullets and stuff. We have slates. Oh, there's still actually something missing. All the I don't think I have any blessings right now. Agility blessing. Anything. Yeah, so this will help us a lot. Tenacity blessing, agility blessing. You can get it all from the slate. I think I'll need 15 FE for that. Which I may actually have left. I have 4, okay.
I need to rest. I shall purify your tainted soul.
This is not hardcore now. Has anyone ever seen anyone play hardcore in Torchlight, by the way? Is that a thing? I haven't. Dude, I fire so many projectiles. Oh, it's gonna be 94 now. 1 or 2 maps maybe after this.
I'll need some time.
Welcome to the Clockwork Ballet. How can I help you?
Do so much damage now, man. It's crazy. I feel like I'm already like really scaling hard. I need like more of these tier 8 beacons, man. I guess I'll have to go and buy tier 8 beacons. So I can actually farm tier 8 time mark. Like this seems way too easy now, 7.2. But they're gonna have to do it. Also wanna see if I can buy one of the end and try the time mark 8 Traveler. Let's get that up first though. We had 98%. For the G4 race, the G4, do you have to enter the caster at 50? Hey, you wanna try to replicate it or what? Nah, we didn't set a rule for that. But 50 is like a pretty big power spike, so I usually wanna do that.
Welcome to the Clockwork Ballet. How can I help you?
Emerging. Defiant.
It's your honor to be
It's a new challenge. Yo, I agree, man. It was super fun. I want to do more of that. I guess now everyone is like blasting other games, but yeah, when you go back, and like in Season 5, you know, Season 5 doesn't like change the game so fundamentally as like Season 4 did, for example. So I might just do more of these events just to like have some fun before the expansion or so. Why not?
I shall purify your tainted soul. I need to rest.
What's the endgame is Torchlight like? Oh, I see it right now. It's basically a bit like mapping from PvE, I guess. That's what I'm doing right now. Also for cool boss fights as well that you can challenge, and there's like,
How can I help you?
yeah, a bunch of like, you know, these like super high end challenges. It's also kind of like some wave survival thing.
Violence is not the answer to all.
Oh, we leveled up.
But it is
Nice.
the answer to yours.
What did I do at that point actually? I think there was like some dexterity I was trying to scale up a little bit. Here's dexterity and percent dexterity. I wonder if I can get some points for that. Percent damage. I can probably like take out some stuff here at some point. Get a dex. That's projectile speed, but if you want to save that. Life is not bad. There's a chance or attack, so multi-strike. I've never taken that. Anything we can remove here? Bunch of percent damage, that's not that crazy, I think. We have 42 spent here. We don't need these four, I think. So let's go here and do the multi-strike thing. 1, 2, 3. And let's go here. Or something else. Dexterity. Probably don't have enough dexterity for this to really matter. 170. Yeah, okay. We do have unspent points now. We have 1. There's skill area and projectile speed. Which might be kind of worth it actually. This is free. This is free. Area gives us more clear because of the shotgunning. I think it does area damage. Am I correct? This thing. It says 3 random enemies in a certain area. So I guess it doesn't actually have the area attack. So area doesn't work. It's just like splits. Ash. I mean, I had like most of my stuff done already like last night, basically, for the free updates. So that's kind of fine. But yeah, I've been up quite long now on the stream. Not sure how much longer I will go. I want to try the... Let's see if I can buy a ticket for a Traveler. I want to see if I can do the tier 8 Traveler. We've gotten quite a lot of power since last time I did him on tier 7. He also sold something. Nice! 80 FE. Yo, that's big. Alright, let's see. Trade house. Item. I guess it's map material? No. Beacon? No. Where is it? Need 4 of the end, not 1. Primeval core. So I need 4. Dude, what? They're super expensive, man. 30 FE for 1. 115 for 4. Okay. We have 87. I'd like to just, I don't know if I can do him. I'm not sure how hard he is. Can I do him with like 3 billion DPS? Don't think I have enough DPS. How much do I need? 10 billion? Is 10 billion fine, for example? 5 to 10. I mean, on good burst, I already do like 4.
Emerging, defiant.
Can't move and attack at the same time. Yeah, I gotta be kind of careful. I wonder if I'm like too squishy as well for him. I have like almost 6,000 life. This is okay. Lots of DR. Good healing. I'd really like to try him. But if I fail, it's gonna be... I've done Path of the Brave 2 pretty easily. I can probably do Path of the Brave 3 if you want. Yeah, I know about the soft enrage, so that's not too bad, I think. Just have to dodge mostly.
I shall purify your tainted soul. Your reign of evil ends here.
OD, yeah, no, that's really nice to pick up around you. Like it's like an AoE pickup. Challenge for 10 to 30 billion. Traveler 8 is 10 to 30 billion DPS, okay. We're not that far away from that. So I guess if 10 billion is fine, maybe I'll try it, you know. Maybe I'll just give it a shot. I'm gonna get 30 more FE. Gonna buy. And I think this is gonna be the last thing for me. So let's just like do the challenge and see if I can do it. At least I will learn something.
Violence is not the answer to all, but it is the answer to your sins.
Defiant. Courageous.
Yeah, it would be nice if it was like some kind of indicator, like how hard are these bosses or something, but I guess you just have to learn. When I bought this other thing for 20 FE earlier that I'm trying to sell again. Hopefully it does sell. That would help. Maybe get some other like a nice drop. Maybe some other stuff I can sell actually to get more FE. I have a few slots left in my booth.
Your reign of evil ends here.
What else can we sell? Can also do Edict. I wonder if I have enough Edicts to challenge the boss already. What is this? Edict Ruin, Edict Dive. Now there's one more, right? Here's the beginning. Can we price check this one? That's 9. So this would help us already. How's that? Price check. What? 55? Okay. Wow. That is more than I thought. 49. These are really valuable. Interesting. Echo of the Gods. 28. Actually, I have a bunch of like pretty valuable stuff here. What was Lost Secret? We have 3 of these. Let's get this stuff. The Ultimate Ember. That's also like 12. Okay. Didn't realize we picked up so much stuff here. So that should be fine. Maybe I can upgrade my bow. Could try to get a better bow that has like no more quant, more flat damage. And this bow is not that great. The projectile speed is very nice. Other than that, it's not crazy, to be honest. Also need some fire rest. Do we have any fire rest anywhere? Cold rest. Actually, this did not change my neck as well. Okay, let's see if people buy my stuff. Then we can do like another round of upgrading. Let's see. This looks like a mobile game. It's true, Warcock. It is a mobile game. Crossplay with PC, actually. Can play on one and then switch to the other.
I shall purify your tainted soul.
Yeah, I know it is Bow of Endless Dusk. But I guess it would only be really good if we get like projectile speed and projectile quantity exactly on it. Well, actually, we can try to get like a 3-star one, right? We can try to get 3-star one, but you have to craft it ourselves, and this will potentially be very, very costly. Why is the game locked in Belgium? Because Belgium has like pretty strict anti-gacha laws. I know that from other viewers, they can't play gacha games. You can play Genshin and not this? That's funny. Then I can't explain.
To be judged by a member of the Herman family.
Okay, D says if Belgian guy wants to play, he has to install a Windows app of the game from the site. Okay, so I can try that, I guess. That makes me Torchlight.
Your reign of
So hot take, I think this game is funner than LE. Really enjoying your time. I mean, it depends on what you're looking for, I guess, you know. LE is like a much slower pace game, much more like, let's say, reasonable than this one, right? This game is just like intended to go really crazy. Very sandboxy. I mean, so is LE, I guess. They have like different types of like sandboxing features. But yeah, it's wild, this game, at least. Okay, so did you hear earlier, by the way, about Belgium? You have to download the Windows app from the site.
I shall purify your tainted
So here. Apparently that works. I mean, I'm also playing on, like, I think you can't do it through Steam, basically. You have to do it like a standalone client. Is that how it works?
Your reign of evil ends here.
Okay. Well, good luck, CCC.
Buy or sell. Help yourself to the catalog.
Okay, so we have the bow. This one. So I guess we need one that has like 3 legendary aptitude. And then we need like projectile quant. This thing has been upgraded. Damage penetrates elementalness. So something like this. This is 300 FE though. But I guess you can craft on this, right? It has... Where can we see the plasticity? 0. Okay, this is crafted already. So this is kind of corroded, crafted, whatever. So you could check for one that has quant and projectile speed. Let's say 60. Not found. Okay. What? This is a different projectile speed? This one? Okay, so this is the one. So the projectile speed is calculated into the equation, I think. It says plus 88% damage there, for example. So you definitely want one that has like high projectile speed. Oh, this one is 82% and it's only plus 13% DPS. With a chance to deal double damage. Yeah, projectile speed is so important, man. But look how expensive these things are. Projectile quant. So that's interesting. This is like a corroded, upgraded, and it's only 140%. It got like super unlucky roll. Because even a non-corroded one can go higher than that. Yeah, 150, 180. F. Is it downgraded? No, it's TC 140 to 180. And then 5% on the pen as well. Yikes. It's kind of funny. Yeah, this thing will not really be an upgrade unless I get like some insane roll, basically. I think I'm much better off just trying to get like a nice bow, similar to what I got, and to do something with it. Here's a plus 88%. Lots of projectile speed. 0 plasticity. So I think we're not going to do a legendary weapon. We can check for just a weapon. Bow. So let's put like something like 80% projectile speed. And projectile quant. Say 2. Seems like it's the wrong projectile quant. So now we could check a little bit if you see something that already says like plus damage on this invalid item. What? And if some of these still have plasticity, I could actually start crafting on these, right? None of these are flat damage, so I can like add flat damage maybe. Adjust the affix size to the max within the range. Replace the number 6 affix with blemish. There's no number 6. Does have 0 plasticity though. Yeah, I'm not even searching for bases right now, right? This is just like all the bows that have a lot of projectile speed and some quant. That's it. I mean, I can maybe try to craft quantity as targeted. So I could check for like, you know, better base. So if I go to this guy. So it needs like at least level 80, and then look at the chances are really low though. So this will be very costly. It needs like probably like 100 FE to even get like a +2 or so. Okay. Not that easy to... We could upgrade it. Target processing cannot be upgraded, so only the random ones can be upgraded. This can be upgraded. And this one can be upgraded for 60 FE. And we could reroll the target processing a little bit more because they're both kinda crappy. Tier 6 decks, Tier 3 elemental damage. These are good stats. Does not have plasticity or what? It does have 127. But I cannot do anything. Affix is locked. I cannot craft. I'm not sure why. Maybe because I have done this already. Maybe I have to remove the targeted processing first. And then we could do it, I guess. We can craft corroded legendaries now by crafting a non-corroded one and then transferring the affixes to corroded with inheritance access items. Oh. Interesting. What is that inheritance affix? That's like a new one, right? Let me see. We sold something. Yeah, we sold a lot of stuff. 55. 12. Okay, this sounds like... First of all, we're gonna buy the end. 4 for 120. 4 for 118. Okay, so we got our boss here. Collect. And we have how much left? We own 49. So we can do something with 49 FE. So if we do target processing, select. Let's see what we get here. So you have elemental damage. You have dex. I definitely want to get a good chunk of dex. There's also projectiles. No, we have already. So the speed is already there. Crit damage. Support skill level. So like quant is there. Projectile skill level. Damage pen could be interesting. Wait, what level is this bow? I guess it's 100 because I bought it from the auction house, right? Projectile skill level could be kind of wild. Confirm. There's also a chance to deal double damage, which I'm not sure if it's a prefix or a suffix. How is it an indicator? Ah, this is the indicator. This is suffix, suffix, prefix. Okay, let's not do the elemental damage. I'm not sure how good the support skill level is. How do I... How do I select two stats at once? Okay, reforge and craft. think before I go, I want to see my damage. 3.21. Let's see how it changes. Gamba time. Okay, it was like from 3.21, was like minus 400k, it's like roughly 12% DPS. Not very much, to be honest. I think skill levels will do more. Just like that, if I can get skill levels. This one, mostly. How did I get the other one? Kick. Oh shit. T1. Okay, now we have the blemish. And I cannot get rid of the blemish unless I remove both, right? So what I should have done probably is go Dex first because it's guaranteed, and then try the projectile, right? But we have lots of DPS. Range on 3.7. Or Dreamcraft. What can I do with Dream?
Starting a new dream is like
Is there a way to remove blemish for something else?
Is the cat still alive? Are you still awake?
Oh boy. Dude. I mean, we could try to hit some, like a specific one, I guess. Number 1 to 6 is upgrade. Higher than tier 2 to 3, upgrade by 1 tier. Just the affix size to max. Downgrade 1 to 6. Yeah, but I mean, this can also be very problematic. So if you hit the blemish on the same one, I guess that could be nice. But is there any way to like... Binding will restore a piece of gate to its original state before. It will not restore readability. So I guess we can try to hit the blemish on number 2. 6 readability. I don't know if I have any mats for it.
Starting a new dream is like releasing a cat from a box. Is the
I'm not sure if I do.
alive? Are you still awake?
Yeah, we need Shadow Dream Talking. So I guess you can see what happens.
Buy or sell.
Oof, where's that now? Item collection. How much is that? Dude. Okay, it's like 55. It's like 2.5 FE per. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do anything with dream stuff now. Maybe if anything I was gonna try to upgrade it like to like a level 21 or something. Where's my bow? Let's do this. You already got like a really nice with a +3 projectile skill level. Hey, too smooth. It's a good game, yeah. So you have like level 20, for example. We can do a 21 lightning shot. Let's start off that. We can send nice cheap upgrades there. We also sold something. Yo, easy clap. Aren't there ads in the fight, by the way? My connections is what I'm looking for, I guess. Let's move all these. I do no longer need these. So you want to get either the corner or this corner. They actually have the same layout. 100% chance to gain 1 stack on defeat. It's kind of cool. Let's get this one before I forget.
Or sell. Help yourself to the catalog.
Always keep forgetting where it is. Here. I have to remove something for it. We have like a kind of nice layout right now. Can we adjust the shape? Or just style? It's gonna suit this, I guess. We would probably like to get like another one that has like either 6 or only 2 slots. So we don't have this problem. Did you turn off some of my auras or so? Oh, I might actually need the aura, the mana reservation. Yes. Oh my god. We actually do need it. And 1.5% sealed mana. Kick. Okay, what is like a crappy one? Defensive skill level, mana restored on hit, so this is kind of crappy. Something like that. What? Is the energy missing? Ah. Maybe this was actually all fine, and it was just I didn't have the energy. Sealed mana, we have 10 left. Do I not need this thing after all? Let's see, I think we got bamboozled here. Unequip. We have 2 mana now. Which means I cannot use this and this. Okay, they cost 20. Okay, now we're fine. With 7 mana, we're okay. Okay, looks fine.
Buy or sell. Help your
Trade house. Let's look for skills. Active skill. Lightning shot. What is the cheapest one? He has 39. How much damage upgrade would this be? Probably like around 10% or so, I guess. That's 38. Looks like 38 it is. Boom. So we do this. Let's see. The base is at 3.5. So if I take this. Change. This is 435. 470. Damn. It's almost 10% upgrade, actually. Okay. Let's see what our damage is like.
Please select the calibration
So target dummy.
intensity for invincibility number 2.
Have you read it as a recraft without a blemish? Nah, I mean, I got a T1 plus 3 projectile skill level. Those 3 levels are like 25% DPS or something. Look at my DPS now. 7.3. I think it's there all the time, guys. Like, what I should have done is get dexterity, which is like a guaranteed hit. Then go for a roll where I like it. And then YOLO the projectile skill levels. But I'm not going to redo it now since I have a T1. Dexterity would be nice to have. But yeah, for next time I will know better. Okay, I got a 8.4 billion nuke. Very nice. Okay, let's go. I wonder if I can survive the Traveler. Have to go to this open portal. Alright. TA Traveler. Last time we did T7 Traveler on the end of the stream, now we're doing T8. We only played like, I don't know, what, 3 hours? 4? Kind of funny. To be fair, I did buy the tickets. Okay. He does hurt and he does not die very fast. But he does take damage. Won't be very easy, man. No, I'm using my health, my healing too often here.
I'll need some time.
Dude, how long is it until it gets faced, dude? Okay, here we go. These guys are pretty tanky, actually. We're getting some blessings here, which is cool. I wonder if we can add ads more regularly later. I'm not sure. Can do some really nice nuke though. Because the plane washers I would actually easily clap at this point in Tiamat 8. But Terra is very tanky. Yeah, we're gonna have to dodge a lot. I think it's gonna be kind of tough. It's already getting more. Ooh. Ah, too greedy. I didn't realize he was doing a second shot. I was like, I can wait for the pot. Okay, I'm happy for the face. F. I was trying to preserve my health pots. Hey Iki, thanks for the sub. I'm a bit busy right now. One sec. I don't know how much HP it has. If I do like something like 5 billion DPS, for example, and it's like a 10-minute fight, it's like 600 times 5. 3 trillion. 10 trillion, maybe it's something like 10 trillion life, I'd say. I don't really have a good sustained heal. I don't have life regain. Which usually I'm fine with just my pot. But for a fight like this, having like no heal is kind of problematic, I think.
Let the curtains fall. The realms are decaying and it will affect.
Let the curtains fall. Is that like his trigger for the enrage or something? I don't remember that line. I wonder. There's a lot of stuff going on now, at least. Oh, that hit me. We have, I think 8% cover or so. I guess next ad fade is at 50, right? It's hitting my head all the time, man. It's kind of funny. It's almost at 50. But yeah, it's pretty wild soon, I think. Oof. Problem is I have to move so much. Every time I move I lose my aim and my burst of anger. Or at least an aim I think is getting removed. So probably not good skills to do a boss like this. I can do like these nice little bursts. But I can probably do more if I had like another replenish skill. Or a guard skill, or a curse even. I should probably do something like a curse so this, I just realized. Will probably be way better. Not sure how strong curses are, but I think that should be pretty nice.
I need to rest.
Oh, oh. Walked into the wrong spot. I need to preserve some pots. So far I don't notice much from Enrage, just like a bunch of explosions everywhere. I'm not sure if it's gonna get worse. But he definitely over the Enrage timer, I guess. Okay, we faced him. Cool. Is it gonna get worse? There's a lot of stuff going on for sure. I guess it's just more and more, right? So we might actually not really have any opportunity to attack him much.
Let the curtains fall one by one. Let the world reveal its true face in the void. Let us rewind everything to the singular.
Oh. Okay, I was not prepared for this. This is a new attack he does in tier 8? Didn't notice one. He's much faster now as well. He does a third one now. Okay. Oh, it's much faster now. His face. Ooh.
The realms are decaying and it will affect you. Let us rewind everything to the singularity.
Need some time.
Potions. Okay. Oh. Oh. So good, my potion. Okay, how many attempts do I have left? Two. Gonna be tight.
I need to rest.
Let us rewind everything to the singularity.
What? This hit me. Kinda hard, man, with all these like other explosions going on at once to dodge these. It's not hard to dodge them on their own, but there's too many explosions. Oh. I think it's my last one. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna fail this, I guess. He's like teleporting too much into the AoEs all the time, man.
The realms are decaying and it will affect you. Let us rewind everything to the singularity.
Can I TP for this? I can't, actually. Okay, that helps a lot.
I need to rest.
Whoa. Okay, that's it. Ah, well, fun though. Tough. He does lighting and erosion on that, actually. Not sure how long this fight was. Okay, but I think if we hit like, I don't know, with 20 billion DPS, I guess he would be kind of comfy on this fight. I had like, I don't know, on a good nuke like 8, I think. Sustained more like 3, I think. So if we like times 5 it, maybe, this would be pretty easy, I think. Because we wouldn't have like this insanely long phases all the time. What? So we win these. I mean, on tier 7, I can like kill him in like 10 seconds, I guess. Thanks, Iki, by the way. I appreciate the sub. How are you doing, by the way? Oh, the Discord emotes. Damn, that was a long fight. How expensive is the auto loot? It's part of the battle pass. I'm not sure how much that is, like 15 or 10 bucks or something. Then you get it for the entire season. What's that, Horia? Can I link my build? I guess you could inspect me or something. I mean, there's not many lethal flashes. You can probably find me if you'd search my name. Where's the leaderboard? Hero ranking? I guess it should be somewhere. If you search for Camino or for lightning shot, actually. Let's see. Can we search by skill? Can I do hero trait, legendary? Yeah, hero trait. So I could actually check for Camino there. Or just hero. This one. What? And there's a lot of level 95s. I know 94, so I should be somewhere here, just like that. From the levels, I guess. Don't see it though. There, level 93 is like an old snapshot, I guess. So here I am. What about skill? Talent? Lightning shot. If he's not sure it's by lightning shot, he'll find me as well. Can you see? Ah, you can see the gear, etc. So that's how.
There are no eternal thrones. But may
Okay, what is better if you have Dawn on Baritza? Baritza have 2 projectile extra pierce, or Valor big quest with stray projectile. If you're talking about God DH, you don't want the Baritza effect. You want Valor or Fortress or Odyssey. The Baritza pierce itself doesn't really do anything. Way better than a few months ago. Okay, nice. Any plans for next Germany? I will go to a Gamescom with Nini. Alright, Bengosha, how pay to win is this game? Only for like real min-maxing it matters. Most of it is just playing the game, grinding, making good build. Yeah, I'm trying to stay up a little bit for the sleep schedule. And also have an appointment in 3 hours. I have to stay up 3 hours and do some work until then. So yeah, I'm actually gonna not sleep enough, I think. So we'll see how that will go. Because I want to start a stream for LE probably around... When do we want to start it? League starts in 14 hours, right? I'm gonna sleep, let's say 7. Since I wanna start like 2-3 hours before. So start in 12. Yeah. I have an appointment in 3, I have to come back. So basically right after that I go sleep and then hope for the best. Streamer pass, won't be able to join. Yeah, I will have like a media pass or something like that. Anyway guys, I'm gonna go. It's 6 AM. Hope you enjoyed the Torchlight Blast. That's actually, I think, my strongest build I have made so far. And that worked pretty well. If I would play this like another day or so, I'll probably get to, let's say, another triple damage or so from here. If I do some upgrades. Auras, support gems, and so on. And we could do Time Mark 8 Traveler, which is pretty good, I guess. Can you put your code? I do not have a code for like goodies, I think. I'm not sure if they gave one for me. I don't know about it. But at the very least, there's Twitch drops that are going on right now, and also the link there if you want to check out the game. Ah, my build. Wait, how do I do the build? How do I share it? Quick builds, quick loot. I'm not sure how that works. Can I look at my info? This code ID, is that what you want? Nah, it's not bedtime. As I said, I have an appointment in 3 hours, but I also need to do some work until then, so that's what we're gonna do. Yeah, it was a long stream actually. It was fun though. Let's see if we can raid someone. GG's guys. Have a good one. I'll see you tomorrow for